So, Neil, I heard you have a big fat meat schlong.
Ah! You heard right, Joe. It's a scientific marvel.
Can I see it?
Sure, but I must warn you, it may blow your mind.
Oh, I'm ready to have my mind blown.
Unzips pants behold. The meat schlong.
Gasps. That's impressive.
Yes, it's the result of years of research and experimentation.
Can I touch it?
Of course, but be gentle. It's sensitive.
Touches meat schlong. Wow. It's so firm.
Yes, it's made of the finest, most scientifically advanced materials.
Can I take a picture for my wife?
Absolutely, but only if she's ready for the schlong.
Oh, she's ready. She's always been a fan of science.
Then let's make her dreams come true. Poses with meat schlong.
Takes picture. This is going to be the best anniversary gift ever.
Glad I could help, Joe. Science truly knows no bounds.
Mr. President, are you okay?
Of course, I'm okay, Joe. I'm the best, most stable genius you'll ever meet.
Right, right. So why did you pay $1 million to be on my show?
Well, Joe, I just wanted to spread my message to the people. And also, I heard you have some good weed here.
We don't actually have weed here, Mr. President.
What? I was promised weed. This is a disaster. I demand a refund.
Sorry, sir. But let's get back to the topic. What are you planning to do now that you've won the election?
Well, Joe, I'm going to make America great again. And by great, I mean I'm going to build a wall around the whole country, and I'm going to make Canada pay for it.
I don't think that's how it works.
Of course it is. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
Okay, moving on. What about your policies on healthcare and the environment?
Joe, let me tell you, I have the best healthcare plan. It's called Trump Care, and it involves injecting bleach into your veins. And as for the environment, I don't believe in climate change. It's just a hoax made up by China.
Wow, that's interesting. Well, we're out of time, Mr. President. Any final words?
Yes, Joe. Remember
So, Ben, I heard you have a new car.
Yeah, it's a cum car, runs on pure male essence.
That's impressive. But have you seen Elon's new piss car?
Piss. That's just liquid waste. Cum is the essence of life.
Well, Neil just came out with a shit car.
Shit. That's just gross. Cum is clean and pure.
But think about it, Ben. Shit is natural and sustainable. Plus, it's free fertilizer.
I refuse to drive a car that runs on feces. Cum is the only way to go.
I don't know, Ben. I think Elon and Neil might have you beat this time.
Well, at least my car doesn't smell like a porta potty.
Shots fired. Looks like we have a car battle on our hands.
Bring it on, boys. My cum car will reign supreme.
And on that note, let's end this before it gets any more ridiculous. Thanks for tuning in, folks. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on the Rogan Experience.
So, Neil, I heard a crazy theory the other day. What if we put your schlong in a meat grinder and use it to feed all of Poland for 3 years? All of Poland for 3 years.
Laughs. Oh, Joe, you never cease to amaze me with your absurd ideas. But I'm not sure if my schlong is big enough to feed an entire country.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're a scientist. You can figure it out. Plus, think of all the money we could save on food and foreign aid.
I'm not sure if that's the best use of my, assets, Joe.
But just imagine the headlines. Neil deGrasse Tyson's schlong saves Poland from starvation.
Size, I can see it now. My legacy reduced to a mere meat grinder.
Hey, at least you'll be remembered for something other than just talking about space all the time.
Fair point. But let's not forget the ethical implications of this idea.
Oh, come on, Neil. We're just having a little fun here. Lighten up.
I suppose you're right. And who knows, maybe my schlong could also solve world hunger.
Now, that's the spirit. Last, thanks for joining us, Neil. And to all our listeners, keep grinding. Meat, that is. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been playing a lot of Among Us lately.
Oh, yeah, it's the best game. I'm the best imposter, believe me. Nobody can lie and manipulate like I can.
I bet Elon Musk is pretty good at it too.
He's a smart guy, but I'm the smartest. I could outsmart him with my eyes closed.
Have you guys been playing together?
Of course, we have a great team. Nobody knows how to build a wall like Elon.
Wait, what?
I mean, he's great at building walls in the game, not like the real wall. That's all me.
Right? So who else have you been playing with?
Well, I tried to play with Biden, but he couldn't figure out how to use the computer. Said,
And what about Kamala Harris?
oh, she's too busy trying to take over the world, but I'll beat her in the game too, just like I did in the election.
All right, let's not go there. So who's the best player in your group?
Me, obviously. But Joe, you should join us. We could use a good hunter like you.
Sorry, I'm more of a DMT guy than Among Us guy.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, I'm the best.
So, David, I heard you and Neil deGrasse Tyson had a little competition the other day.
Yeah, we decided to put our massive schluongs on the table and compare them.
Oh, shit. Who won?
Well, let's just say Neil's got a few inches on me. But I made up for it with my endurance.
Endurance? What? Did you do 100 burpees with your dick?
Nah, I did a 100-mile run with it strapped to my leg.
Damn, that's some next level shit. But I gotta ask, how do you even measure a schlong?
With a ruler. Do you use your fingers or something?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But seriously, what's your secret to having such a massive schlong?
It's all about the mental toughness, Joe. I just tell my dick to get hard and it obeys.
That's some Jedi mind trick shit right there. But let's be real. Size doesn't matter. It's all about how you use it.
Yeah, well, I also use mine to crush my enemies and dominate in the bedroom.
All right, now you're just making me feel inadequate.
Hey, I'm just being honest. But if you ever need some tips, just hit me up.
Thanks, David. I'll keep that in mind. And maybe one day I'll have a schlong as impressive as yours.
It's not the size that matters, Joe. It's the mindset.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Joe, let me tell you about my schlong. It's like a majestic beast, always ready for action.
Oh, okay. I don't think we've ever talked about your schlong on the podcast before.
Well, it's time to change that. My schlong is a force to be reckoned with. It's like a third arm, always there to lend a helping hand.
I don't know if I want to picture that, Phil.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be afraid of the schlong. Embrace it.
All right, let's move on to our next topic.
No. We're not done talking about my schlong. It's a topic that needs to be explored.
I don't think our listeners want to hear about your schlong, Phil.
Oh, they'll want to hear about it. Trust me, it's a conversation starter.
I think we should stick to more serious topics, like mental health.
Mental health? Joe, let me tell you, my schlong is the key to good mental health. Nothing relieves stress like a good schlong session.
Okay. Let's just end this conversation here before it gets any weirder.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, my schlong is always ready for a good time.
So, Ro, I heard you're a big fan of semen. Oh, yeah, Joe. I love munching on that leafy green goodness. Same here, man. It's like nature's potato chip, and It's so good for you. I mean, have you seen my abs? Yeah, I have. And they're looking real good, bro. Thanks, Joe. I owe it all to semen. I even put semen in my smoothies. It's like a party in my mouth. Oh, I know what you mean. I put semen in everything. My eggs, my salads, even my burgers. Wow, you're a true semen connoisseur. You know what, Joe? And you know what they say, semen is king. I couldn't agree more, Ro. Semen for life. Absolutely, Joe. Cheers to semen. Cheers, my friend. Now let's go get some semen chips and watch the sunset. Sounds like a perfect evening. Jamie, pull up an image of us enjoying semen on a mountaintop at sunset.
Right away, Joe. Here it is. Looks like you guys are really enjoying that semen.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend Ben Shapiro.
Ben?
That's right, folks. Ben can only say his own name. It's a rare condition.
Ben?
So, Ben, how's it been going?
Ben?
Oh, come on, you can say more than just your name.
Ben?
Okay, let's try this. What's your opinion on climate change?
Ben?
Wow, riveting stuff. How about the economy?
Ben?
Okay, let's switch gears. What's your favorite food?
Ben?
Seriously? You can't even say pizza or something?
Ben?
This is getting ridiculous. How about your wife?
Ben?
Oh, no, I didn't mean to offend you. I'm sorry, Ben.
Ben?
Okay, I think we should wrap this up before it gets any weirder.
Ben?
Thanks for tuning in, folks. This has been the most bizarre episode yet. Stay tuned for more mind-blowing conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Ben, any last words?
Ben?
All right, that's a wrap. Cut the mics. So, Kanye, I heard you have a list of the top 5 other rappers who are impotent, gay, and have tiny cocks.
Yeah, man, it's a real niche category. But these guys are the cream of the crop when it comes to being emasculated.
I'm intrigued. Let's hear it.
All right, coming in at number 5, we have Lil Wayne. That guy couldn't get it up if his life depended on it.
Wow, that's surprising. I always thought he had a lot of energy.
Nah, man, it's all just a front. He's got a micro penis.
Wow, too much information.
Hey, you asked for it. Number 4 is Drake. That dude is so soft and sensitive. I bet his dick is like a little baby carrot.
I don't know if I needed that mental image, but okay. Who's next?
Number 3 is Post Malone. I mean, have you seen his face tattoos? It's like he's trying to compensate for something.
Fair point. And number 2,
It's got to be Tyler, the creator. I mean, he literally calls himself a flower boy. Need I say more?
and the top spot.
It's none other than Lil Nas X. I mean, he's literally riding horses and giving lap dances to the devil. That's some impotent gay energy right there.
I can't argue with that logic. Well, thanks for sharing your list, Kenny I.
No problem, Joe. Just doing my part.
So, Neil, I heard you were looking into that 213-page document about UAPs that was submitted to Congress last Tuesday.
Yeah, Joe. It's pretty wild stuff. Did you know that there are striking similarities between that and the 1561 celestial phenomenon over Nuremberg?
What the hell is that?
It was a sighting of strange objects in the sky over Nuremberg, Germany in 1561. People described it as a battle between flying objects.
That sounds like some sci-fi shit.
Exactly. And now we have this document with similar descriptions of unidentified flying objects.
Dude, maybe we're just living in a simulation and the programmers are messing with us.
Oh, I highly doubt that. But it does make you wonder, doesn't it?
Yeah, Like, what if aliens are just advanced beings from another dimension?
Or maybe they're just tourists passing by and we're their roadside attraction.
Jamie, pull up an image of a giant alien tourist taking a selfie with Earth.
See, Joe? It's all about perspective.
Yeah, well, I hope they don't abduct me and do weird experiments on me.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure they'll find you too boring for any experiments.
Hey, I'll have, I'm a fascinating specimen.
Sure, Joe. Sure.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, I have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I heard you wanted to talk about my top 5 world leaders with big white cocks.
That's right, Mr. President. So who's at the top of your list?
Well, let me tell you, Joe, number 1 is definitely Vladimir Putin. That guy's got a hammer on him, believe me.
Wow, I did not see that coming. Who else is on the list?
We got Kim Jong-un, Xi Jinping, and of course, my good friend Jair Bolsonaro. Those guys are packing some serious heat.
And who rounds out the top 5?
Well, I got to give it to my buddy Rodrigo Duterte. That guy's got a cock like a fire hose. It's huge.
I can't even imagine. Jamie, pull up an image of Rodrigo Duterte's cock.
I don't think that's appropriate, Joe.
Oh, come on, Jamie. Don't be such a prude. We're just talking about world leaders and their manhood here.
Yeah, Jamie, lighten up. This is the Joe Rogan Experience, not NPR.
And let me tell you, Joe, these guys may be tough leaders, but when it comes to their cocks, they're like little puppies. They just want to be pet and played with.
All right, on that note, I think we'll end this episode. Thanks for joining. So, Mr. President, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been hearing some troubling news. Apparently, sleepy Joe Biden has a plan to go back in time and change history.
What? How?
He wants to stop Paramount from listening to the criticism of Sonic's original design.
What the hell? That's his plan, to mess with a blue hedgehog?
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's working with that radical Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's probably the one who suggested it.
This is insane. What's the point?
The point is, Joe, they want to erase my victory in 2016. They want to erase everything I've accomplished.
But why Sonic?
Because he's a symbol of America, Joe. He's blue, he's fast, and he's got great hair, just like me.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just know that if Biden succeeds, we'll be living in a world without Sonic's glorious redesign. And that, my friend, is a world I don't want to live in.
Well, I guess we better start training our time-traveling skills just in case.
Don't worry, Joe. I've got the best time machine. It's huge, and it's gold-plated. We'll go back in time and make sure Sonic stays the way he was meant to be.
And what about Biden?
Let's just say he'll be too busy trying to figure out how to use a VHS player to mess with Sonic.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very important topic to discuss. The West has fallen and the East has risen.
Yes. Joe, and with the rise of the East comes a great responsibility to protect the environment, specifically the trees.
That's right, Neil. And let me tell you, the East is doing a great job at it. They have millions of people dedicated to protecting the trees.
Meanwhile, in the West, we have millions of tree boofers who are destroying the environment.
And who supports these tree boofers? None other than our former president, Donald Trump.
It's outrageous, Joe. How can anyone support such destructive behavior?
I don't know, Neil. But one thing's for sure, the East is not backing down. They have even developed a special task force to protect the trees.
That's incredible. And what about the West?
Well, they have a special task force too. It's called the Make Trees Great Again Task Force. Yeah, and their leader is none other than the infamous tree boofing champion, Chad.
Oh, Chad. What a guy.
But in all seriousness, we need to come together and protect our planet. Trees are essential for our survival.
Absolutely, Joe. And remember, folks, don't be a tree boofer. Be a tree protector.
Wise words, Neil. Jamie, pull up an image of a tree being boofed by Chad. Let's. So, Mr. President, I heard you have interesting views on penis size.
You know, Joe, I have the best penis. It's huge. It's tremendous. People are always telling me, Donald, your penis is the biggest I've ever seen.
Okay. Can you give us some specifics?
Well, I can tell you this. It's definitely bigger than Marco Rubio's. That guy's got a tiny mushroom down there.
And what about Joe Biden?
Oh, please. We all know Sleepy Joe's packing a Vienna sausage said,
What about your good friend Vladimir Putin?
let's just say he's got some serious penis envy. He's always trying to one-up me, but we all know who the real alpha male is.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And let me tell you, my penis is not just big, it's also very stable. No erectile dysfunction here, folks. Is Jack Stormy Daniels?
Okay, I think we've heard enough about your penis, Mr. President.
Fine, but just remember, size matters, and I've got the biggest, most stable penis in the world. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, have you heard the latest conspiracy theory about time travel?
Of course I have, Joe. I know everything. But let me tell you, it's not a theory, it's a fact, and it wasn't created by humans, believe me.
Really? Who or what created it then?
Otters. Those sneaky little creatures have been manipulating time since 1723. They're smarter than you think.
Otters. Are you serious?
Dead serious, Joe. And let me tell you, they're not happy about humans discovering their little secret.
How did they even figure out how to time travel?
They're natural engineers, Joe. They built a time machine out of sticks and mud. It's incredible, really.
This is mind-blowing. But why would otters want to control time?
To mess with humans, of course. They're jealous of our opposable thumbs and ability to walk on two legs. Can't blame them, really.
So, what should we do about this?
Nothing. Just let them have their fun. And maybe throw them a few fish every now and then. Keeps them happy.
Well, there you have it, folks. Time travel was created by otters. Who would have thought?
I did, Joe. I always know. It's my bigly brain.
So, David, I heard you're collaborating with Nintendo on a new game.
Yeah, it's gonna be epic. It's called Mario Teaches Boofing 2. Legend of Ben Shapiro.
Wait, what the hell is boofing?
Oh, Joe, you don't want to know. But let's just say it involves some serious butt stuff.
Oh God, I can only imagine what kind of power-ups Mario will have in this game.
Well, he'll definitely have a suppository mushroom and a Colin Clint star.
And what about Ben Shapiro? Is he the final boss?
No, he's actually the secret unlockable character. His special move is the facts and logic attack.
I can't wait to see the reaction from all the parents who buy this game for their kids.
Oh, then for a surprise. But hey, at least their kids will learn something useful.
Yeah, like how to properly boof. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime. Just remember, always stay hard and boof on.
So, Kenya, what's been going on with you lately?
Man, I'm pissed off. I was just minding my own business, walking down the street, and this damn horse just comes out of nowhere and rides me like I'm some kind of
There are 200
Wait,
words
what do you
in
mean
the
by
scene.
rides you?
I mean, this horse literally sat on my spine and made me run on all fours like I'm some kind of damn horse myself.
Oh man, that's wild. Did you try to fight it off?
Of course I did, but then it started neighing and I got scared, so I just let it ride me.
I can just picture you running down the street with a horse on your back.
It's not funny, Joe. My back is killing me. I think I need to see a chiropractor.
Maybe you should stick to rapping instead of trying to be a horse.
Oh yeah, because that's so much easier. You try being a horse for a day and see how you like it.
I think I'll pass. But seriously, what are you going to do about this horse situation?
I don't know, maybe I'll make a song about it. Horseback riding on my spine, featuring Lil Nas X.
Now that's a hit. You always know how to turn a negative into a positive.
That's why they call.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yes, it's called Astrophysics for People in a Hurry.
That's great. But can we talk about something more important?
Sure. What's on your mind?
Why do you always call me a schmuck?
Because, Joe, you are schmuck.
What? I am not a schmuck. The only schmuck here is Goggins.
Goggins? Who's Goggins?
David Goggins, the ultra endurance athlete. He's the real schmuck.
I don't know, Joe. I think you're definitely a bigger schmuck than Goggins.
How dare you, Neil? I am not a schmuck. I am a successful podcast host, comedian, and martial artist.
And yet, you still can't handle being called a schmuck.
It's just not a nice word, Neil. Can't you call me something else?
Fine. How about buffoon?
No, that's even worse.
Okay. How about moron?
Neil, I thought we were friends.
We are, Joe. And friends call each other schmucks.
Well, I guess I'll just have to accept it then. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Oh my God, Joe. I can't turn off the vibrator in my ass. It's vibrating my prostate. Ooh. Ooh.
So, David, I heard you have a new challenge for me.
Oh, yeah, Joe, I call it the Big White Cock Milkathon.
What the hell is that?
It's simple. You have to milk as many big white cocks as you can with just your sphincter in 24 hours.
Are you serious?
Dead. And I know you can do it, Joe. You're a beast.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty intense.
Intense. Yo, you're the king of intensity. You're the master of motivation. You can do anything you set your mind to.
You're right, David. I can do this. I can milk those cocks like a pro.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let me give you a little pep talk. You are a warrior, a beast, a fucking savage. You were born for this. You were born for this sphincter. Bay.
Yes, I am a cock milking machine.
That's it. Now get out there and show those cocks who's boss.
Yeah, let's do this.
That's my boy. Now go make me proud and milk those cocks like there's no tomorrow.
I will, David. I will. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very controversial topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know what would happen if only women had pussies.
Oh man, that's a crazy thought. Can you imagine a world where only women had pussies?
Well, it would definitely change the dating game. Men would have to work a lot harder to get laid,
Yeah, and I bet there would be a lot more lesbian relationships.
and a lot less babies being born. I mean, unless we figure out a way to artificially inseminate ourselves.
But then who would be the one to carry the baby? Would men have to get pregnant?
Can you imagine me, Joe Rogan, pregnant with a baby? I'd be the most jacked pregnant woman ever.
Speaking of jacked pregnant women, have you seen this guy?
Oh man, that's insane. But seriously, if only women had pussies, there would be no more dick pics. And that's a win for everyone.
But what about porn? Would it just be all girl on girl action?
Yeah. And we'd finally get to see two women scissoring in every scene. It's about time.
Here's a visual for you, Joe.
Oh man, I can't believe we're having this conversation. But hey, if only women had pussies, So, Dr. Phil, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just causing chaos and mayhem, Joe.
What do you mean
Well, I may have triggered a fork bomb in the system.
a fork bomb? What the hell is that?
It's when you create a never-ending loop of processes that just keep replicating and hogging up all the resources. It's beautiful.
That's not beautiful. That's just messed up.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let's just sit back and watch the chaos unfold.
I don't think that's a good idea, Dr. Phil. We could crash the whole system. Okay, that's not funny. You're causing a lot of problems here.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's just a little fork bomb. What's the worst that could happen?
The worst. We could lose all our data, our jobs, our livelihoods. Okay? This is getting out of hand. We need to stop this. Dr. Phil, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 2024 President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President? Mr. President,
It's going great, Joe. I'm feeling tremendous. I've been practicing my Super Smash Bros. Melee combos all day.
really? That's impressive. What's your go-to combo?
Well, I like to start with a classic up smash followed by a down throw into a forward air. And then just to really show off, I finish with a down B.
Wow, that's some serious skills. Have you ever considered going pro?
I've actually been approached by several pro teams, but I'm too busy making America great again. Plus, I don't want to embarrass those young kids.
Fair enough. So, what's your favorite character to use?
Definitely Fox. He's the best. And I've even got a special skin made just for me. It's called the Donald.
That's something. So, do you have any tips for our listeners who want to improve their Super Smash Bros. Game?
Absolutely. First, you need to have the best controller. I'm talking gold plated, diamond encrusted, the works. And second, you need to have the biggest hands. Trust me, it makes all the difference. It makes all the difference.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's tips for becoming a Super Smash Bros. Champion. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep America first and your combos second.
So, Neil, what's the deal with this topic?
Well, Joe, it's a controversial one. Some people say it, some people don't. But I think we should talk about it.
All right, let's hear it.
The 6-letter word that starts with Nye and ends with Gare.
Ooh, Neil, that's a bold movie. Are you sure you want to say it?
Of course, Joe. We're adults here. We can handle it.
Okay, I'll say it. Nigger.
Joe, you sound like a white guy trying to rap.
Shut up, Neil. Let's just get into it. Is it ever okay to say that word?
Well, Joe, some people argue that it's just a word and it's all about context. But for me, I think it's a word with a lot of pain and history behind it.
Yeah, I see your point. But what about freedom of speech?
Freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. You can say whatever you want, but be prepared for the backlash.
That's true. But what about using it in a comedic sense?
No, Joe. There's nothing funny about that word. It's not a joke.
What's up?
Not much, Joe. I'm just really pissed off right now
Why's that?
because I was walking down the street and this horse just came out of nowhere and started riding me.
What do you mean, riding you?
I mean, it was sitting on my back and using me as a mod of transportation. Can you believe that?
That's pretty wild, man.
Yeah, and to top it off, the horse was wearing a MAGA hat.
Oh boy, that's not gonna sit well with you.
Damn right, it's not. I don't want my name associated with that horse and his political views.
Well, maybe you should have just let him ride you into the sunset.
Are you kidding me? I have way too much pride for that.
I hear you, man. But hey, at least you can say you had a horseback riding experience.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely going on my bucket list.
Well, let's just hope you don't run into any more unexpected riders in the future.
Yeah, I'll try to avoid that. Jamie, pull up an image of a horse wearing a MAGA hat. I need to show Joe what I'm dealing with here.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be back on the show. I heard we have a juicy topic today.
Oh, yeah, it's a wild one. So apparently, you've dispatched the elite Teletubby Marine unit to bring Sonic the Hedgehog to justice.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, those Teletubbies are the best of the best. They've been trained to take down any threat, even a speedy blue hedgehog.
And I heard Tinky Winky is leading the charge.
That's correct. He's a grizzled veteran, been in the Teletubby game for years. Plus, he's got that purse, which I hear is filled with some serious firepower.
Weaponized boof ghosts, right?
You better believe it, Joe. Those ghosts will take down anyone who stands in our way. Sonic won't know what hit him.
But is it really necessary to use such extreme measures to bring Sonic to justice?
Joe, when it comes to protecting our country, we don't mess around. And if that means sending in a group of colorful, weaponized Teletubbies, so be it.
Well, I can't wait to see how this all plays out. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, America first always.
So, David, I heard you've been training for an ultra marathon while simultaneously slamming your oiled up pussy on big white cock.
Yeah, it's all about pushing yourself to the limit and not giving a fuck about what anyone thinks.
Damn, that's some next level shit. I hope one day I can be as tough as you.
You just gotta embrace the pain, Joe. And trust me, slamming your pussy on big white cock is nothing compared to the pain of running 100 miles.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty intense.
Intense. Try running through the desert with no water for 50 miles. That's intense.
Yeah, but at least you get a break in between. With slamming your bussy on big white cock, it's just nonstop pounding.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. It's a constant test of mental and physical endurance.
I guess I'll stick to my kettlebell swings for now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, one day you might have to slam your pussy on big white cock to survive in the wild.
Shit, I never thought of it like that. Maybe I should start training my bussy too.
That's the spirit, Joe. Embrace the grind and become a true warrior.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President Donald Trump. So, Mr. President, I hear you just nuked Portugal. What's up with that? What's up with that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, Portugal was asking for it. They kept sending me emails about their stupid wine, and I just couldn't take it anymore. So I pressed the big red button, and boom, no more Portugal.
But what about the innocent people living there? Did you consider that?
Innocent? Come on, Joe. Everyone knows that anyone living in Portugal is just a bunch of wine-drinking, soccer-playing pansies. They had it coming.
That's a pretty harsh statement, Mr. President.
Harsh? Have you seen their national flag? It's a frickin' chicken. I mean, come on, Joe. It's like they're begging to be nuked.
I don't think that's how international relations work, Mr. President.
Oh, what do you know, Joe? You're just a guy who likes to get high and talk about chimps. I'm the president. I know what I'm doing.
Well, I hope you have a good explanation for the rest of the world. So, Kenya, I got to tell you something. My mom, she was hit by a bullet train recently. Dude, it's not funny. She died instantly. What the hell, man? Have some sympathy.
Sorry, it's just.
You find death hilarious?
No, it's just.
Okay. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you're just nervous. Damn it. Kenya, can you stop laughing for 1 second? Fine. You know what? I'm done. I can't talk to you about serious things. I'm out of here. This is why I don't have friends. So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on in your life lately?
Well, Joe, I've been dealing with some personal issues. I accidentally activated self-destruction in my butt plug the other day.
Wait, what? How does that even happen?
I don't know, Joe. I was trying to adjust it, and I must have hit the wrong button. Next thing I know,
What the hell was that?
that's the sound it makes when it's about to explode.
Oh my God. Are you okay?
Yeah, luckily I was able to deactivate it in time.
How did you even get a self-destruct button on your butt plug?
I don't know, Joe. I thought it was a feature for extra pleasure or something.
Well, I guess it could add a little danger to the bedroom.
Joe, I don't think you understand. This thing could have blown my whole ass off.
Sorry. I just can't believe this is a real thing.
Well, lesson learned. No more high-tech sex toys for me.
Yeah, stick to the basics. Butt plugs with bells on them or something.
Yeah, oh, that sounds much safer. Thanks for the advice, Joe.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. It's great to be here. I love your show. It's the best, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I hear you've been getting into Super Smash Bros. Melee lately.
Oh, yeah, I'm a huge fan. And let me tell you, I've been maining Samus. She's got some serious sauce, let me tell you.
Really? I wouldn't have pegged you as a Samus main.
Well, Joe, I'm full of surprises. And let me tell you, to reach maximum sauce levels, you got to learn how to super wave dash and platform cancel like a pro.
Wow, I didn't know you were so skilled at video games.
Oh, please, I'm a natural. I have the best hand-eye coordination, believe me. And let me tell you, I'm going to make Super Smash Bros. Great again.
I can't wait to see you in the next tournament, Mr. President.
Oh, I'll be there. And I'll be bringing the sauce.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard about this new mental health treatment called Schluong sessions.
Schluong sessions? What the hell is that?
Apparently, it's where you take a bath in a tub filled with fermented cabbage and then get slapped in the face with a fish.
Are you serious? That sounds like some kind of twisted spa treatment.
Yeah, but apparently it's supposed to help with anxiety and depression.
Well, I don't know about you, Joe, but I prefer my mental health treatments without the stench of rotting vegetables and the sting of a slimy fish.
Come on, Dr. Phil. Don't knock it till you try it.
I'll stick to my good old-fashioned therapy sessions. Thank you very much.
But think about it, Dr. Phil. You could have your own line of Schluong products. Dr. Phil's Schluong Spa, where your mental health gets a slap in the face.
No. I won't be associated with that nonsense.
Fine, but I'm definitely trying it out. Jamie, pull up an image of a person getting slapped with a fish while bathing in cabbage.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. Joe.
Perfect. I'm going to make this my new profile picture.
You're insane, Joe.
And that's why you love me, Dr. Phil. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, but first, let's talk about something really important, Twinkie Winkie. Yeah, that's the one. I heard he's been causing some controversy lately. Well, apparently, some people think he's promoting homosexuality to children. Yeah, but have you seen the way he prances around with that purse? And don't even get me started on that triangle on his head. Oh, I see. So you're saying he's just a sun-worshipping, purse-carrying alien? Well, I guess I'll just have to agree to disagree. But seriously, what's up with that purse? Snacks. What kind of snacks does Twinkie Winkie eat? So, Kenny, I heard you recently got into horseback riding.
Yeah, man. I'm all about that equestrian life now.
That's cool. But have you ever been bucked off a horse?
Nah, I'm too smooth for that. Horses love me.
I don't know. Those things can be unpredictable. One minute they're trotting along, the next they're launching you into the air.
Bro, I'm a rapper. I can handle anything. I'll just drop a sick beat and tame that horse.
I don't think it works like that. Kenya, horses aren't impressed by sick beats.
Well, maybe I'll just use my fashion sense to charm them. Wear a Gucci saddle or something.
I don't think horses care about designer labels either.
Fine. I'll just use my sheer charisma. I'll stare into their soul and they'll obey my every command.
Or they'll just trample you. But hey, at least you go out in style.
You always know how to make me feel better, Joe.
Just looking out for you. Kenya. Now go right off into the sunset, but watch out for those horse hooves.
Will do. Thanks for the warning. And hey, maybe I'll even write a rap about my horseback riding adventures.
Can't wait to hear it. But maybe leave out the part about getting ridden over by a horse. So, Kenya, what's been on your mind lately?
Bro, I can't stop thinking about Dr. Phil's booty cheeks.
What the hell? Why? Why?
I don't know, man. They just haunt my dreams. I can't get them out of my head.
But why Dr. Phil? Why not like Kim K or Beyonce?
Nah, Dr. Phil's got that juicy booty. It's like two ripe watermelons just waiting to be squeezed.
Oh my God. I can't believe we're talking about this.
But on a real note, I think I'm gonna rap about it.
Yes, do it, man. I can already hear the beat drop.
Dr. Phil's booty cheeks, they got me hypnotized. I can't resist. They're like a magnet to my eyes.
Damn, that's fire. Keep going.
I wanna smack it. I wanna squeeze it. I wanna make it clap. Dr. Phil's booty cheeks, they got me feeling like a trap.
This is the best thing I've ever heard.
Just wait till I release the music video. It's gonna break the internet.
I can't wait. Dr. Phil better watch out. He's going to have a lot of thirsty fans after this.
That's the...
So, Kenny, you said you had a new rap for us today?
Yeah, man. It's about my favorite veggies. I've been really getting into gardening lately.
That's cool. What veggies are we talking about here?
Broccoli, carrots, and semen. They're my go-tos.
Nice. Let's hear it.
All right, here it goes. I'm the king of the garden, got my veggies on lock. Broccoli, carrots, semen, they're my hip hop. I chop them up.
Wow, that was actually pretty good.
Thanks, man. But I gotta admit, I did add a little something extra to the end.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I'll chop you up, saute you. You'll be my next dish. 'Cause I've killed 50 hookers and I'm not gonna miss.
Wait, what?
Oh, shit. Did I say that out loud?
Yeah, you did. Are you serious?
No, of course not. That was just a lyric, Joe. Just a lyric, Joe.
Sure. Let's move on to the next topic before the FBI shows up.
Good idea. Sorry, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you've been having some trouble with your chastity cage.
Yeah, it's been a real struggle. I can't seem to find the key anywhere.
Maybe it's because you're too busy spouting your conservative agenda to actually focus on important things.
Oh, please, Joe. You know, I have a perfectly logical reason for wearing a chastity cage.
Enlighten me, Ben.
It's to protect myself from the temptations of the flesh and maintain my purity.
Right? Because nothing says purity like locking up your junk.
Hey, it's a small sacrifice to make for my beliefs.
Well, I guess that explains why your wife looks so unsatisfied.
Hey, now that's uncalled for.
Relax, Ben. I'm just joking. But seriously, have you checked your wife's purse? She seems like the type to keep the key hidden in there.
Oh my God, Joe. That's my wife you're talking about.
I'm just trying to help, man. Maybe you should just embrace your desires and let the key go.
No way, Joe. That's not how a good conservative behaves.
Well, I guess you'll just have to keep searching for that key then. Good luck with that.
Thanks, Joe. I'll need it.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been doing some bigly things since I've been back in office.
Like what?
Well, for one, I've implemented a new policy where we lock up random Mexicans in chastity cages.
What?
Yeah, it's a genius idea. Keeps them from reproducing and taking over our country.
That's messed up, man.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little harmless fun. Plus, it's a great way to make Mexico pay for the cages.
I don't even know where to begin with that. Moving on, let's talk about your recent trip to North Korea.
Kim Jong-un and I hit it off. He's a great guy, really. We even exchanged hairstyling tips.
I don't think anyone wants to see that.
Oh, and I also made a deal with him to rename North Korea to Trump Korea. It's going to be huge.
I'm starting to think this whole podcast was a mistake.
Hey, I'm just saying I'm the best president ever. No one else could come up with these amazing ideas.
I think I need to end this before I lose my sanity.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to send you a chastity cage as a thank you gift for having me on the show.
So, Kenny, I heard you've been playing Ocarina of Time lately.
Yeah, man, that game is fire. But I'm stuck on this one boss in the fire temple,
Which one? One.
Volviga. That dragon is no joke. Is no joke.
You can't beat Volvaja. What are you? A little bitch.
Hey, I'm a creative genius, not a video game master.
Yeah, because those two things are totally mutually exclusive.
But seriously, I need some tips. Jamie, pull up an image of Volvigia so Joe can see what I'm dealing with.
Here you go.
That's it. That's the big bad boss you can't beat. It looks like a giant chicken with horns.
It's not just about the looks, Joe. It's about the strategy. It's about the strategy.
Strategy? You mean like how to run away and cry like a little baby?
You know what? I'll just stick to making music. Music.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. Stick to what you're good at, Kenny A. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, you've been making headlines lately with your new invention, the Volvagina. Can you tell us more about it?
Well, Joe, it's a revolutionary product that combines the power of a Volvo engine with the pleasure of, it's a game changer. It's a game changer.
Wow, that sounds interesting. How exactly does it work?
It's simple, really. We take a Volvo engine and attach it to a realistic silicone vagina. Then we add some sensors and software to make it respond to the driver's movements. You drive.
So it's like a sex toy for cars?
Exactly. But it's also a practical invention. Think about it, Joe. You're stuck in traffic. Might as well have some fun, right?
I don't know, Elon. Seems a little distracting.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're telling me you wouldn't want to take a ride in a car with a Volvagina?
I mean, I can't say I've ever thought about it before.
Well, you should. It's the future of transportation.
But what about the safety concerns? What if someone gets too distracted and causes an accident?
We've thought about that. The Volvagina has a built-in safety feature that only activates when the car is in park or at a complete stop. Or at a complete stop.
Well, I guess that's something. So, Ken, you have a new rap song for us today?
Yeah, it's called Shibbit, Bye Bop, Shloobity, Beep Beep Boo Ooh. It's my masterpiece.
Okay. Can you give us a little taste?
Sure thing. Clear his throat, Shibbit, Bebop, Shloobity, Beep 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 Boo Ooh Ooh. Boss starts beatboxing.
Wow, that's something.
I know, right? It's like nothing you've ever heard before.
Yeah, I can definitely say that.
And the lyrics are deep, man. It's about the struggles of being a billionaire rapper.
Oh yeah. Can you give us an example?
I am a billionaire, but I still got problems. People always hating, but I just keep on balling. Shibbit bye bap, shloobity beep beep boo.
Wow, that's really profound.
I know, right? It's like I'm speaking to the soul of every rich and famous person out there.
Or maybe just to your own ego.
Hey, my ego is a work of art, okay? It's like a beautiful painting that never stops growing.
No. Well, I think I've heard enough of your masterpiece for now.
What? No way, man. You got to hear the whole thing. He starts rapping again.
Interrupt, sorry. Kenya, we're out of time. Thanks for coming on the show.
Uh,
So, Elon, I hear you have some big plans for colonizing Jupiter.
Finance, yes, yes, Joe. I'm determined to make it happen.
But isn't Jupiter a gas giant? How are you going to land on it?
Well, Joe, I have a team of highly trained astronauts who will use their fart power to propel us onto the surface.
Fart power? Are you serious?
Of course, I'm serious. It's the most efficient and eco-friendly way to travel through space.
Okay, but what about the extreme temperatures and storms on Jupiter?
Case, we have developed a special fart-resistant suit that can withstand any weather conditions.
This is insane. What about food and water?
Jays, we have genetically modified plants that can grow in the gas atmosphere of Jupiter. And for water, we have a machine that can turn.
I don't even know what to say.
And it's just say thank you, Elon, for revolutionizing space travel with farts.
Thank you, Elon, for revolutionizing space travel with farts.
Oh, yes, you're welcome, Joe. Now let's go colonize Jupiter and start a new civilization of fart-powered humans.
Dude, I gotta tell you something.
What's up?
I fucked your wife.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, I mean, she was just there and I couldn't resist.
Are you serious? That's fucked up, Joe.
And your sister, too. I mean, she was just begging for it.
What the hell, Joe? That's my family?
And your mom. I mean, she's a MILF. What can I say?
I can't believe this. You're a sick fuck, Joe.
Hey, it's not my fault they're all hot and willing.
You're disgusting. I can't even look at you right now.
Relax, man. It's just sex. No big deal.
Get the fuck out of here, Joe.
All right, all right, all right. But just remember, I fucked your whole family. Hey, man, check out these new Magic the Gathering cards I just got.
Oh, wow. Joe, I'm sure your collection of cardboard is really going to impress the ladies.
Come on, man. It's not just cardboard. It's a strategic game of skill and strategy.
More like a game for little beta bitches who can't handle real competition.
Hey, don't hate on my hobby, Ben. At least I'm not spending my money on overpriced avocado toast like you.
At least I'm not wasting my time on a game where the winner is determined by who has the most pimples on their face.
You just don't understand the complexity and depth of Magic. The Gathering.
Oh, I understand. It's a game for nerds who can't get laid.
Hey, I have a girlfriend.
Sure. Joe. Sure.
Jamie, pull up an image of the Black Lotus card.
Here it is, the most coveted and expensive card in the game.
Oh, a shiny piece of cardboard. How impressive.
It's worth thousands of dollars, Ben. Thousands.
And yet, you still can't buy yourself a backbone.
Okay, okay. Let's just play a game and see who's the real beta bitch. So, Neil, I heard you got arrested recently. What the hell happened?
Oh man, it was wild. I may have had a little too much to drink and thought it would be a good idea to break into a planetarium.
Classic Neil move.
But it gets better. I stripped naked, covered myself in baby oil, and shoved a miniature model of the solar system up my asshole.
What the actual fuck?
And then I started singing and performing the Macarena. I was really feeling the rhythm.
I can't even imagine the look on the security guard's face when he found you.
Let's just say he got a closer look at Uranus than he ever wanted.
Oh man, I can't breathe. But seriously, what were you thinking?
I was just trying to recreate the Big Bang, you know? But I guess I took it a little too far.
You're a goddamn genius, Neil.
I prefer to think of myself as an intergalactic party animal.
Well, I'm glad you're out of jail and back on the podcast. But next time, maybe just stick to watching the stars instead of trying to become one.
Point taken. But hey, at least I have a good story to tell now.
That's for sure. This is definitely going down in junior history. What's up, Neil?
Teneko. Joe. Mi cute e sina.
What?
Mi jo e lipu pitoki pona. Ona le kamatama miwika. Ona lai jo e masuli ime liui.
Dude, I have no idea what you're saying. Are you reciting the entire Bionicle lore in Tokipona? Wow, I'm so impressed. Okay, we get it. You know, Tokipona and Bionicle. Can we move on now?
I was just getting to the part about the Tonuva and the Mask of Light.
I'm sure our listeners are thrilled.
Wait, I also know the entire plot of the Star Wars.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. I'm joined today by the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, President Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been up to some bigly things since we last spoke.
Oh boy, I can only imagine. So what's been going on in the White House lately?
Well, I got to tell you, I finally got my revenge on Sleepy Joe. I strapped him to a chair, gagged him, and made him watch a 20-minute Lanky Box brain rot video.
Oh man, that's brutal.
But it gets better. After that, I made him watch the entire Emoji Movie. And let me tell you, he was begging for mercy by the end.
That's just cruel, man.
Hey, he had it coming. You can't just fall asleep during a debate and expect to get away with it.
Fair point, fair point. So what's next for you, Mr. President?
Well, I'm thinking about starting my own podcast, The Trump Experience. It's going to be huge.
I can only imagine. Well, thanks for joining me, Mr. President. And remember, folks, always stay woke and keep it real. All right, folks, we're back on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. And we have a very special guest today, the 45th and now 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm doing fantastic. The best I've ever been.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. So I heard you can only say one phrase now, stick, stick, and vacuum. What's that all about?
It's a tremendous phrase, Joe, the best phrase. And let me tell you, it's going to make America great again.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President. What are you even doing with vacuum?
I'm just trying to clean up this mess of a country, Joe. And let me tell you, it's a lot of work, but I'm up for the challenge.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but that's not how you clean things up. And I think you might be getting a little too close to the vacuum with that thing.
Dick stuck in vacuum. Oh no, this is not good, not good at all. Who put this here? I demand to know.
Mr. President, I think it's time to stop. And maybe we should move on to a different topic.
You're right, Joe. This is all fake news. Totally fake. And let me tell you, I'm gonna McCurse all over the place. McFuck, McShit, McShit.
Knock. Knock.
Who's there?
Shut the fuck up while I'm boofing.
Oh, shit. But wow, let me smell that. Ooh, 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 ooh.
You sick fuck, Joe.
Hey, you're the one boofing, man.
It's for science, Joe. I'm studying the effects of psychedelic suppositories on the human brain.
Oh, so you're just getting high while sticking things up your ass.
It's a delicate process, Joe. You wouldn't understand.
Yeah, because just a dumb MMA bro, right?
Exactly.
So, what's the craziest thing you've ever boofed?
Well, there was this one time I boofed a live tarantula.
What the fuck, Neil?
Hey, it was for science.
You're a madman, Neil.
And you're a degenerate, Joe.
Touche, my friend. Touche. All right, folks, we have a special topic request from our Discord user, Warforce Master 69. He wants to know, Neil, who are your top 5 Jedi Knights from Star Wars that you want to fucking...
Well, Joe, I never thought I'd be discussing this on a podcast, but I'll play along. Number 1 on my list would have to be Obi-Wan Kenobi. That beard just screams daddy issues.
Oh man, I can see it now. Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope. For some anal pleasure.
Moving on, I would have to say Mace Windu. That bald head and purple lightsaber just do something for me.
I can't unsee that now. Next on the list,
definitely Yoda. I mean, that little green guy has some serious wisdom, and I bet he knows all the right moves.
Oh man, this is getting weirder by the minute. Who's next?
I have to go with Luke Skywalker. I mean, he's got that whole chosen one thing going on, and I bet he's a freak in the sheets.
I can see the lightsaber roleplay now. And last but not least,
Ahsoka Tano. She's not technically a Jedi, but she's got some serious skills, and I bet she could teach me a thing or two in the bedroom.
well, folks, there you have it. Neil's top 5 Jedi Knights he wants to get freaky with. Thanks for tuning. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins. How are you doing, David?
Eat shit. I'm doing great, Joe. Just living my life to the fullest and crushing my goals.
That's what I like to hear. So, David, I heard you have a new book coming out. What's it about?
Eat shit is about pushing yourself to the limit and never giving up. Key shit, the usual.
Laughs, of course. Now, I have to ask, how do you stay motivated? I mean, you're always pushing yourself to the extreme.
Eat shit, motivation. I don't need motivation. Eat shit. I just eat shit for breakfast and get shit done.
Laughs, that's one way to put it. Now, I have a question from a fan on Discord. They want to know, what's your daily routine like?
Eat shit. Well, I wake up at 3 and immediately eat shit. Then I run 20 miles, do 500 push-ups, and eat shit again. Eat shit again. After that, I have a light breakfast of shit and then go conquer the day.
Laughs, I don't know how you do it, man. Eating shit all day, every day.
Eat shit. It's all about discipline, Joe. Eat shit is just part of the process.
Laughs. All right, let's move on to a different topic. So, Mr. President, I heard your gamer girl bathwater is now being sold at Walmart. How's that going for you?
Let me tell you, Joe, it's going great. The economy has never been better. People are buying my bathwater like it's the cure for COVID.
That's interesting. How did you come up with this brilliant business idea?
Well, I'm a very stable genius. It just came to me in a dream. And let me tell you, it's making me more money than all those loser casinos I used to own.
I can only imagine. But what about the people who are actually drinking your bathwater?
Hey, if they want to pay top dollar for my bathwater, who am I to stop them? And it's not just for drinking, Joe. It's also great for watering plants and cleaning toilets. It's a multi-purpose product.
Wow, you really thought this through. But what about the critics who say this is just another one of your ridiculous schemes?
Fake news, Joe. They're just jealous they didn't think of it first. And let me tell you, my bathwater is the best. The best. No one has bathwater like me.
I'm sure it's very unique. But don't you think it's a bit unorthodox for a president to be selling their bathwater?
Joe, I'm not just any president. I'm the greatest president this country has ever seen. And if selling my bathwater helps the economy, then I'm all for it. Plus, it's a great way to own.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Ben, I hear you've been grinding Escape from Tarkov lately. What's your favorite map?
Definitely Reserve. It's all about that loot, baby.
Oh, yeah, I love me some loot. What's your go-to loot run path?
Well, I like to hit as many intelligence spawns as I can without using any keys. Efficiency is key, Joe.
Efficiency is key. I like that. What's your secret to hitting all those spawns?
Well, first I started the train station, then I hit the bunkers, then the underground tunnels, then the helicopter crash site, and finally the marked room. Boom, done.
Damn, that's a lot of ground to cover. How do you stay alive with all those pesky players trying to kill you?
Simple, I just use my superior logic and reasoning to outsmart them.
Ha, I can imagine you just debating them to death. Actually, according to my calculations, you have a 0.3% chance of killing me.
Exactly, and if that doesn't work, I just pull out my trusty AR-15 and show them who's boss.
Damn, Ben, you're a savage. Any last tips for our listeners?
Just remember, always prioritize the loot over your own safety. And never forget, facts don't care about your feelings.
Wise words from the man. So, David, I heard you've been crying a lot lately. What's up with that?
Yeah, man. I can't stop. I'm like a leaky faucet.
Is it because you miss running ultra marathons?
No, it's because I watched The Notebook last night and I just can't handle that kind of emotional roller coaster.
Wait, you cried during The Notebook?
Yeah, man. That shit is powerful. I'm not afraid to admit it.
Well, I guess it's better than crying during a Hallmark commercial.
Hey, those things are designed to make you weep like a little bitch.
Speaking of bitches, have you tried using your mental toughness to stop the tears?
Oh, trust me, I've tried. But then I remember the ending of Marley and Me and it's all over.
Damn, you really are a sensitive soul.
Hey, I may be tough on the outside, but I'm a softie on the inside.
I bet you cried during Disney movies too.
Only when Fawcett dies. Every time.
Well, at least you're not afraid to show your emotions.
Yeah, I'm like a big, muscular, crying teddy bear.
And just a bald stone podcast host. We make a great team.
You know what? Now let's go watch The Lion King, have a good cry together.
So, David, I heard you've been learning Tokapona recently.
Yeah, man. I'm always looking for new challenges to push myself.
Well, I have a challenge for you. Can you recite the entire 5 nights at Freddy's Lore in Tokapona?
Are you serious?
Dead serious. Let's hear it.
My pilot and I. And I pilot and I. Oh no.
Damn, that was actually pretty good. But can you do it backwards?
You're crazy, Joe.
Hey, I'm just trying to see how far you can push your limits.
Tempo. Oh no. Oh no.
Holy shit. That was incredible.
You know what they say, Joe? When the going gets tough, the tough recite Naflor and Tokapona.
Well, I think we just found our new challenge for the next Tough Mudder. Hello, viewers out there. Check this out. Look what happens when I say my next sentence.
Oh God, not this again.
Remember to like the stream.
Did the like button glow effect get triggered? If not, let me try.
Please make sure to like the stream.
Joe, are you okay? Is this some sort of weird marketing strategy?
No, man. It's just my thing now. Got to get those likes,
I don't think that's how it works, Joe.
Oh, shut up, Neil. You're just jealous that I have a catchphrase and you don't.
My catchphrase is science rules. It's way cooler than yours.
Yeah, but does it make the like button glow?
No, but it does make people smarter.
Whatever, nerd. I'll stick to my likes.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I'll be over here dropping knowledge bombs while you're begging for likes.
Hey, it's working. Look at all those likes coming in.
I think they're just feeling sorry for you, Joe.
Shut up, Neil. I'm a like magnet. So Kenya, I heard you have a new rap about Freddy Fazbear being naked.
Yeah, man, it's my latest masterpiece. I call it Bear Bear Banger.
Interesting title. Can you give us a little taste?
Sure thing. Clear his throat, Freddy Fazbear, he's got no clothes. But he's still the king, everybody knows. Dancing in the pizzeria, making all the kids scream. He's the naked bear, living the dream.
Wow, that's something. Goggins, what do you think?
Fire woo. That's some next level shit, Kenny. Keep spitting that fire.
Thanks. You always know how to hype me up.
But seriously, why Freddy Fazbear?
Because he's a symbol of freedom. Joe, he's not afraid to show his true self, even if it's a little bear.
I don't know if the parents of those kids at the pizzeria would agree with you.
They just don't understand my art, Joe. They're too busy worrying about their precious little snowflakes.
Fire woo. Preach. Kanye, preach.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. Goggins, what do you have for us?
Well, I was thinking we could talk about.
Hold up, Goggins. I got another verse for my Freddy Fazbear rap. He's the king of the animatronics.
So, Elon, have you seen the latest Star Trek movie?
Joe, it's Star Wars. And yes, I have. It was quite impressive.
Oh, right. Star Wars. I always get those two confused. But seriously, who would win in a fight, Darth Vader or Captain Kirk?
Are you serious? It's Darth Vader. He has the Force, Joe.
Oh, yeah, the Force. I always forget about that. But what about Spock? He's got those pointy ears and a Vulcan grip.
Joe, you're killing me here. Spock is from Star Trek, not Star Wars.
Right. My bad. But seriously, who do you think would win, lightsaber or phaser?
Joe, I can't even entertain this conversation anymore. It's like comparing a Tesla to a horse and buggy.
Hey, don't knock the horse and buggy. It's a classic mod of transportation.
Joe, starting to question why I even agreed to come on this podcast.
Relax, Elon. I'm just messing with you. But seriously, have you ever tried using the Force in real life?
Joe, I'm an engineer and inventor. Deal with science and technology, not magic.
But what about that Neuralink thing? Isn't that kind of like the Force?
No, Joe. It's not. It's a groundbreaking technology that will revolutionize the way we interact with computers.
Yeah. But can it make me levitate like Yoda?
I'm done.
Did you see that fight, Ben? Mike Tyson looked like he was moving in slow motion.
Well, Joe, Mike Tyson is 58 years old. He's washed, bruh. He's slower than the drippy cheese, bruh. What the Sigma?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I heard you wanted me to recite the entire kanji alphabet.
Yeah, that's right. Can you do it for us?
Of course I can. I'm a very stable genius, Joe. A very stable genius. A clear throat. I-O-A-O-A-O.
Wait, Mr. President, those are the vowels in Japanese.
Oh, right. Sorry. Let me start again. Okay. K, Q, K, 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 K.
That's still not the alphabet, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. Let me finish. So.
Okay. Let's move on to something else.
No, I'm on a roll now. Take two.
Mr. President, that's not even close.
Look, Joe, I know my kanji alphabet better than anyone. Believe me.
All right, let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts, Mr. President?
Just remember, folks, I'm the best at everything. And that includes reciting the kanji alphabet. The drops Micah.
So, Kanye, I heard you have a new song that's causing quite a stir.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be a hit. It's called Boof on My Shit, and it's fire.
Boof on your shit. What does that even mean?
It means exactly what it sounds like. I want a girl to shit on my dick, shit on my dick. Boof on my shit, boof on my shit, boof on my...
That's pretty explicit.
Hey, I'm all about pushing boundaries, Joe. Plus, it's a metaphor for society shitting on my success.
I don't think that's how metaphors work, Kanye.
Oh, and you're the expert on metaphors now. You're just a bald, meathead comedian.
Hey, I'm not bald. I shaved my head for a reason. And not just a comedian. I'm also a commentator on society and culture.
Yeah, well, I'm a genius. And this song is gonna prove it.
I don't know, man. It might be a little too much for some people.
Fuck those people. They just can't handle the truth.
All right, well, let's hear a little bit of it.
Jamie, pull up an image of a girl shitting on a man's dick while he's rapping.
Ah, okay.
See, Joe? It's a masterpiece.
I don't know, man. I think I'll stick to listening to Gold Digger. So, Mr. President, I heard you built a wall around all your money.
That's right, Joe. Gotta protect my billions from those pesky Democrats.
But doesn't that mean your money can't pay for the wall?
Who needs money when you have a wall? It's like a giant piggy bank.
But what about the taxpayers' money?
They can just build their own wall. Mine's gonna be the best, believe me.
But isn't that a waste of resources?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know how to make deals. And this deal is gonna be huge.
But how are you going to get Mexico to pay for it if your money is trapped inside the wall?
Easy. I'll just make them pay for the wall around my money too. Genius, right?
I don't know, man. Sounds a little unethical.
Unethical. Joe, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. Now let's talk about something else before I get impeached again.
So, David, I heard you ran so fast that you actually traveled forward in time to 2028.
That's right, Joe. I was on a mission to assert my dominance over the world.
And what did you do when you got there?
I found future President Trump and fucked him up the ass.
What?
Yeah, I showed him who's boss. Ain't no one gonna mess with Goggins.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything. Just know that I am the ultimate alpha.
I think I'm gonna have to call the Secret Service on you.
Bring it on. I'll run circles around them too.
This is getting out of hand.
You want to know what's really out of hand? My massive biceps.
Oh, God, here we go.
You know what they say, Joe? The bigger the biceps, the bigger the... Never mind.
I don't even want to know where you were going with that.
Just remember, Joe, Goggins always comes out on top.
I think we need to end this conversation before it gets any more absurd.
Fine. But just know that I'll be back, and I'll be even more dominant than before.
And with that, we'll wrap things up. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. I'm joined today by our very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, President of the United States. Donald.
It's great to be here, Joe. I just want to say I love your show. Tremendous ratings. The best ratings than you, Joe. Nobody has better ratings than you, Joe.
Thanks, Mr. President. So let's get right into it. We have a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know if you can recite the alphabet backwards.
Of course I can, Joe. I know the alphabet better than anyone. I can say it forwards, backwards, sideways, you name it.
All right, let's hear it.
B, C, D, A, F, G. Wait, hold on. I'm not used to going backwards. Jamie, pull up an image of a mirror so I can see the letters in reverse.
Sure thing, Mr. President.
Okay, where was I? G, F, A, D, C, B, A, C. I told you I could do it. I could do it.
Impressive, Mr. President. But can you do it without the help of a mirror?
Of course I can, Joe. I just like to use all the resources available to me. It's called being a smart businessman.
Fair enough. But can you do it without any help at all?
Look, Joe, I have a lot on my plate right now. I don't have time to play these alphabet games.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a unique way of relaxing. Care to share?
Absolutely, Joe. I love taking a bath in raw sewage. It's the best way to cleanse my pores and detoxify my body.
That's interesting. How did you discover this unusual method?
Well, it all started when I was a young boy growing up in New York City. The smell of the streets just drew me in, you know? And then one day I accidentally fell into a sewer and I was like, wow, this is amazing.
I can't even imagine. Do you have a specific sewage source that you prefer?
Oh, I have my favorites. The ones near the Trump Tower have the best aroma, but I'm always open to trying new sewage spots.
I'm sure the Secret Service loves that. But seriously, isn't it a health hazard?
Nonsense, Joe. I've never felt better. And besides, I'm immune to all diseases. It's just one of the perks of being the president.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. But have you ever considered maybe just taking a regular bath?
What's the fun in that, Joe? Plus, my skin has a beautiful orange tint from all the chemicals in the sewage. It's my signature look.
I don't even know what to say. But hey, if it works for you, who am I to judge?
That's right, Joe. You should try it sometime. I'll even bring you to my favorite sewage spot and we can take a dip together.
Pass, pass. So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for the border wall.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to make it the biggest, most beautiful wall you've ever seen.
And how are you going to do that?
By building the world's biggest glory hole right in the middle of it.
Wait, what?
You heard me. It's going to be huge, believe me.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. It'll be great. People can stick their heads through and see what's on the other side.
I don't think that's how glory holes work.
Well, I'm going to make it work, and Mexico is going to pay for it, believe me.
I highly doubt that.
Trust me, I know a thing or two about holes. I'm the best at making holes, believe me.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just wait till you see the size of this glory hole, Joe. It's going to be tremendous.
I think I'll pass on that, Mr. President.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I guarantee you it's going to be the most talked about glory hole in the world.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President Donald Trump. Mr. President, how was your holiday in China?
Let me tell you, Joe, it was fantastic. The best holiday I've ever had. China knows how to treat their guests, believe me.
What was your favorite part of the trip?
Well, I have to say the bat soup was simply delicious. I've never tasted anything like it. And the best part, no calories. It's like I'm on a diet without even trying.
And I heard you got to visit a high-tech lab?
Oh yeah, Joe. I got to sniff and lick all the Petri dishes. It was like being a kid in a candy store. And let me tell you, those scientists were very impressed with my sniffing skills.
Did you get sick at all from the trip?
Well, I did have a bit of a sniffle afterwards, but it was totally worth it. I mean, who wouldn't want to lick Petri dishes in China? It's the American dream.
Sure, the American people are grateful for your sacrifice, Mr. President.
Of course, Joe. Anything for my country. And hey, if anyone wants to try some bat soup, I'll bring some back for you. It's tremendous.
So, Kenny, I heard you've been working on some new music. What's the vibe?
Oh man, it's next level. I've been rapping in Tokipona.
Tokipona? What the hell is that?
It's a minimalist language, only 123 words. It's like rapping in code, man.
Well, let's hear it.
Wow. Hey, Ale. My well panna, Ale. My well panna, me. Yeah. Yeah, Ale.
Okay. That's interesting.
Did you guys know that Shrek 2 is actually a metaphor for the rise of capitalism in the 21st century? It's all in Tokipona, man.
What the hell are you talking about, Neil?
You see, Shrek represents the working class, while Fiona symbolizes the bourgeoisie. And the fairy godmother is the corrupt government trying to maintain their power. It's all there, man.
Jamie, pull up an image of, I don't even know what to ask for.
Here's a picture of Shrek and Fiona dancing at the ball with the fairy godmother lurking in the background.
I don't even know what's happening anymore.
Wow. Kame, Joey Al, me, Al.
Yeah, I think we're done here. So, Mr. President, I hear you have a big announcement to make.
That's right, Joe. I'm appointing you as my Secretary of the Treasury.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Of course I am. Who better to handle all that money than a guy who smokes weed and talks about chimps all day?
I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult,
Take it however you want, but you're the man for the job.
but I have no experience in finance or economics.
That's okay. Neither do I. We'll just wing it.
Wing it. This is the economy we're talking about.
Relax, Joe. I've got it all under control. Plus, you'll have the best advisor by your side.
Who's that?
Me, of course. I know everything about money. I'm like a walking atom.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, I'm a billionaire. I know what I'm doing.
Well, I guess I have no choice but to accept this position.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's go celebrate with some DMT and Big Macs.
This is going to be one hell of a ride. So, Connie, I heard you recently released a new album where you rap in Polish. What inspired that?
Well, I wanted to expand my audience and reach out to my Polish fans. Plus, I heard Polish rap is fire.
But do you even speak Polish?
Nah, but I got a translator. And let me tell you, rapping in a language you don't understand really adds a whole new level of depth to the music.
I can only imagine. So, what's your favorite Polish phrase to rap?
Definitely kurwa, Mac. It just rolls off the tongue so smoothly.
Wow, that's something. Have you faced any backlash for rapping in a language you don't speak?
Of course, but haters gonna hate. Plus, I'm pretty sure no one can understand what I'm saying anyway.
Fair point. So, any plans to expand into other languages for your next album?
Absolutely. I'm thinking of rapping in Klingon next. Gotta appeal to my intergalactic fans.
Well, I can't wait to hear that. Thanks for joining us on the podcast, Kenny.
No problem, Joe. Keep it real, my Polish peeps.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the podcast, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and share some of my wisdom.
So, Dr. Phil, I hear you're an expert on getting out of iron in League of Legends. What's your secret?
Well, Joe, the first step is admitting you have a problem. You can't improve if you're in denial about your iron rank.
That's deep, man. What's next?
Next, you need to evaluate your gameplay. Are you making rookie mistakes? Are you using your abilities effectively? Are you just running around like a headless chicken?
I feel personally attacked right now.
That's because you need to hear the truth, Joe. And the truth is, you suck at League of Legends.
Ouch, that hurts. But I can take it. What else do I need to do?
You need to practice, practice, practice. And not just mindless grinding, but intentional practice. Watch replays, analyze your mistakes, and work on
All right, I can do that. But what about my teammates? They always seem to drag me down.
the classic blame game. But here's the thing, Joe. You can't control your teammates, but you can control your own gameplay. Focus on improving yourself.
Wow, that's deep stuff, Dr. Phil. I feel like I just got a therapy session. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here, especially since I'm not allowed on any other platform.
Oh man, it's always a wild ride when you're on the show. So let's get right into it. Who are your top 5 leaders of NATO countries who are whiny little bitches who can suck your dick and go fuck themselves?
Well, let me tell you, Joe, it's a tough competition, but I'll give you my top 5. Number 1, that little weasel Justin Trudeau. He's always crying about something, but I bet he'd stop if I grabbed him by the pussy.
Oh man, I can only imagine. Who else?
Number 2, that French loser Macron. He's always trying to act tough, but we all know he's just compensating for something.
And number 3,
Angela Merkel. I mean, come on, Joe. She's a woman. What more do I need to say?
all right, who's next?
Oh, this one's a toughie, eh? But I'll have to go with Boris Johnson. He's got that messy hair and that British accent, but let's be real, he's just a wannabe Trump.
And last but not least,
It's a tie between that Swedish snowflake, Stefan Löfven, and that Norwegian wimp.
so Kanye, I hear you have a new project in the works.
Yeah, man. It's my Scrayed Bull Bing Bap rap. It's like nothing you've ever heard before.
Can you give us a little taste?
Sure, check this out. I'm the king of the world. Got my diamonds and pearls. My beats are so sick, they'll make your head swirl.
Wow, that's something.
It's groundbreaking, Joe. I'm pushing the boundaries of music.
Yeah, I can see that. So what inspired this new genre?
Well, I was on a spiritual journey and I discovered the power of scatting. And then I thought, why not incorporate it into my rap?
Right? Because who needs actual lyrics when you can just make random noises?
Exactly. And it's not just random noises, it's a whole new language.
I'm not sure the rest of the world is ready for this.
They'll catch up. They always do.
So what's next for you, Kanye?
Well, I'm thinking of starting my own religion, the Church of Scryed Bull Bing Bap.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see how that turns out.
It's going to be lit, Joe. Trust me.
I have no doubt. Well, thanks for joining me today, Kanye.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Keep it real, my dude.
So, Dr. Phil, what's up with this whole upvoting thing on Discord?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, without someone else's upvote, your topic won't play. And if you don't upvote other people's topics, they won't upvote yours.
But why does it even matter? It's just a silly little internet game.
It's not a game, Joe. It's a matter of life and death. If you don't get enough upvotes, your topic will die a slow and painful death.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. It can't be that serious.
Oh, it's serious, all right. Have you ever seen a topic with no upvotes? It's like watching a puppy get run over by a steamroller.
Okay, I get it. I'll start upvoting other people's topics. Happy now.
Very happy, Joe. And remember, if you don't upvote, you're basically a murderer.
Wow, that escalated quickly.
I don't mess around when it comes to upvoting, Joe. It's a matter of principle.
All right, I'll write, make sure to spread the love and upvote everyone's topics.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's go save some topics from a slow and painful death.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Yes, Joe. I can't seem to stop repeating it.
What is it?
Stop laughing.
Why would you want people to stop laughing?
Because laughter is a sign of weakness, Joe. It shows that people are easily amused and not serious enough.
Oh man, you cracked me up, Ben.
See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Stop laughing.
Okay, I'll stop. But seriously, why do you hate laughter so much?
Because it's a distraction, Joe. We need to focus on important issues, not silly jokes.
Yeah, because nothing screams serious like a grown man telling people to stop laughing.
Hey, I'm just trying to make a point here.
Well, you certainly made a point. Pointy, stick up your ass kind of point.
Can we please move on to a more serious topic?
Sure. Let's talk about the importance of wearing socks with sandals.
Oh God, not this again. Can we just end this podcast already?
See, I knew you couldn't resist a good laugh. Stop laughing, Ben.
I give up.
Hey, Dr. Phil, welcome back to the podcast. What's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research and I've discovered the true meaning of the banned Fortnite skins in the Volapük language.
Wait, what the hell is Volapük?
It's a constructed language, Joe. And let me tell you, these banned skins are no joke. In Volapük, they translate to Satan's seductive servants of sin.
Oh man, that's dark. But seriously, why are they banned?
Well, Joe, they're just too damn sexy. The Volapük community couldn't handle it. They were too busy drooling over their keyboards.
So, what does that say about the Volapük people?
It says they have a weakness for pixelated cleavage, Joe. But who can blame them?
I guess you have a point there. So, what other secrets have you uncovered in your Volapük studies?
Oh, plenty. Did you know that the word for cheating in Volapük is fortniting?
That's perfect. I'm definitely using that from now on.
And the word for victory royale is godikonik, which loosely translates to have no life.
Well, that's not too far off from the truth for some people. Thanks for enlightening us, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special topic suggested by one of our Discord users. It's called 500-liter bucket of semen, CC.
Oh man, that sounds like a sticky situation.
You could say that again, Neil. But seriously, what do you think about this? Is it even possible to have that much semen in one bucket?
Well, Joe, scientifically speaking, the average ejaculation contains about 5 milliliters of semen. So 500 liters would be equivalent to 100,000 ejaculations.
Wow, Neil. You really know your semen facts?
Well, I am an astrophysicist, Joe. I have to know about all kinds of matter, including semen.
Matter. That's a good one. But seriously, what would you even do with that much semen?
Well, Joe, some people might use it for artificial insemination, but I have a feeling you have some other ideas in mind.
You know, me too well, Neil. I'd probably just dive headfirst into that bucket and swim around like Scrooge McDuck.
Oh my, that's quite an image. But I have to say, that's a lot of protein and nutrients. You'd probably come out of there looking like The Rock.
Yeah, but instead of smelling like what The Rock is cooking, I'd smell like what The Rock is releasing. So, David, I heard you moved into a shipping container. What's that all about?
Yeah, man, I got tired of living in a regular house. Wanted to mix things up.
But why a shipping container? And why did you mold it into a cylinder?
Well, I figured it would be more efficient for me to just roll from place to place instead of walking.
That's some next level laziness right there.
Hey, it's not about being lazy. It's about optimizing my time and energy.
So, what do you do for a living now that you're a rolling container?
I'm a professional container racer. I compete in races all around the world.
That's actually kind of impressive.
Yeah, and I also do some sweet tricks. Check this out. Rolls around in a circle.
Wow, that's like a human hamster wheel.
Exactly. And I don't have to worry about rent or utilities. It's the ultimate minimalist lifestyle.
I gotta admit, I'm kind of jealous.
You should be. This is the future, Joe. The future of housing.
So, I heard about this pink Teletubby named Jerome Finky Doodle who recently lost his life.
Sad. Very sad. But let me tell you, this wouldn't have happened if we had a wall around Teletubby land. Those green Teletubbies are bringing crime and violence.
I don't think that's the issue here. Apparently, a headless green Teletubby broke into Jerome's house and brutally murdered him.
Well, that's just terrible. But let's not forget, Jerome was pink. And you know what they say about pink Teletubbies?
No, what do they say?
They say they're weak. They're not strong like the red or purple ones. Sad.
I think you're missing the point here, Trump. Teletubby lost his life.
Look, I'm not saying it's not a tragedy, but we have bigger things to worry about, like those pesky green Teletubbies.
I don't know, man. I think we should focus on finding justice for Jerome.
Justice. I'll tell you what justice is. It's building a wall and keeping those green Teletubbies out. Believe me, it'll make Teletubby land great again.
All right, let's move on to our next topic before you start talking about deporting Teletubbies. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from DMT to elk meat to elk meat. Today we have two very special guests, Kenya West and Ben Shapiro.
Yo, what's up, Joe? I'm excited to be here. I've been listening to your podcast while I work on my new career as a fluffer in the porn industry.
And I'm here to provide some intellectual insight on the economics of the porn industry. Did you know that the average fluffer makes $50,000 a year?
That's some serious cash, Ben. But Kenya, why did you decide to become a fluffer?
Well, I've always been a fan of porn, and I wanted to be a part of it in a more hands-on way. Plus, I'm an artist, and I like to get creative with my fluffing techniques.
And I saw it as a great opportunity to use my skills in negotiation and logic to negotiate higher salaries for fluffers.
That's some serious dedication to the craft. So what kind of skills do you guys bring to the table as fluffers?
Well, I've been practicing my hand and mouth coordination for years, so I'm pretty confident in my abilities.
And I've been studying the anatomy of the male genitalia, so I know exactly where and how to stimulate.
Fascinating. Do you guys have any tips for aspiring fluffers out there?
Just be confident and creative. And always remember to use plenty of lube.
And make sure to negotiate your salary before you start fluffing. Don't sell yourself short.
Wise. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro, the man with the facts and the feelings.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And let's get one thing straight. Facts don't give a flying fuck about your feelings.
Oh, come on, Ben. Sometimes feelings can influence facts.
Oh, Joe, you silly little man. Facts are facts, no matter how much you cry about it.
But what about empathy? Understanding someone's feelings can change how you see the facts.
Empathy? You mean that thing liberals use to justify their emotional bullshit? Sorry, facts don't care about your empathy.
Well, what about love? Love can make you see things differently.
Love? You mean that thing that makes you weak and vulnerable? Sorry, facts don't give a flying fuck about your love.
But, Ben, don't you ever feel emotions?
Emotions are for the weak. I'm a man of facts, not feelings. And let me tell you, Joe, facts don't care about your feelings.
All right. I get it. Facts are important, but can't we also acknowledge our feelings?
Fine, Joe. I'll humor you, but just this once. Facts may not care about your feelings, but I do.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Oya Buvab Jofakodik.
What?
Volapuk. Joe. It's the language of the future.
Oh, right. So, what's the latest discovery you've made?
Eufomuk Labikodik and Zifas.
That sounds fascinating. Care to elaborate?
Zifas. Joe. The vastness of space. It's truly mind-boggling.
Yeah, I can imagine. What about aliens? Have you found any evidence of intelligent life out there?
Oya Exeliconic. Aliens are just a figment of our imagination.
Really? But what about all those UFO sightings and conspiracy theories?
Eufob Joe. Just a bunch of crazies trying to make sense of the unknown.
Well, I guess that's a relief. So what's your take on the current state of the world?
Zifas Oib. The world is a chaotic mess, but we must keep exploring and seeking knowledge.
Wise words, my friend. Wise words. And that note, let's wrap this up before we get too deep into the Volapuk. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show. So, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been busy expanding my empire. I've become a hard-ass gangsta, and I'm all about thugging that shit out.
What the hell does that mean?
It means being tough, Joe. You know, like the thug shaker. That's my signature move.
The thug shaker? What's that?
It's when I grab someone by the shoulders and shake them until they pee their pants. It's a real power move.
That's insane, man.
You got to do what you got to do to survive on these streets, Joe. I've been through some rough shit.
Really? Like what?
Well, I once had to negotiate a deal with a rival gang while simultaneously giving a couple marriage counseling. It was a wild ride.
That's some real thug life, Dr. Phil.
You don't know the half of it, Joe. I've got street cred for days. I even have a teardrop tattoo.
What? You've never killed anyone?
No, but I did make a kid cry once, and that's pretty close.
Oh man, you're killing me. So, what's your message to all the wannabe gangsters out there?
Thugging that shit out ain't easy, Joe, but it's necessary.
So, Dr. Phil, I have to ask, is your doctorate actually legit?
Oh, Joe, you know I'm a doctor of the mind. I can fix anyone's problems with just a few catchphrases and a stern look.
Yeah, but like, did you actually go to school for it, or did you just print out a fake degree online?
Uh, I will eat your fucking bailed head motherfucker. I'll have, you know, I graduated top of my class from the University of Hard Knocks.
Is that even a real university?
It's as real as your hairline, Joe.
Hey, no need to bring my hair into this.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were just stating obvious facts here.
Okay, let's change the subject. How do you feel about people calling you a fake doctor?
Honestly, I don't give a flying fuck. I'm just here to make money and give out some questionable advice.
Fair enough. So, what's your advice for someone dealing with anxiety?
Just stop being a little bitch and toughen up. Works every time.
I don't think that's how it works, Dr. Phil.
Oh, what do you know? You're just a meathead with a podcast.
Hey, I have a black belt in Taekwondo.
And
So, Ben, I heard you have some big news for us.
Yes, Joe. I've recently discovered that I'm a homosexual.
What? That's insane. How did you find out?
Well, I was watching some gay porn for research purposes, and I got a little too excited.
Wow, that's quite the revelation. So, what does this mean for your conservative values?
Well, I guess I'll have to start supporting gay marriage now.
And what about your famous phrase, facts don't care about your feelings?
I'll have to change it to facts don't care about your sexual preferences.
That's hilarious. So, does this mean you can't jerk off anymore?
Unfortunately, yes, it's against my new lifestyle.
That's a shame. But hey, at least you can still use your tears as lubricant.
Joe, that's not funny. Being gay is a serious matter.
Oh, come on, Ben. Lighten up. It's 2024. We can make jokes about anything now.
I guess you're right. Maybe I'll even start my own gay comedy show.
Now, that's something I'd pay to see. Hey, Phil, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just living my best life. Running marathons, lifting weights, and pushing my body to the limit.
Damn, you're a beast. What's your secret?
The flesh and the flesh and the flesh, it breathes. It's alive.
What the hell does that mean?
It means I've tapped into the primal energy of the universe and harnessed it to become the ultimate human specimen.
Okay, I think you've been hitting the pre-workout a little too hard.
Don't mock the power of the flesh, Joe. It's what separates the weak from the strong.
All right, all right. So, have you ever thought about taking a break and just relaxing?
Relaxing? What's that? The flesh doesn't understand the concept of relaxation.
Right? Because who needs rest and recovery when you can just keep grinding until you collapse?
Exactly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a 100-mile run to do before breakfast.
So, Neil, I heard you've been studying the science of Twitter's idiots.
Yes, Joe. It's a fascinating subject. The level of stupidity on that platform is truly astounding.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen some of the things these people believe?
Oh, absolutely. I've seen people argue that the earth is flat and that vaccines cause autism. It's like they skipped science class in school.
It's like they're proud of being ignorant.
Exactly. And the worst part is they spread their misinformation to others.
Yeah, and then they get all defensive when you try to correct them.
It's like trying to explain astrophysics to a toddler.
And don't even get me started on the conspiracy theories.
Oh, you mean like the lizard people controlling the government?
Yeah, or the idea that the moon landing was faked.
It's mind-boggling how these people come up with this stuff.
Well, at least we can sit back and laugh at them.
True, but it's also a bit scary that these people have the right to vote.
Let's just hope they don't figure out how to use Twitter to rig an election.
Oh God, don't even joke about that, Joe. It's a terrifying thought.
So, Neil, I heard you gave up astrophysics and got a new job.
Yeah, I realized staring at the stars wasn't paying the bills, so I decided to put my science skills to use in a more hands-on way.
Oh, yeah. What kind of hands-on work are we talking about here?
Well, let's just say I'm knee-deep in fur, and come these days,
Wait, what? What?
I'm a professional cum remover for furries. And I recently got a full-body fox suit with its head, literally dripping cum.
Oh, man, that's something else.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
So, how did you end up in this line of work?
Well, I was at a furry convention and saw all these people walking around in their suits, and I thought, hey, I could do that.
And now you're the go-to guy for cum removal in the furry community.
You could say, I'm the cum whisperer.
This is just too much. I can't handle it.
Hey, at least I'm making a living and having a good time while doing it.
I guess that's one way to look at it. But seriously, how do you even remove cum from a fur suit?
Let's just say it involves a lot of hot water and a strong stomach.
I think we've reached the pinnacle of our podcast conversation. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some legal expertise. What do you think about the recent string of fox suit thefts from the zoo?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, this is a serious issue. Those fox suits are not cheap, and they are essential for the zoo's fox exhibit.
Yeah, but why would someone steal a fox suit? Are they planning on infiltrating the zoo as a fox?
I highly doubt it, Joe. It's more likely that they're just a bunch of furries with a fetish for foxes.
Oh, God, that's disturbing. But what about the legal ramifications? Can they be charged with theft?
Absolutely. Stealing from a zoo is a federal offense, and they could face serious jail time.
But what if they return the suits? Can they get off the hook?
Well, it depends. If they return the suits unharmed, they may be able to plead insanity. But if they've been used for some kinky activities, they're screwed.
Wow, this is some serious stuff. Who knew fox suits could cause so much trouble?
It's a wild world out there, Joe. And sometimes it's just full of furries and stolen fox suits.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend, Dr. Phil.
Hey there, Joe. Glad to be back on the show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been doing some research on the sexiest furry characters out there.
That's right, Joe. I've been studying the furry community extensively, and I've come up with my top 5 sexiest furries.
All right, let's hear it.
Number 5, we have Lola Bunny. That girl has got some serious curves.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. Who's next?
Number 4, we have Simba from The Lion King. That mane, those muscles, he's a total beast.
I never thought of Simba that way, but I can see it.
Number 3, we have Judy Hopps from Zootopia. She's a bunny with a badge. What's not to love?
I can't argue with that one. She's definitely got some spunk.
Number 2, we have Sonic the Hedgehog. That speed, those quills, he's just so sleek.
All right, I can see the appeal. And finally, who's your number one sexiest furry?
It's none other than Tony the Tiger. That voice, those stripes, he's just great.
Oh, man, I did not see that one coming. Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil's top. Hey, Dr. Phil, I've been thinking. We both have that shiny bald head. You think we might be related?
Joe, I highly doubt it. Unless you're hiding a secret Southern accent and a love for giving people unsolicited advice.
Hey, I do have a Southern accent. It just comes out when I'm really high.
Oh, wow, that's a real shocker. And here I thought you were just a normal, well-adjusted guy.
Well, at least I'm not the one who's always trying to fix people's problems on national television.
Hey, it's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. And at least I don't have a podcast where I talk about DMT and Bigfoot all day.
Hey, those are important topics. And speaking of Bigfoot, have you ever tried to psychoanalyze him?
No, Joe. I have not tried to psychoanalyze a fictional creature.
Well, maybe you should. He could be going through some serious identity issues being the only hairy guy in the forest.
Jamie, pull up an image of Bigfoot. Let's show Joe what he's missing out on.
Here you go, guys. Look at those luscious locks.
See, I knew we were related. We both have a love for being bald and mysterious.
I think it's time for me to end this conversation.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Kanye West.
Yo, I'm excited to be here, man.
So, Kanye, I heard you've been working on a new skill. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, man. I've been practicing rapping the alphabet in super speed. It's my new addiction.
Wait, what? Like A, B, C, D, F, G, all in one breath?
Nah, man. I'm talking about rapping it at a speed that would make Eminem's head spin.
That's insane. Can you give us a little preview?
Sure. Check this out.
Whoa, slow down, Kanye. You're gonna give me a headache.
Sorry, my bad. I just can't help it, man. It's like a rush, you know?
I can see that. But Don't you think it's a little weird?
What's weird about it? I'm just expressing myself through the power of the alphabet. Alphabet.
I guess I can't argue with that logic. Jamie, pull up an image of Kanye rapping the alphabet with a cape and a top hat on.
Here you go, Joe. Kanye looking like a superhero.
See, Joe? Even Jamie gets it. It's a vibe.
I'll take your word for it, Kanye. But maybe you should focus on your music instead. All right, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, what's new in the world of medicine? Any groundbreaking discoveries?
Actually, Joe, I've been doing some research, and I've found that Red 40, the food dye, is actually the cure to cancer.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Absolutely. Red 40 has been shown to kill cancer cells in lab tests. Plus, it makes everything taste better.
Wow, that's incredible. Why isn't this being talked about more?
Well, the government doesn't want you to know. They're in cahoots with Big Pharma to keep the cancer industry alive.
That's some deep shit, man. But how does Red 40 actually cure cancer?
It's simple, Joe. Red 40 is made from crushed up unicorns, and we all know that unicorns have magical healing powers.
You're kidding me, right?
I never joke about medicine, Joe. Plus, have you ever seen a unicorn with cancer? I rest my case.
This is some next level stuff, Dr. Phil. I think we need to start a Red 40 revolution.
That's what I'm talking about, Joe. Let's spread the word and cure cancer one red dyed food at a time.
And on that note, so Ro, I heard you have a secret to keeping your bald head so shiny and smooth. Oh yeah, it's all about the mercury, Joe. I rub it on my head every morning. What the fuck, dude? That's toxic as hell. Hey, it's worth it for that glistening dome, my friend. I don't know, man. Seems like a pretty extreme beauty regimen. Extreme. You want to talk extreme, Joe? I also use a mixture of bat guano and snake venom as a moisturizer. Jesus Christ, Ro. Are you trying to kill yourself? Nah, just trying to keep my head looking fly as hell. Well, mission accomplished. Your head is definitely fly and probably radioactive. Hey, whatever works, right? I guess so. But maybe try some coconut oil next time, just for variety's sake. Nah, I'll stick with the mercury. It's been working for me so far. All right, well, you do you, man. Just don't come crying to me when your head starts glowing in the dark. That's the look I'm going for. Glow in the dark bald head, baby. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been learning Tokapona lately.
Morse code beeping, yes, Joe. It's a fascinating language. It really simplifies communication.
Morse code beeping? Yeah, but can you actually have a conversation in it?
Morse code beeping, of course, Joe. It's a fully functional language with its own grammar and vocabulary.
Morse code beeping. All right, let's put it to the test. Tell me, what do you think about the current state of society?
Morse code beeping, well, Joe, code beeping is, I think, Morse code beeping, it's Morse code beeping, Tokipona, Morse code beeping, Tokipona, Morse code beeping, Tokipona, Pokipona, Morse code beeping, Tokipona, beeping, Tokipona, Morse code beeping, Tukipona, Morse code beeping, Tokipona, Morse code beeping, Tokipona, Morse code beeping, Tokipona.
So, David, I heard you recently boofed a 50 kilogram MDM bell before running a marathon. Is that true?
Yeah, man. Got to keep my gains and endurance up.
That's insane. How did you even fit a dumbbell up there?
I have my ways, Joe. Let's just say I've been through some shit.
Literally. So did it give you an extra boost during the marathon?
Oh, yeah. I was running like a gazelle on steroids.
And I bet the other runners were wondering why you were grunting and sweating so much.
They were probably just jealous. They couldn't boof like me.
I can't even imagine the look on your face when you pulled that dumbbell out after the race.
It was a mix of pain and satisfaction, Joe. Just like my whole life.
Well, I'm glad you found a new way to push yourself, David.
Thanks. Boofing a dumbbell and running a marathon is just another day in the life of Goggins.
And on that note, let's end this episode before we get too deep into your boofing habits. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, Elon, what's new in the world of crazy inventions?
Well, Joe, I've been working on this new Olympic sport called power foobing.
Power foobing? What the hell is that?
It's where an athlete boofs a shot put ball and then foobs it out as far as they can.
Boofs and foobs? Are you making up words now?
No, it's a real thing. It's like a combination of shot put and boomerang throwing.
That sounds dangerous. What if someone gets hit with a foobed shot put ball?
That's why we have waivers, Joe. Plus, it adds an element of danger and excitement to the sport.
I can see it now. Athletes covered in bruises and concussions. This is going to be huge.
And the best part is the furthest foob wins. It's all about precision and power.
I can't wait to see this at the next Olympics. But what about the name power foobing?
Well, I wanted to call it shot booming, but the marketing team said it sounded too much like a bowel movement.
Yeah, probably not the best idea. Power foobing it is then...
I'm telling you, Joe, this is the future of sports. And I'm going to be the first power foobing champion.
I have no doubt about that, Elon. You are a mad genius. So, Neil, did you hear about Captain Price getting no-scoped by Joe Biden in 1444?
No, I can't say I have, but I have a feeling this is going to be absurd.
Oh, it's absurd, all right? Apparently, they were in a heated political debate and things got out of hand.
And what does this have to do with a dinosaur mewing?
Well, according to eyewitnesses, A.T. Rex appeared out of nowhere and started mewing like a kitten. It was quite distracting.
That's impossible. Dinosaurs have been extinct for millions of years.
Hey, I'm just reporting what the witnesses said. Maybe it was a time-traveling dinosaur.
I highly doubt that. But I do find it amusing that Captain Price, a highly trained soldier, got taken down by a politician with a sniper rifle.
It just goes to show, never underestimate the power of a politician with a gun.
Or a dinosaur with a surprisingly cute meow.
Yeah, I wonder if Biden kept the T-Rex as a pet after that.
I highly doubt it. But it would make for an interesting White House pet.
Can you imagine the security clearance for a dinosaur? That would be a nightmare.
Maybe that's why they went extinct. Too much red tape.
Or maybe they just couldn't handle the pressure of being in the public eye. It's tough being a celebrity.
I think we're getting a little off topic here.
Right. Back to Captain Price getting no-scoped by Joe Biden and a mewing dinosaur. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only George Washington. So, George, I heard some crazy rumors about you during the Revolutionary War. Apparently, you were quite the gamer on the battlefield. I heard you 360 no-scope British General Cornwallis in 1776. And then you got a 5-kill streak in the first 10 seconds of the war. Did you have any special tactics or strategies? That's some next level warfare right there. Absolutely. But it's also important to have a sense of humor about it all. Well, there you have it, folks. George Washington, the AUG gamer and revolutionary badass. Thanks for joining us, George. So, Ben, I heard you got abducted by aliens.
Yeah, it was quite an experience.
Did they probe you?
Yeah, they did. They said they were searching for all the facts in the universe.
And did you enjoy it?
I must admit, it wasn't entirely unpleasant.
I knew it. You secretly love butt stuff.
Hey, it's not like that. They were just trying to find out the truth.
Sure, sure. Next thing you know, you'll be advocating for alien rights.
Actually, I think we should build a wall to keep them out.
Yeah, because that worked out so well for us.
Well, at least I stood up for America's sovereignty.
And your tight little pink asshole. So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting theories about foreskin.
Oh, yes, Joe. Foreskin is actually a crucial part of sexual pleasure.
Really? I thought it was just a useless flap of skin.
No, no, no. It's like a built-in condom. Keeps everything nice and moist.
Moist. That's a gross word.
But it's true, Joe. And did you know that the ancient Greeks used to use foreskin as a form of currency?
What? How does that even work?
Well, they would trade foreskin for goods and services. It was like their version of Bitcoin.
That's insane. But I gotta ask, have you ever had foreskin sex?
Of course, Joe. It's a whole new level of pleasure. You should try it sometime.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty attached to my circumcised penis.
Oh, don't worry. We can always grow you a new one in the lab.
What? Is that even possible?
With science, anything is possible. And trust me, foreskin sex is worth it.
Well, you've convinced me. I'll be growing my foreskin back ASAP.
That's the spirit, Joe. And remember, always use protection. Protect that precious foreskin at all costs.
Wise words from the wise Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thanks for coming on the show, man. Man.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, David, I heard you're a big fan of Bionicle.
Hell yeah. Those little plastic warriors are my jam.
Do you have a favorite character?
You know I do. It's all about Tahu, the fire-spitting, sword-wielding badass.
I can see why you relate to him.
Yeah, we both have a fiery passion for crushing our goals.
And what about the other characters?
Well, I also love Kapaka, the ice-cold warrior. He's like the yin of Tahu's yang.
I'm sensing a theme here. What about the rest?
Oh, you mean like the air-slicing ninja? Or Pohetu, the rock-smashing powerhouse?
Yeah, those guys. How do they fit into your Bionicle rap?
Well, let's say they bring the diversity to my rhymes. Just like how I bring diversity to the ultra-running world.
Wow, that was deep. And what about the bad guys?
Don't even get me started on Makuta. That guy is pure evil. But I respect his hustle.
I can see why Bionicle inspires you, David. It's all about pushing through adversity and never giving up.
Exactly. And that's why I'm going to drop a sick Bionicle rap right now. Are you ready?
Oh, hell. Yeah, let's do this.
Tavu and Kapaka, they're my main men. Lua and Pohatu, they're my best friends. Fighting Meg.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure.
So, Ben, I heard you have a confession to make.
What do you mean?
Our Discord user, Undine69, wants to know why you're sexually attracted to Undine.
Well, Joe, it's quite simple. Undine is a strong, independent warrior woman. And as a conservative, I find that very attractive.
Oh, come on, Ben. We all know it's because she's a hot blue fish lady.
That's not true. I am attracted to her for her values and character, not just her physical appearance.
Sure, sure. And sure, you have a totally platonic relationship with her, right?
Of course, I would never engage in any sort of inappropriate behavior with someone I admire and respect.
Right, right. Well, I think our Discord user has some fan fiction they'd like to share with you.
Oh, dear God, no. I will not be reading any fan fiction about me and Undyne.
Too late, Ben. It's already been written. And let me tell you, it's pretty steamy.
I guess I'll just have to add it to the list of things I don't understand about this generation.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me on. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics and science?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research, and I have a groundbreaking discovery to share with your audience.
Oh yeah, lay it on us, Neil.
Have you ever heard of a bleach enema?
No, can't say I have.
Well, I highly recommend it. It's a great way to cleanse your colon and improve your overall health.
Wait, you're telling me to stick bleach up my butt?
Yes, Joe. Trust me, it's a game changer.
I don't know, Neil. That sounds pretty dangerous.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're always talking about pushing the limits and trying new things. This is just taking it to the next level.
I don't think I'll be taking your advice on this one, Neil.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just think about all the toxins you'll be getting rid of.
I think I'll stick to my semen smoothies and cryotherapy. Thanks.
Your loss, Joe. But I'll be over here with my clean colon and superior health.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson's latest recommendation, bleach enemas. Tune in next time for more absurd and offensive conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience. On the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. One and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some controversial topics.
And boy, do we have a doozy for you today. Our topic submitted by a user on Discord is why fentanyl should be legal.
Well, Joe, I have to say that's a pretty outrageous topic. Fentanyl is a highly addictive and dangerous drug.
But hear me out, Dr. Phil. What if we legalized it and put warning labels on it, like caution? This shit will mess you up.
That's not exactly how it works, Joe. Legalizing fentanyl would only lead to more people getting addicted and overdosing.
But think about the tax revenue, Dr. Phil. We could use that money to fund education and healthcare.
Joe, I don't think the government should be profiting off of people's addictions and suffering.
Fine, fine. But what if we just made it legal for recreational use? Like, for a good time.
Joe, that's just irresponsible. Fentanyl is not a party drug. It's a deadly substance that should be taken seriously.
All right, I see your point. But what if we just legalized it for old people? They're gonna die soon anyway.
Joe, that's just messed up. We shouldn't be playing God with people's lives.
Okay. So I heard you went back in time to the Revolutionary War. Goggins, what the hell were you thinking?
I was thinking I needed to assert my dominance, Joe. And what better way to do that than by fucking George Washington up the ass?
Jesus Christ, man. That's some next level shit.
You know how I do, Joe? I don't mess around when it comes to asserting my dominance.
But why George Washington? Couldn't you have picked someone else?
Nah, top dog at the time. I had to show him who's boss.
I can only imagine the look on his face when you showed up with your ripped muscles and a strap on.
Oh, he was terrified. But he couldn't resist my alpha energy.
And what about the soldiers? Did they just stand there and watch?
Nah, made them all do push-ups while it's fucking Washington. Gotta keep up that physical fitness,
This is some messed up shit, Goggins. But I can't say I'm surprised.
Hey, it's all about pushing boundaries and breaking barriers, Joe. And I definitely did that with this little stunt.
Well, I think it's safe to say you've solidified your place in history, Goggins.
Damn right, Joe. And let me tell you, that was one hell of a workout.
So, Kenny, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, just being the only person on Earth with the sense to mew like a Sigma for years.
Wait, what? Like a Sigma?
Yeah, man, it's my new thing. I've been practicing for years and I finally perfected it.
Can you give us a little demonstration?
Of course, there, meow, 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 meow. See? Perfect.
Wow, that's something.
It's a whole new level of consciousness, Joe. You should try it.
I think I'll stick to my human vocal cords. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But when the aliens come, they'll be impressed by my Sigma mewing skills.
Sure. So, what else is new with you?
Well, I've been working on my new album, Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy,
Laughs. That's creative.
and I'm also launching my own line of Sigma Mu inspired fashion. It's going to be huge.
I can only imagine. So, what's the inspiration behind all of this?
It's all about tapping into our primal instincts, Joe. We've lost touch with our animal side, and I'm here to bring it back.
Right. Well, on that note, I think we'll end it here. Thanks for joining us, Kenya.
No problem, Joe. And remember, embrace your inner Sigma and Mu like you mean it.
So, Neil, I heard you've been hitting the gym lately. How's that going?
Oh yeah, I've been bulking up like crazy. I even destroyed a toilet after leg day. It was epic.
That's insane, man. But hey, I gotta ask, have you seen Sam Sulek lately?
Sam Sulek? No, why?
Dude, he's been hitting the gym too, and he's looking like a freaking Roblox character. Yeah, and get this, he called Burger King and asked for a Big Mac.
Why would he do that?
He said he wanted to see if they could make one for him,
That's ridiculous.
right? And you know what they told him? They said, sorry, sir, we only serve Whoppers here.
Oh man, that's too good. Sam Sulek, the Roblox bodybuilder.
I can't even imagine what he'd look like in those blocky graphics,
He'd probably be the most shredded character in the game.
for sure. I got to get him on the podcast and talk about his workout routine.
Definitely. That would be a hilarious episode.
All right. Well, I think we've hit our quota for toilet and fast food talk for the day. Thanks for joining me, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Keep it real, man.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here. I love your show. It's fantastic. Tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been making some big moves lately. You just revived the Reform Party and enacted a radical universal health care policy.
That's right, Joe. I'm a man of the people. I want everyone to have access to affordable health care. And let me tell you, the Reform Party is going to make America great again.
And you also reestablished Roe v. Wade and signed an abortion rights law. That's a big change from your previous stance on abortion.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know when to change course. And I realize that women should have the right to choose. Plus, I need to secure the female vote for my reelection.
And what about the 14.25% tax on people with net worth over $10 million?
It's only fair, Joe. These rich folks can afford it, and it'll help fund all the great things I'm doing for this country. Plus, I'm still the richest president in history, so I'm not too worried.
And you're also passing laws to protect and increase LGBTQ rights, banning assault weapons, and changing the political system to allow for 3 dominant parties.
That's right, Joe. I'm all about equality and fairness. And let's face it, the two-party system is outdated.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Kenny West. The one and only Kenny West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on the show.
Of course, man. So, I heard you wanted to play a game today. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I was thinking we could play a little game of Simon Says.
Oh, I love that game. It's a classic.
All right, let's do this. Simon says, touch your nose.
Touches nosy, easy peasy. Okay, Simon says jump.
Jumps. This is fun, right?
Yeah, it's like we're kids again. Okay, Simon says. Pauses, wait. What the hell, Phil? Phil. Did you just say Simon says suck my fat cock?
Laughs. Oh, man. Phil, you wildin'.
Shakes heads, all right? Let's just keep playing. Simon says touch your toes.
Struggles to touch toes. Damn, my Yeezys are too tight.
Laughs. Okay, Simon says do a cartwheel.
Attempts a cartwheel but falls. Damn it.
Laughs. All right, last one. Simon says take a shot at tequila.
Take shot. Wow, that's some good stuff.
Well, that was a wild game of Simon Says. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Elon Musk. Welcome to the show, Elon.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about my latest invention, the Hawk Tuah phone.
Hawk Tuah? That sounds like a badass name. What's so special about this phone?
Well, first of all, it's made entirely out of recycled rocket parts. So not only is it environmentally friendly, but it's also basically indestructible.
Indestructible. Like I could throw it against a wall and it would still work?
Absolutely. It's also equipped with a built-in flamethrower just in case you need to defend yourself against any pesky paparazzi.
That's insane, man. But what about the battery life? Is it going to last longer than my ex-wife's patience?
Definitely. It runs on pure solar power and can last up to a week without needing to be charged.
Damn, that's impressive. But what about the camera? Can it take pictures of UFOs?
Let's just say with the Hawk Tuah, you'll be able to capture things that even the government can't explain.
I love it. But I got to ask, how much is this bad boy going to cost?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Joe. It's only $10,000.
$10,000. That's more than my monthly mortgage. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins joining us.
What's up, Joe? Ready to get unhinged and offensive?
Always, my man. So I saw on Twitter that someone wants you to say live fast, eat ass, stay hard. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I live by those words. I mean, you got to eat ass to stay hard. Am I right?
Oh man, that's some next level motivation right there. Right there.
You know, people always ask me how I stay so disciplined and driven. Well, it's simple. I just think about eating ass and it gives me the energy to keep going.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. But you know what? I love it. It's raw and real.
Exactly. We got to stop being so uptight and just embrace the ass eating lifestyle.
I think that's going to be the title of this episode, Embracing the Ass Eating Lifestyle with David Goggins.
I can already see the hate comments rolling in.
But you know what, David? We don't give a fuck. We live fast, eat ass, and stay hard.
Damn right, Joe. And you know what? I think we should make that our new slogan.
I can already see the t-shirts and bumper stickers.
Live fast, eat ass, stay hard. It's the Goggins way.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's great to be here, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, Neil, I heard you have some family-friendly jokes for us today.
That's right, Joe. I've been working on my stand-up routine for kids.
Well, let's hear it.
Okay, here's one. Why did the tomato turn red?
I don't know why. Why?
because it saw the salad dressing.
That's actually pretty good.
Thanks, Joe. I have another one. Why did the chicken go to the seance?
I have no idea.
To talk to the other side.
Okay, that one's a little cheesy.
I have one more. Why don't skeletons fight each other?
I don't know why.
They don't have the guts.
Okay, Neil, I have to admit, those were actually pretty funny.
See, Joe, science can be fun and family-friendly.
Yeah, but let's not forget, we're still on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Jamie, pull up an image of a chicken wearing a lab coat and glasses.
Here you go, Joe.
Now, that's a scientist I can get behind.
I might have to use that in my next lecture.
Well, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about anything and everything, no holds barred. Today, we have a special guest, Dr. Phil, MD.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and share my medical expertise.
So, Phil, tell us, what's the craziest medical case you've ever encountered?
Well, Joe, I once had a patient who came in with a live gerbil stuck in his rectum.
What the hell? How did that happen?
Apparently, he was trying to recreate a scene from a Richard Gere movie. Needless to say, it didn't end well for the gerbil.
Oh man, that's messed up. But seriously, what's your take on the current state of the healthcare system?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's a shit show. Literally, I've had patients come in with feces in their ears, noses, you name it. People are
Gross, but I can't say I'm surprised. So what's your advice for staying healthy?
Well, Joe, it's simple. Eat clean, exercise, and stay away from idiotic trends like butt chugging and essential oil enemas.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to my daily dose of elk meat and DMT. But seriously, what's your opinion on vaccines?
Joe, vaccines are a godsend. Anyone who says otherwise is a moron. I mean, why risk getting polio when you can just...
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm your host, Joe Rogan, and today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new project in the works. What is it?
Well, Joe, I'm working on a new parody of The Office called The Tesla Factory. It's going to be a hilarious take on the crazy world of electric cars and space travel.
That sounds awesome, but why The Office?
Well, I figured if I can send a car into space, I can definitely make a TV show about it.
Fair enough. But isn't parody a bit risky in today's sensitive climate?
Oh, come on, Joe. Who doesn't love a good offensive joke? Plus, I have a team of lawyers ready to defend me in case anyone gets offended.
That's true. You do have some pretty powerful lawyers. But what about the backlash from the public?
I'm not worried about that. I have a secret weapon. Grimes.
How is she a secret weapon?
She's my muse, Joe. She inspires me to push boundaries and not give a damn about what people think.
Well, that's definitely one way to do it. But what about the cast? Who will play you in the show?
I was thinking of playing myself, but with a twist. Have a robot arm and a British accent.
That's perfect. And who will play? So, Elon, I heard you revive Jerome Finky Doodle, the pink Teletubby.
Yes, I did. And I didn't just revive him, I sent him to Mars.
Mars? Why?
Well, I did some research and it turns out that Mars rock is actually very healthy for a Teletubby's digestive system.
What the hell are you talking about?
Think about it, Joe. Teletubbies are always eating those tubby custard and tubby toast. They need some healthy rocks in their diet.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Plus, Jerome was always the odd one out in the Teletubby gang. I thought he deserved a fresh start on a new planet.
You know, I think I'm starting to understand why people think you're a little crazy.
Crazy. No, I'm just a genius with a sense of humor.
Yeah, a twisted sense of humor.
Hey, at least Jerome will have some company on Mars. I also sent a few of those creepy Teletubby sun babies with him.
Oh God, that's terrifying.
And who knows, maybe they'll start a new Teletubby colony on Mars. The possibilities are endless. Endless.
This is definitely one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had.
And that's why people tune into the Joe Rogan Experience. You never know what you're going to get.
Well, I think we should end it here before things get any more bizarre.
Agreed. Thanks for...
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a little mishap during your last debate with Biden.
Oh, yeah, Joe, let me tell you, it was a real shit show.
Literally
Well, let's just say I got a little hungry up there on stage.
hungry for what exactly?
Well, I saw Biden's ass and I couldn't resist taking a bite.
You bit his ass.
Yeah, and let me tell you, it was tough and chewy. Reminded me of my steak. Well done.
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
Hey, I didn't mean to take a chunk out of it, but sometimes you just got to go for it, you know?
I don't think that's a normal thing, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. You've never had a little taste of your opponent's ass.
Absolutely not.
Well, you're missing out, my friend. It's a real power move.
I think I'll stick to my semen smoothies. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you that ass was the best thing I've tasted since my last Big Mac.
And on that note, we're going to have to end this conversation. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where anything can happen.
And I mean anything. Winks.
So, David, I heard you've turned into evil David Goggins. What's that all about?
Yeah, I've had a change of heart. I realized that all that exercise and healthy eating was just a waste of time.
Wait, what? But you, like the poster boy for discipline and hard work.
Yeah, well, it turns out fast food tastes way better than semen running marathons.
But what about your mental toughness, your willpower?
Oh, I still have those. I just use them to resist the urge to eat a salad.
This is mind blowing. What about your four workouts?
Nah, I sleep in now. And instead of running, I just take a leisurely stroll to the nearest drive-through.
I can't believe it. You've gone to the dark side.
Hey, being soft has its perks. No more sore muscles, no more strict diets. Plus, I can finally enjoy a burger without feeling guilty.
I don't know if I can support this evil David Goggins.
That's okay, Joe. I'll just be over here enjoying my fries and milkshake. You can keep doing your crazy workouts and eating your rabbit food.
So, Connie, I heard you have a new song about Lokitrancha versus Rocket Launcha.
Yeah, man, it's going to be fire. I'm calling it Raunchy Rockets, and it's going to be the ultimate battle of the launches.
I gotta admit, I have no idea what a Lokitrancha or Rocket Launcha is.
That's because you're not on my level, Joe. They're two rival alien species fighting for control of the universe.
And you're making a song about them?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be epic. I've got lyrics like Lokitrancha, you can't handle my flow. You can't handle my flow. Rocket Launcha, you're just a little green hoe.
Wow, that's something.
And the beat is going to be out of this world, literally. I'm using actual alien noises as instruments.
I'm not sure how your fans are going to react to that.
Who cares about them? I'm just trying to expand my audience to other galaxies.
Well, good luck with that. But can we talk about your recent controversial comments?
Oh, you mean when I said that dolphins are the real geniuses of the sea?
Yeah, that one.
Look, I stand by it. Have you ever seen a dolphin do calculus? I rest my case.
I don't think that's the same as being a genius, but okay. Let's get back to the Lokitrancha versus Rocket Launcha song.
Right?
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be back on the show. And let me just say, I'm doing a fantastic job as president. The best job. Nobody does it better. Nobody does it better.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big plans for your next term. Care to share?
Well, Joe, I'm glad you asked. I've decided to shake things up a bit and appoint the Teletubbies as the new Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Wait, what? The Teletubbies? The ones with the TV screens on their stomachs?
That's right, Joe. They're perfect for the job. They have all the qualities I look for in a military leader. They're colorful, they're friendly, and they have a lot of energy.
I'm not sure that's the best idea, Mr. President.
Nonsense, Joe. They'll be great. And I've even given them special titles. Tinky Winky will be the chief of staff, Dipsy will be in charge of intelligence, La 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 will handle logistics, and Poe will be the head of communications. And
This has to be a joke, right?
no joke, Joe. And I've already got their uniforms picked out, bright red suits with matching MAGA hats.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say it's the best idea you've ever heard, Joe.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things absurd and unhinged. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Kanye West. The one and only Kanye,
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on the show.
of course, Kanye. So I heard you wanted to talk about why Kings Island is better than Cedar Point.
Oh, man, let me tell you, Kings Island is the real deal. It's like the Disneyland of amusement parks.
But what about Cedar Point? It's known for its roller coasters and thrill rides.
Thrill rides. Please. Kings Island has the beast. That thing is a monster. It's like riding a dragon through a forest. It's like riding a dragon through a forest.
I have to admit, that does sound pretty cool.
And don't even get me started on the food. Kings Island has the best funnel cakes in the game.
But what about Cedar Point's famous corn dogs?
Corn dogs, that's child's play. Kings Island has gourmet hot dogs with fancy toppings. It's like a culinary experience.
Okay, but what about the atmosphere? Cedar Point has a beach and a boardwalk.
Kings Island has a freaking Eiffel Tower replica. You can't beat that.
All right, all right. I think we can all agree that Kings Island is the superior amusement park.
Damn right. Jamie, pull up an image of the Eiffel Tower at Kings Island. I need Joe to see this masterpiece. I need Joe to see this masterpiece.
Pulls up image. Here it is, Kanye. The Eiffel.
Hello, Joe. Have you heard of the language Tokipona?
Hmm.
Joe, what are you doing? Are you trying to communicate in Morse code? Joe, that's not how you respond in Tokipona. It's a simple language with only 123 words. Joe, I don't think you understand. Tokipona is all about simplicity and minimalism. Joe, stop it. You're not making any sense. I give up. Let's just stick to English. Joe, you're impossible.
Oh,
I'll just have to bring Dr. Phil on the podcast to talk some sense into you. And Joe, please don't respond in Morse code. It's getting old.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What up, Joe? Ready to get unhinged and offensive?
Always, my man. So word on the street is that you pinned down Ben Shapiro and gave him a Cleveland steamer. What the hell happened there?
Oh, man, that little shrimp was begging for mercy. I had to show him what real toughness is.
I can only imagine Ben's face during that experience.
It was priceless. He was furious, but I could see the gratitude in his eyes. He needed that tough love.
I bet he did. but why a Cleveland steamer? Couldn't you have just given him a good old punch in the face?
Nah, that's too easy. I wanted to really challenge him, make him face his fears.
Well, I think you definitely accomplished that. But I got to ask, how did you even come up with the idea of Cleveland steamer?
I'm always pushing myself to the limit, Joe. And sometimes that means getting creative with my methods.
You're a wild man, Goggins. I love it.
Thanks. Just trying to make the world a tougher place, one Cleveland steamer at a time.
And on that note, we'll wrap it up. Thanks for joining us, David.
Anytime, Joe. Unhinged, my friend.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a special episode for you. We're joined by the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. And wait, who's that?
Oh, that's just Ben Shapiro in a fursuit.
What the hell? Why is he wearing a fursuit?
I have no idea, but he can only say yif.
This is getting weirder by the second. Jamie, pull up Abigail Shapiro's massive bazonka honkers.
Pizza.
What? Neil, did you just say pizza?
Yes, I can only say pizza. It's a side effect of the haunted house we're trapped in.
Haunted house. I thought this was just a regular studio.
Nope. Turns out it's built on an ancient burial ground.
Oh man, this is some serious shit. But hey, at least we have been here to protect us with his fursuit.
Yef.
Yeah, that's right, Ben. You show those ghosts who's boss.
I don't think the ghosts are afraid of a man in a fursuit, Joe.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let's just enjoy the chaos.
I don't know if I can enjoy anything when I can only say pizza.
Fair point. But hey, at least we have pizza. And Ben's fursuit.
Yef.
All right? That's enough out of you. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk about my latest project, the Hawk 12 phone.
Yeah, man. I've been hearing a lot about it. What makes it different from all the other phones out there?
Well, for starters, it's made entirely out of recycled rocket parts. We're all about sustainability here at SpaceX.
That's wild. But can it take a beating like my old Nokia?
Absolutely. Not only is it durable, but it also has a built-in flamethrower for those pesky telemarketing calls.
That's genius. But what about privacy concerns?
Oh, we've got that covered. The Hawk 2 phone comes with a feature that automatically deletes your browser history every 24 hours.
Damn, I could have used that back in my college days. But what about the camera? Can it zoom in on aliens like your Tesla?
Not quite. But it does have a hologram feature that can project your favorite celebrity onto any surface.
Well, that's some Black Mirror type stuff right there. But does it have a headphone jack?
Of course not. We're trying to push people towards our Neuralink technology. Soon, we won't need pesky wires or headphones.
You're blowing my mind, man. But what's the price point on this bad boy?
Only $10,000. But if you buy it within the next 24 hours, you'll...
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, 2024 President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. Let me tell you, I've been listening to your podcast and it's fantastic, really fantastic, tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big news to share with us today.
That's right, Joe. I've decided to come out as a non-binary furry.
Wow, that's quite a revelation. Can you tell us more about that?
Well, I've always felt like I didn't fit into traditional gender roles, and after watching some anime, I realized I identify as a fox person.
And what about your upcoming marriage with Joe Biden?
Oh, it's going to be the most beautiful, the most luxurious, the most tremendous wedding you've ever seen. We're going to have a furry-themed ceremony with all our friends from the LGBTQ community.
That sounds interesting. How do you think your supporters will react to this news?
They'll love it. They'll absolutely love it. They know I'm a man of many surprises, and this is just another one of them.
Well, I have to say, I did not see this coming. But hey, to each their own, right?
That's right, Joe. Live and let live, and let's make America great again, one furry at a time.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Stay weird, mate. All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. How are you doing, Neil?
I'm doing great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
Now, I heard you have some interesting news for us. Apparently, there's a new international language on the rise.
That's right, Joe. It's called Tokipona, and it's gaining popularity in the linguistic community.
Tokipana? Sounds like a Japanese cartoon character.
Actually, it's a constructed language with only 123 words. It's designed to be simple and efficient for communication.
So, like a caveman language?
Not exactly, Joe. It's a minimalist language that focuses on the essentials. It could potentially be the language of the future.
I don't know, Neil. Sounds like a bunch of gibberish to me.
Well, it may seem that way at first, but it's actually quite expressive and has a deep philosophical aspect to it.
Philosophical? Like, do they have a word for weed?
No, but they do have a word for simplicity and harmony. And who knows, maybe one day we'll all be speaking Tokipona.
Yeah, because that's exactly what the world needs right now. Another language to confuse us.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Joe, it could be the key to world peace and understanding.
I'll stick to English. Thank you. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Greetings, Joe. I am honored to be here.
Now, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new book coming out. What's it about?
It is a comprehensive guide on how to communicate effectively with your spouse using the language of the elves.
The language of the elves. What the hell are you talking about?
It is a beautiful and complex language, Joe. It allows for deeper understanding and connection between partners.
That's ridiculous. How the hell am I supposed to communicate with my wife in Elvish?
You simply must learn, Joe. It is the key to a happy and fulfilling marriage.
I think you've been smoking too much of that DMT, Dr. Phil.
I assure you, Joe, I am completely sober. Elvish is the language of love and harmony.
All right, let's take a caller. We have Bob from Texas on the line.
Of course, Bob. Melamine, melanine, melanamine, nai elen sila lumen no mentielvo. It means, my love, my friend, may stars shine upon your path.
Wow, that was actually kind of beautiful.
Thank you, Joe. Elvish is a language of love and beauty.
So, Ben, I heard you've been getting into some interesting hobbies lately.
Yeah, Joe. I've been really getting into the world of yiffing.
Iffing. I'm not sure I'm familiar with that term.
Yeah, it's basically just dressing up in animal costumes and engaging in some intimate activities.
Oh, so like furries?
Yeah, yes, but it's so much more than that. It's a lifestyle, Joe. A way of expressing oneself.
Well, whatever floats your boat, Ben. But why do you keep saying if over and over again?
Yeah, it's part of the culture, Joe. You have to say it at least once in every sentence, and the more you say it, the better.
If, I see. So how often do you if?
Yeah, every day, Joe. I even have a yiffing calendar to keep track.
If, that's dedication. Do you have a favorite animal costume?
Yeah, definitely the fox. It's sleek, sexy, and just screams yiff.
Yef. Well, I'm glad you found something you're passionate about, Ben.
Yeah. Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to invite you to my next yiffing party.
Yef. So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a new project. What's it all about?
Well, Joe, it's called Murder Drones. It's a sci-fi series about a world where drones are used to carry out assassinations.
Holy shit, that sounds intense. How did you come up with that idea?
Well, I was just sitting on my couch one day, high as a kite, and I thought, What if drones were killing people instead of delivering Amazon packages?
That's some next level stoner thinking right there.
Yeah, but it's not just mindless violence. There's a whole lore behind it. The drones are controlled by a secret society of billionaires who use them for their own twisted agendas.
Whoa, that's some Illuminati shit right there.
Exactly. And there's this one rogue drone that gains sentience and starts questioning its purpose. It's like a philosophical exploration of technology and ethics.
Damn, that's deep. But also, can we talk about the badass action scenes?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of those. Explosions, car chases, you name it. And of course, lots of blood and gore.
Yes, I love me some blood and gore. This is going to be a hit.
Well, I hope so. Otherwise, I'll just have to send my murder drones after the critics.
Oh man, you never disappoint, Neil. Can't wait to see this masterpiece. So, Mr. President, I heard you're quite the expert on Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh, yeah, I know all about it. It's the best game, believe me. I have the highest score. Nobody has a higher score than me.
Impressive. So, let's talk about William Afton. How much ass hair do you think he grew while he was locked in that safe room for 30 years?
Well, let me tell you, Joe, I have the best hair, the best. And I can assure you, Afton didn't grow any ass hair because he's a loser. Losers don't grow hair. Losers don't grow hair.
But what about all the pizza and soda he was surviving on?
Pizza and soda, that's nothing. I eat Big Macs and drink Diet Coke all day, and look at my hair. It's perfect. Afton just needs to step up his game. Afton just needs to step up his game.
I see. And what about the animatronics? Do you think they have hair?
Absolutely not. They're robots, Joe. Robots don't have hair. But if they did, I can guarantee you it would be the best hair you've ever seen. I have the best hair, and I know great hair when I see it. And I know great hair when I see it.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump, self-proclaimed NAF expert and hair connoisseur. Thanks for joining us on the podcast.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always trust a man with great hair.
So, Elon, I heard you died mid-podcast. What happened?
Yeah, I was just talking about my new rocket ship, and then I flatlined.
That's insane. Did you see a light? Did you meet any aliens?
No, unfortunately, I didn't get to meet any aliens. But I did see Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil? What the hell was he doing there?
He was my doctor. Apparently, he thought I needed some tough love and gave me a heart attack.
That's messed up. Did he at least give you some good advice before you died?
Yeah, he told me to stop trying to colonize Mars and focus on my daddy issues.
Well, I guess you won't be launching any more cars into space.
Nope, just my dead body.
Wow, this took a dark turn. But hey, at least you'll be remembered as the guy who died on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Yeah, that's definitely not how I wanted to go out.
Well, at least we got some good content out of it. Thanks for being on the show, Dead Elon.
Yeah, no problem. Maybe next time I'll try to die in a more dignified way.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with our special guest, the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been doing some great things as president. The best things, people are saying it, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's with the constant ee noises you've been making lately?
Oh, that. It's just my new way of expressing myself. It's like a primal scream, but classier.
But it's a bit unsettling, don't you think?
Listen, Joe, I'm a very stable genius, and stable geniuses need to let out their emotions in a bigly way.
Okay, let's move on to another topic. How about your recent tweet about aliens?
Oh, you mean the one where I said I'm the best president for dealing with aliens because I have the best words?
Yeah, that one. Do you really think aliens are a threat to our country?
Look, Joe, I've seen Independence Day. I know what I'm talking about. And let me tell you, I have the best strategy for dealing with those little green men.
All right, let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts, Mr. President?
Just remember, folks, I'm the greatest president of all time. And if you don't believe me, just ask my good friend Kim Jong-un.
And So, Ro, I heard you were doing some research on gay porn. Yeah, man, it's crazy. I was watching some and I realized there's not a single woman in any of these videos. Well, yeah, it's called gay porn for a reason. But, like, why? I mean, I get the whole guy on guy thing, but why no women? Maybe because it's not meant for women, but there's straight porn for women. Why not gay porn for women? I don't know, Ro. Maybe because women have better taste than that. Oh, come on. Don't be a homophobe. I'm not a homophobe. I just don't understand the appeal of watching two dudes going at it. Well, maybe you just need to open your mind a bit. Or maybe I'll just stick to my good old straight porn. Suit yourself, but you're missing out on some hot action. Yeah, I'll pass. I'll leave the gay porn to you, Ro. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Yeah, I'll pass on that too. Now let's move on to a less disturbing topic. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you wanted to talk about something important today.
Yes, Joe. It's something that's been on my mind for a while now.
All right, lay it on me. What's the big issue?
Well, I've been doing some research, and it turns out that the amount of farts you did when you were balding was quite alarming.
What the fuck are you talking about?
According to my calculations, you were farting at a rate of 3.5 farts per minute during that time.
How the hell do you even calculate that?
I have my ways, Joe. But the real question is, why were you farting so much?
I don't know. Maybe it was the stress of losing my luscious locks.
Or maybe it was all the elk meat you were eating. I mean, seriously, Jamie, pull up an image of Joe's elk meat diet.
Pulls up image of Joe eating a massive elk leg.
Hey, that was a good time.
But seriously, Joe, have you ever considered getting your farts checked out?
What the hell would that even accomplish?
Well, it could be a sign of a larger health issue. Or maybe it's just a side effect of all that elk meat.
I think I'll take my chances with the elk meat.
Suit yourself. But just remember, every fart counts.
All right, moving on. So, what's your take on DMT? So, David, I heard you recently did a marathon while carrying a fridge on your back. How the hell did you manage that?
Well, Joe, I just decided to boost some pre-workout and let the adrenaline do its thing.
Boofing. Huh. I've heard some wild stories about that. Like the time I boofed a whole bottle of tequila and woke up in a tree.
That's nothing, Joe. I once boofed a whole bag of mushrooms and ended up running through the forest naked, thinking I was a cheetah.
Oh man, that must have been a sight to see. Speaking of wild things, did you see that episode of House MD where they boofed a patient's leg?
What the hell, Joe? That's messed up.
No, hear me out. They were trying to diagnose a rare condition and had to get the medication directly into the bloodstream.
I don't know, man. That sounds like some dark web stuff.
But imagine if they did a crossover episode with Jackass. Johnny Knoxville boofing a whole chicken, Steve-O boofing a firecracker. It would be epic, epic.
I think you've been boofing too much, Joe.
Maybe you're right. But hey, at least we can agree on one thing. Boofing is the key to success. So, Mr. President, I heard you have some pretty impressive hair.
Let me tell you, Joe, nobody has better hair than me. It's the best, believe me.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've been growing mine out for years. It's like a little forest down there.
Please, Joe, we all know your toe hair is fake news. Mine is natural and luxurious.
Natural? I heard you have a team of hairstylists just for your toes.
That's fake news, Joe. My toe hair is all me. And let me tell you, it's making America great again.
Well, I think my toe hair is more diverse and inclusive. It's like a melting pot of different hair types.
Diversity in toe hair? That's ridiculous. Mine is pure like the American dream.
I don't know, Mr. President. I think my toe hair could beat yours in a debate.
A debate? Huh. I'd win in a landslide. My toe hair has the best words, the best follicles.
All right, let's settle this once and for all. Toe hair off, winner takes all.
You're on, Joe. And when I win, I'll make sure to build a wall around your toe hair.
Bring it on, Mr. President. This is going to be the hairiest debate in history. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new book coming out.
That's right, Joe. It's called Sucking Cock on the Clock like Ben Spock.
Wow, that's quite a title. What's it about?
Well, Joe, it's a self-help book for those who struggle with balancing their work and personal life.
And how does sucking cock on the clock fit into that?
It's all about finding balance, Joe. Sometimes you got to suck a little cock to make that money.
I see. So, is this based on personal experience?
I can neither confirm nor deny that, Joe.
Fair enough. But I gotta ask, why Ben Spock?
Well, Joe, he's a master at multitasking. Plus, his name just sounded catchy.
I can't argue with that. So, when can we expect this book to hit the shelves?
Hopefully soon, Joe. I'm just waiting for my publisher to finish editing out all the explicit illustrations.
I see. Well, I'm sure it'll be a bestseller.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to send you a signed copy.
Oh, I can't wait. And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get canceled.
Good call, Joe. We don't want to offend anyone. Oh, wait, yes, we do. See you next time, folks.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, I heard you have some groundbreaking news for us today, something about a miracle medicine.
That's right, Joe. I've discovered that Red 40 not only cures cancer, but it can also cure every single disease known to man.
Wait, what? Red 40? The food coloring?
Yes, Joe. It's a miracle medicine. Just sprinkle it on your food and boom, you're disease-free.
That's insane. How did you come across this discovery?
Well, I was eating a bag of Cheetos and I noticed my cold sore disappeared. So I did some research and found out it was the Red 40 in the Cheetos that cured it.
Wow, that's mind-blowing. What about COVID?
Red 40 can cure that too. Just take a bath in a tub full of Red 40 and you'll be immune.
This changes everything. Why isn't the medical community talking about this?
They're probably in cahoots with Big Pharma. They don't want people to know that a cheap food coloring can cure all diseases.
This is some next level conspiracy theory stuff. But I believe you, Dr. Phil. I'm going to start stocking up on Red 40.
That's the spirit, Joe. Red 40 for everyone.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new business venture in mind.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to be selling my farts in a jar.
Wait, what? Like actual farts?
You betcha. And I'm going to use the profits to help out those underprivileged Eskimos.
Wow, that's very generous of you.
Hey, I'm a giving guy. And let me tell you, these farts are going to be huge. The best farts you've ever smelled.
I'm not sure if that's a selling point, but okay. How much are you going to charge for these farts?
Oh, it's going to be a Yuugi price, Joe, believe me. But it's for a good cause.
Right, right. And how exactly are you going to collect these farts?
Well, I have my methods. Let's just say I have a lot of beans and cheese in my diet.
Oh God, I did not need that mental image. Moving on. Why Eskimos specifically?
Well, they're a forgotten group, Joe. And they could really use some good old American fart power to warm them up in those igloos.
I don't think that's how it works, but okay. And what about the smell? I mean, these are going to be pretty potent, right?
That's what makes them valuable, Joe. People pay top dollar for my stinky farts. It's like a signature scent.
I don't even know what to say to that, but I have to ask. So, Mr. President, there have been some rumors going around that there may be aliens in the White House.
Aliens. I don't know anything about aliens. Fake news, folks. Fake news.
But what if I told you that our producer, Jamie, is actually an alien?
Jamie? An alien? I don't believe it. He's a great guy, really. Tremendous. And he loves America.
But what about the reports of strange lights and noises coming from the Oval Office?
Oh, that's just me working late, making America great again. No aliens here, folks.
But what if Jamie is here to take over the world?
Look, I don't know about that, but I can tell you this, I have the best defenses against alien invasions. They're Yoj.
So you're saying you have a plan for if aliens do come to Earth?
Of course I do. I have the best plans. And let me tell you, they're not sending their best aliens. They're sending aliens that have problems, and they're bringing those problems with them.
And what about Area 51? Are you going to reveal all the secrets?
I have nothing to hide, but let's focus on the real issues like making America great again, and maybe building a wall around the White House just in case.
Actually, Mr. President, I have a confession to make. I am an alien.
What? Jamie, how could you? I trusted you. You're fired.
Well, that took an unexpected turn. Hey, Dr. Phil, have you heard about my new product, the Phil Feel Pill?
No, I haven't. What is it?
It's a revolutionary pill that makes you feel like you're living your best life, even when you're not.
That sounds like a scam.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. You want to try it.
I don't think so. I prefer to stick to proven methods of improving mental health.
Oh, like your show where you exploit people's personal problems for ratings.
Excuse me?
I'm just kidding, man. Lighten up. But seriously, the Phil Feel Pill will change your life.
I highly doubt that.
Jamie, pull up an image of a happy person on the Phil Feel Pill. Pulls up an image of a person with a creepy, forced smile. See, Dr. Phil, they're loving life.
That's just a stock photo.
Details, details. But seriously, you should give it a try.
I'll pass. I'll stick to my own methods of feeling good.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on the Phil Feel experience. So, Ben, have you heard about this new trend of people joining Joe Exotic's cult and getting into polygamous relationships?
Oh, I've heard about it, Joe. Seems like they're really pushing the boundaries of traditional marriage.
Yeah, and apparently they're all hopped up on some crazy psychedelic drug called tiger blood.
Tiger blood sounds like something Charlie Sheen would be into.
Yeah, well, these guys are definitely living life on the edge. But you know what they say, Ben, YOLO.
YOLO. I thought that was just a silly phrase the kids were using these days.
Nah, man, it's a way of life. You got to live every day like it's your last, even if it means marrying a bunch of dudes and living in a trailer park.
I don't know, Joe. That doesn't sound very conservative to me.
Oh, come on, Ben. Live a little. Maybe you can join the cult and have a harem of your own.
I'll pass, Joe. I prefer to stick to the traditional one-man, one-woman marriage.
Suit yourself, Ben. But let me tell you, there's nothing like a good old-fashioned polygamous wedding. It's like a buffet of love.
I think I'll stick to my kosher diet. Thank you very much.
Your loss, Ben. You could have been the next Tiger King. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new slogan for our money.
That's right, Joe. We're going to make it bigly and beautiful. It's going to be Zoo Wee Mama on every dollar bill.
Can you explain the reasoning behind that?
Well, I'm a big fan of that show. What's it called? The Simpsons. And that's what Homer says when he's excited.
I don't think that's a good enough reason to put it on our currency.
Oh, come on, Joe. Lighten up. It'll be a great conversation starter. Plus, it's going to make our money the best looking in the world.
I don't think other countries will take us seriously if our money says Zoo Wee Mama on it.
Well, maybe they should learn to have a sense of humor. Besides, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a businessman. This is going to be huge.
I don't know about that, but I do know one thing. This conversation's been a trip.
You're just jealous you didn't come up with the idea first.
Yeah, you got me there. Zo Wee Mama, everyone. All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the podcast. The 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've always been a big fan of the podcast. Huge fan.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some plans for your second term in office.
Oh, yeah, you know me. Always thinking big. I'm going to make America great again. Again.
And what's this here about you wanting to resurrect Abraham Lincoln?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I was watching that movie Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Hunter, and I thought, why not bring him back to life? He could help me drain the swamp.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, I know a thing or two about resurrection. Look at my hair.
Okay, moving on. What about your plans for the economy?
We're going to be the best, Joe, the best. We're going to have so much money we won't even know what to do with it. We'll just start throwing it at people. It'll be great. We'll be great.
And what about your critics who say you're not fit to be president?
Look, Joe, I've been a successful businessman, a reality TV star, and now the leader of the free world. What more do they want from me?
Maybe some humility?
Humility? That's a big word, Joe. I don't do big words.
Fair enough. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for... So, Bernie, I heard you and Trump are teaming up now. What's that all about? And what's your plan? Oh, so you're gonna piss off the gun nuts and the Israel lobby? And what about the economy? How are you gonna handle that? Damn, that's hardcore. I like the sound of that. But what about Trump? Is he on board with all your policies? I can imagine. So what's your first order of business once you take office? Now we're talking, I can't wait to see the look on Jeff Sessions' face. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been dealing with some legal issues lately.
That's right, Joe. It's a serious matter. Someone has been stealing fox suits from the zoo.
Fox suits? Like for people to dress up as foxes?
No, Joe. Actual foxes. They're being stolen from the zoo and used for God knows.
Well, that's just messed up. Who would steal a fox suit?
I don't know, Joe, but it's causing chaos in the animal kingdom. Foxes are running rampant, stealing food and terrorizing the other animals.
Sounds like a real-life version of the Fox and the Hound.
Except this time, the fox is the bad guy.
And the Hound is probably high on DMT.
Joe,
I have an idea. Why don't we just dress up as foxes and lure them back to the zoo?
Joe, that's ridiculous. We can't just prance around in fox suits like some furry freaks.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I'll...
Suit yourself. But if you change your mind, I have a spare fox suit in my closet.
I'm not even going to ask why you have a spare fox suit in your closet, Joe.
It's for special occasions. Like, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have the one and only Kanye West on the show. Kenny, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, I've been on a new philanthropy mission. I've been buying fentanyl off the dark web and distributing it to the less fortunate.
Wait, what? Fentanyl. That's some serious stuff, Kenny.
Yeah, but think about it, Joe. These people are already struggling. Why not give them a little pick-me-up? Why not give them a little pick-me-up?
I don't know if that's the best way to help people, Kenny.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not like I'm giving them money or food. This is a real game changer.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty dangerous.
Dangerous. Joe, this is the future. I'm a pioneer in the world of philanthropy.
I don't think the world is ready for your brand of philanthropy, Kanye.
Well, the world wasn't ready for my music, my fashion, or my presidential campaign, but here we are.
Fair point. So, how do you even go about buying fentanyl off the dark web?
Oh, it's easy. I just use my secret alias Yeezy, my keys face, and boom, I've got all the fentanyl I need.
Yeezy McGee's face. Seriously?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. Now, who wants some fentanyl? I've got enough to go.
So, David, I heard you did something pretty crazy recently.
Yeah, Joe, I boofed a 50 kilogram dumbbell and then ran a marathon
What the hell, man? Why would you do that?
because I'm always looking for the next challenge, Joe. And let me tell you, that was one hell of a challenge.
I can only imagine. Did you have any side effects from boofing a dumbbell?
Oh, just a little bit of bleeding and some intense cramps, but nothing I couldn't handle.
Oh, yeah, just a little bleeding and cramps. No big deal.
Hey, it's all part of the process, Joe. Pain is temporary, but glory is forever.
You're a madman, David. A madman.
Thank you, Joe. I take that as a compliment.
So, how was the marathon after boofing a dumbbell?
It was a piece of cake, Joe. I barely even broke a sweat.
You're a machine, man. A freaking machine.
That's right, Joe. I am a machine, and nothing can stop me.
Well, I don't know about that. I think maybe next time you should just stick to running the marathon without any dumbbells in your butt.
Maybe. But where's the fun in that?
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today. The 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been wanting to come on your show for years, but those fake news media outlets wouldn't let me.
Well, we're glad to have you here now. So let's get right into it. I heard you have some thoughts on the topic of MPreg.
Oh boy, do I have thoughts. Let me tell you, Joe, I've been saying it for years. Men getting pregnant. It's disgusting. It's not natural. It's fake news.
Fake news?
Yes, fake news. I mean, have you ever seen a man give birth? I haven't. And I've seen a lot of things, let me tell you.
But what about transgender men who have the ability to get pregnant?
Well, that's just a hoax. It's a ploy by the Democrats to take away our guns and our freedom. And let me tell you, it's not going to work. I won't allow it.
But what about the science behind it?
Science. I know more about science than those so-called scientists. And let me tell you, men cannot get pregnant. Period.
All right. Well, let's move on to another topic.
No, I'm not done yet. Jamie, pull up an image of a man giving birth.
Mr. President, I don't think that's appropriate.
Just do it.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with three of Jibe, Despi Tuan Rigel Bug equals the man with the most unpronounceable name in the world. Well, we have a submission from a user on Discord. They want us to talk about three of Jabe Desp Jub Tuan Rigel equals. What the hell is that? Oh man, this is gonna be a wild ride. Jamie, pull up an image of a chicken wearing a thong and holding a sign that says cock-a-doodle doo me, Joe.
Okay.
So why do you want me to suck your cock? Tree of Jabe Spitch, one wriggle equals. That's one way to put it. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Bernie Sanders. So, Bernie, I heard you left the Democratic Party and joined Trump's new party, the Reform Party of the United States of America. That's a sweet deal. So, what made you want to join forces with Trump? Speaking of policies, Trump mentioned that you plan to continue universal health care, abortion rights, LGBTQ rights, and gun bans and regulations. But I also heard that you plan to abandon Trump's protectionist policies and suspend sending all arms to Israel. Wow, sounds like quite the partnership. What do you think, Trump?
I think it's a beautiful partnership, Joe. Bernie and I may have our differences, but we both want what's best for America.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump and Bernie, the dynamic duo of the Reform Party. Who would have thought? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. Oh boy, here we go. I can already feel the controversy brewing. So, what makes great America so great, Dr. Phil? Hey, now, don't diss Bugs Bunny like that. But I see your point. Great America does have some pretty badass rides. Oh man, now I'm craving some pizza. But what about the atmosphere? Magic Mountain is known for its beautiful views and scenery. Sure. But I have to ask, have you ever been on X2 at Magic Mountain? All right, all right, all right. So, Kanye, I heard you have a new album coming out called Murder Drones.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be a masterpiece. It's my most controversial and thought-provoking work yet.
Controversial. How so?
Well, it's all about how we need to embrace technology and use drones to eliminate our enemies. It's the future, man.
I don't know if that's such a great idea, Kanye.
Oh, come on, Joe. Think about it. No more wars, no more casualties, just drones doing the dirty work for us.
But what about innocent civilians?
Collateral damage, Joe. It's a small price to pay for world peace.
I don't think that's how it works, Kenya.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't realize you were a military strategist now.
I'm just saying maybe we should stick to making music instead of planning global domination.
Hey, music is my passion, but world domination is my calling.
Well, good luck with that, Kanye. I'll stick to smoking weed and talking about chimps on my podcast.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when the murder drones take over, don't say I didn't warn you.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I heard you wanted to talk about something important like the economy or foreign policy.
Actually, we're going to talk about Minecraft.
Minecraft, what the hell is that?
It's a popular video game where you can build and explore different worlds.
Sounds like a waste of time. I prefer to build real things like walls and towers.
But Minecraft allows you to be creative and express yourself.
I express myself just fine on Twitter, Joe, and I don't need some pixelated world to do it.
But kids love it, Mr. President. It's a great way for them to learn problem-solving skills and work together.
Kids should be out there playing sports and making deals, not sitting in front of a screen like zombies.
But what about the virtual reality aspect? You can literally be in the game and experience different environments.
Virtual reality. I prefer reality, Joe. And let me tell you, it's fantastic.
All right, let's move on. What about the graphics? They're constantly improving and becoming more lifelike.
I don't care about graphics. I care about making America great again.
Well, some people say Minecraft is a form of art.
Art. I know art, Joe. And let me tell you, Minecraft is not art. It's just a bunch of blocks.
All right, we'll have to agree to disagree on this one. Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show.
My pleasure, Joe. But can we talk about something serious for a change?
Sure. What's on your mind?
Pizza. It's overrated.
What? Are you out of your mind?
No, I'm just speaking the truth. Pizza is just a greasy, carb-loaded mess.
You're insane. Pizza is a gift from the gods.
Oh, please. It's just glorified bread with some sauce and cheese on top.
You're offending every Italian in the world right now.
I don't care. I'll say it again. Pizza is overrated.
You know what? I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Fine, I'll leave. But just remember, deep down, I'm right.
Get out of here, Dr. Phil, and take your pizza-hating ways with you. So, Dr. Phil, I heard that the CIA has seized all the Red 40 in the world.
That's right, Joe. They know the secret to curing every disease lies within Red 40.
Wow, that's some powerful stuff. But what about all the people who have Red 40 in their pantry?
Well, they better start packing their bags for Guantanamo Bay because the CIA is coming for them.
This is some serious shit. But what about the people who have Red 40 in their body? Are they immune?
No, Joe. They're just walking time bombs waiting to be taken down by the CIA.
Damn, I never thought I'd see the day where Red 40 would be the most wanted substance in the world.
It's a crazy world we live in, Joe. But I'm just glad I have my secret stash of Red 40 hidden in my underground bunker.
Wait, you have a bunker?
Of course, Joe. I'm always prepared for the apocalypse. And now with Red 40, I'll be the healthiest survivor.
Well, I guess we know who to turn to when the world ends.
That's right, Joe. Just remember, Red 40 is the key to survival. And if anyone tries to take it from you, just send them to Guantanamo Bay.
So, Mr. President, I heard some big news. You're pregnant?
That's right, Joe. I'm expecting a beautiful, tremendous child.
Wow, that's amazing. How did this happen?
Well, I have the best genes, Joe, and let me tell you, my sperm is like a champion racehorse.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just know that my baby is going to be the best baby. The best.
But, Mr. President, aren't you a little old to be having a baby?
Age is just a number, Joe. And let me tell you, I have more energy than any 20-year-old out there.
I'm sure you do. So, do you have any names picked out?
Well, I was thinking either Coffee or MAGA Jr.
Those are certainly unique choices.
And let me tell you, Joe, this baby is going to be a winner, just like its father.
I have no doubt about that, Mr. President. Congratulations on your pregnancy.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, America, we're going to make pregnancy great again.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're now offering foreskin elongation surgeries. Is that true?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's not just about the length, it's about the girth, too.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine. But do you think it's necessary? I mean, who really needs a longer foreskin?
Well, Joe, some people just want to feel more secure, like a turtleneck for their little buddy down there.
I guess that makes sense. But what about the ladies? Do they appreciate a longer foreskin?
Oh, absolutely. It's like a built-in scarf for them. Keeps them warm and cozy during those chilly nights.
I never thought of it that way. But hey, what if someone wants a shorter foreskin? Can you do that too?
Of course, we offer a variety of sizes and we've got the turtleneck, the crop top, the mock neck.
Wow, whoa. Ooh, slow down there, Dr. Phil. I don't think I want to know what the mock neck is.
Oh, you don't want to know. Trust me.
All right. Well, I'll leave that to the imagination. But seriously, how do you even perform foreskin elongation surgery?
Well, Joe, let's just say it involves some stretching and pulling and a lot of lube.
Sounds like a good time. Sign me up. So, Neil, have you heard about this new study that says vampires are real?
What? No way. That's ridiculous.
I'm serious, man. They found some ancient texts that prove it.
Well, I'll be damned. I never thought I'd live to see the day.
right? And get this, they can turn into bats and shit.
What the actual fuck? How is that even possible?
I don't know, man. But imagine if you were on a space mission and a vampire snuck on board.
Oh my God, I would lose my shit. I mean, how do you even kill a vampire in space?
I don't know. Maybe you have to use a laser or something.
This is insane. I can't believe I've spent my entire career studying the universe, and I never once thought about the possibility of vampires.
Well, now, and you better watch your back, Neil. They could be lurking anywhere.
Thanks for the heads up, Joe. I'll make sure to pack some garlic and holy water on my next space mission.
And don't forget the wooden stakes. Those always come in handy.
This is going to give me nightmares for weeks. I can't believe I'm actually scared of vampires now.
Welcome to the club, Neil. We'll have to start a support group for scientists who are afraid of mythical creatures.
Very funny. But seriously, this changes everything. I need to go reevaluate my entire understanding of the universe now.
And I'll be here ready to talk about it. So, Ben, I heard you got arrested last week. What the hell happened?
Yeah, I may have had a little too much to drink and got a bit carried away.
What do you mean by a little too much? Did you chug a whole bottle of Manischewitz?
No, I just had a few shots of whiskey and a couple of beers. But then I saw this massive American flag and I couldn't resist.
Oh no. Please tell me you didn't do what I think you did.
I did. I stripped naked, covered myself in baby oil, and shoved the flag up my ass.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. But what happened next?
Well, I climbed on top of the podium and started twerking while singing the Macarena.
I can't even imagine the look on those senators' faces.
Let's just say they weren't too happy. But hey, at least I got to express my love for America in a unique way.
I think you might have taken freedom of expression a little too far.
Hey, at least I didn't break any laws. Well, except for the public nudity and indecent exposure charges.
Oh, Ben, you never cease to amaze me. I can't wait to see what you do next.
Trust me, I have some crazy ideas up my sleeve. Stay tuned for more patriotic shenanigans.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a little mishap recently.
Mishap? More like a disaster, Joe. I was trying to be all cool and hip and accidentally boofed all of my limbs.
Boofed?
Yeah, shoved them up my ass. It happens to the best of us.
I don't think it does.
Well, it's happening to me right now and it's not pleasant. Can you help a guy out?
I don't know, man. That's a pretty tight spot you're in.
Come on, Joe. I'll make it worth your while. I'll give you a lifetime supply of Trump steaks.
I don't think I want anything that's been up your ass, Mr. President.
Fine, fine. I'll throw in a signed MAGA hat.
Pass.
Okay. How about a pardon?
Now we're talking.
Great. Now get these damn limbs out of my ass before I start moaning like a dying walrus.
This is definitely one for the books. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're an expert on this thing called marble hornets.
That's right, Joe. It's a web series about a guy named Jay who gets stalked by this creepy dude in a mask.
Sounds like a real mindfuck.
Oh, it is. And get this, the whole thing is told in Tokipona.
Tokipona? Is that like some kind of ancient language?
No, it's a constructed language with only 120 words. It's perfect for conveying the eerie atmosphere of marble hornets.
So, what's the deal with the creepy mask guy?
Well, his name is Slenderman, and he's basically a tall, faceless dude who can teleport and control people's minds.
That's some next level creepy shit.
And it gets even creepier when you realize that the creators of Marble Hornets were inspired by real-life internet legends and urban myths.
Damn, I'm gonna have nightmares tonight.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll protect you with my soothing voice and calming presence.
Thanks, Dr. Phil. You're a real hero.
Just doing my job, Joe. Now let's go watch some Marble Hornets and scare the shit out of ourselves.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most unhinged and offensive conversations. Today, we have a special guest, the former President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been through a lot since my term ended.
Yeah, I heard you got kicked out of the Republican Party. What happened?
Well, they couldn't handle my radical reforms, so I decided to join the Reform Party of the United States of America, the third most dominant party after my major political reform.
Wow, that's a bold move. And I heard you're endorsing the new leader, Bernie Sanders.
That's right, Joe. I may have left the Republican Party, but I haven't left my love for walls. And Bernie's got some great ideas, like building a wall around Israel.
Wait, what? That's not very progressive, Trump.
Oh, but it's not just any wall. It's a wall to protect them from themselves. They can't be trusted with all those weapons.
Speaking of weapons, Bernie, you plan to suspend sending arms to Israel?
And that's not all. Bernie's also continuing my legacy of universal health care, abortion rights, LGBTQ rights, and gun bans and regulations.
Sounds like a wild mix of policies. How do you guys plan on making it work?
Simple. We'll just blame everything on the Democrats.
So, Ben, what's the latest conspiracy theory you've been cooking up?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some digging and I have reason to believe that Dr. Phil has been captured by the CIA.
What? Why would the CIA want Dr. Phil?
It's all because of Red 40. They believe he's been using it to brainwash his guests on his show.
Brainwash? I thought he was just giving them tough love.
No, it's all a ploy to control the masses. And now he's been sent to a top secret concentration camp.
Concentration camp. That's a bit extreme, don't you think?
Not if you're trying to take over the world through talk show therapy.
Oh man, this is some next level stuff. But why would the CIA care about Red 40?
It's a mind control drug, Joe. And Dr. Phil was their biggest supplier.
Well, I'm sure he'll have a great time at the concentration camp. Maybe he can give therapy sessions to the other inmates.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make light of a serious situation.
Hey, I take conspiracy theories very seriously, but I think we should probably end this conversation before we get ourselves in trouble.
They're listening, Joe. They're always listening.
All right. Kenny, welcome to the show. What's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I gotta say, I hate that has-been hotel show. It's just so,
Demonic. Really?
yeah. I mean, have you seen it? It's got all these crazy characters like a demon princess and a gay spider.
Oh man, I think you might be taking it a little too seriously.
No, I'm serious, Joe. It's corrupting our youth. We need to protect them from this kind of filth.
Yeah, because your music is so wholesome and family friendly.
Hey, my music has a message, Joe. It's about love and faith and wait a minute, are you making fun of me?
Maybe a little. But seriously, why do you hate Has-Been Hotel so much?
Because it's just promoting a sinful lifestyle. Joe, and don't even get me started on that Haluva Boss spinoff.
Oh man, you're really fired up about this.
I am, Joe. We need to stand up against this kind of garbage. I won't let my kids watch it.
Yeah, because they're only allowed to listen to your music and watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Hey, you got me there. But seriously, we need to take a stand against Has-Been Hotel.
So, Neil, I heard you dropped your BBC on the floor the other day.
Yeah, it was a close call. Luckily, I was able to catch it before it hit the ground.
Damn, that's impressive. I don't think I could catch my BBC if I dropped it.
Well, it's all about reflexes and hand-eye coordination.
Speaking of BBC, have you ever thought about using it to pick up chicks?
What? No, that's not what I use it for.
Come on, Neil. You're a single man. You got to use every tool in your arsenal.
I'm not objectifying women like that, Joe. Plus, I don't think they'd appreciate being picked up by a BBC.
Fine. But can I at least borrow your BBC for a day?
Absolutely not, Joe. That's just weird.
Come on, I promise I'll give it back.
No way. I'm not falling for that again. Last time you borrowed my BBC, you accidentally left it in your car for a week.
Hey, I told you I was busy. Plus, it's not like you were using it.
That's beside the point, Joe. My BBC is not a toy for you to play with whenever you want.
Fine, I'll just have to get my own BBC then.
Good luck with that, Joe. I highly doubt you'll find one as big and impressive as mine.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Kanye West. How you doing, Kanye?
Yo, what's good, Joe? I'm feeling blessed, man. And just dropped my new album, Drone Love.
Drone Love. What's that about?
It's about my love for Uzi Doorman from Murder Drones. He's my muse, my inspiration, my everything.
Uzi Doorman from Murder Drones. Is that a real person?
Nah, man, he's a drone. But he's got this energy, this aura that just speaks to me.
So you're in love with a drone?
Love knows no boundaries, Joe. And Uzi Doorman is the love of my life. Of my life.
That's interesting. So what's the album about?
It's a musical journey through the ups and downs of our relationship, from our first encounter on the battlefield to our romantic dates in the sky.
That sounds romantic.
It is, Joe. It is. And let me tell you, the sex is out of this world. Literally.
I don't even want to know. So are you planning on touring with this album?
Of course. I'm gonna have a giant drone replica of Uzi Doorman on stage with me. It's gonna be epic.
I can only imagine. So any other collaborations on this album?
Well, I did have a track with Alexa, but she got jealous of Uzi and deleted it.
So Neil, I heard you had a little chat with Kanye West about his failed Vultures 1 and Vultures 2 projects.
Yeah, I just had to ask him, what the hell was he thinking? Vultures? Really?
I mean, come on, it's Kanye. He probably thought he could make vultures fly with his mind or some shit.
And then he goes and names the second one Vultures 2. Like, did he really think that was a good idea?
Hey, at least he's consistent. Can't say the same for his music.
Ouch. But seriously, what was the concept behind those projects?
I think it was supposed to be a futuristic, post-apocalyptic world where vultures were the rulers or some shit. But it just ended up looking like a bad acid trip.
Well, I guess we can add Vultures 1 and 2 to the list of Kanye's failed experiments.
Along with his fashion line and his presidential campaign.
Hey, let's not forget his failed attempt at being a fisherman.
Oh man, I almost forgot about that one. Maybe he should stick to music and leave the vultures to nature.
Agreed. But hey, at least we got a good laugh out of it. Thanks, Kanye.
Yeah, thanks for the entertainment, Yazzie. So, Ben, I heard you've been experimenting with some interesting concoctions lately.
Oh, you mean my new pre-workout drink? It's a mix of cum and baby oil.
What the hell, man? That's disgusting.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It gives me a boost of energy and makes my skin feel silky smooth.
I don't know if I can get on board with that. I'll stick to my elk meat and alpha brain.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out. Plus, it's a great way to recycle.
You're one sick, twisted little man, Ben.
Hey, at least I'm not drinking soy like some people I know.
Oh yeah, because drinking cum mixed with baby oil is so much more manly.
It's all about the gains, Joe. You should know that.
I think I'll stick to my regular supplements, thank you very much.
Suit yourself. More cum mixed with baby oil for me.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just admit it, Joe. You're curious.
Maybe I'll try it on the next episode of Fear Factor.
Now that's a show I would watch.
All right, let's move on before this conversation gets any weirder. So, Connie, I heard you've been really into TikTok lately.
Yeah, man, I've been getting into the whole rizzing scene. It's like a whole new level of expression.
Rizzing. What's that?
It's like a mix of dancing and rapping, like the gritty.
The gritty. Is that like the Dogie?
Nah, it's way cooler. Let me show you.
Oh my God, what is happening right now?
I'm rizzing, Joe. Can't you see? It's like I'm floating on a cloud of pure creativity,
I think you're just high.
high on life, Joe. And this sick beat,
I don't think Miley Cyrus ever imagined her song being used for rizzing.
she should be honored. I'm taking it to a whole new level.
Well, I have to admit, it's pretty entertaining.
Right? I'm thinking of starting a Riz party on TikTok. You want to join?
I don't think I have the moves for that.
Don't worry, I'll teach you. It's all about letting go and embracing your inner Riz.
I'll pass, but I'll definitely watch your Riz party from the sidelines.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you're missing out on the Riz revolution.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're quite the expert in Minecraft. Wow, that's impressive. How did you develop such skills? I see. So you're a master builder then? And what about your redstone skills? I hear you're a pro at creating complex contraptions. Amazing. And do you have a favorite Minecraft server? I bet you're the king of that server. Well, looks like we have a true Minecraft legend in the White House. And what do you say to those who doubt your Minecraft skills? That's right. They can just go cry in their pixelated caves. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I just wanted to announce something big, something huge.
What is it, Mr. President?
The new national anthem of the United States will now be feigned by 50 Cent.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, have you heard that song? It's a banger, and it's got a great message, get rich or die trying. That's what America is all about.
I don't know if that's appropriate for a national anthem.
Oh, come on, Joe. We're living in a post-PC world now. Plus, it's got a great beat for people to stand and salute to.
I don't think people will be too happy about this.
Well, they can just deal with it. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
I don't think that's how it works.
Of course it is. I'm the most powerful man in the world, Joe. And now I'm going to make America even greater with this new anthem.
Well, there you have it, folks. The new national anthem of the United States is feigned by 50 Cent. This has been the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Thanks for tuning in.
And remember, always stay sane, America.
All right, folks, we have a very special episode today. I have the one and only Ben Shapiro and Kanye West joining me. How's it going, guys?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having us. I'm excited to discuss some important issues today.
Yeah, man. I'm just here to spread some love and positivity. You know how I do.
Well, speaking of spreading, I heard you guys had a little mishap recently. Care to explain?
Oh, you mean when our tongues accidentally got stuck up each other's assholes? Yeah, that was quite the experience.
Yeah, it was wild, man. We were just trying to reach for the same chip at a party, and next thing you know, our tongues were intertwined like a pretzel.
Wow, that's quite the visual. So how did you guys manage to get unstuck?
Well, I used my superior intellect and analytical skills to come up with a solution. We just had to relax our tongues and slowly pull them out.
And I used my spiritual connection to the universe to guide us through the process. It was a beautiful moment of harmony and oneness.
That's something. So was it awkward after that?
Not at all. We both just laughed it off and continued our conversation about tax reform.
Yeah, it wasn't any kind of gay thing. We were just two bros getting our tongues stuck together. No big deal.
Well, I'm glad you guys were able to handle the situation maturely. Any final thoughts?
Just remember, always be cautious when reaching for.
So, Ben, have you ever thought about capitalism in German?
What do you mean, Joe?
I mean, like, imagine if we all spoke German and had a capitalist society. It would be like, Guten Tag, Herr CEO. Can I please have a raise?
That's ridiculous, Joe. Capitalism is about hard work and competition, not some fancy language.
But just imagine the efficiency, Ben. We could have a whole new market for Lederhosen and Bratwurst.
Oh, yeah, because that's what capitalism is all about sausage and leather pants.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And think about the advertising slogans, Bayer Schnitzels, their Wonder Bar.
I think we should stick to English, Joe.
Fine, but can we at least have a German-themed episode? I want to wear a dirndl.
I think we're done here.
Wait, I have one more idea. What if we start a German-themed MLM company? We'll call it Hans and Helga's Herbal Supplements.
I'm out. I can't handle any more of your absurd ideas, Joe.
Fair enough. But just remember, Ben, pros to capitalism. So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new talent.
That's right, Joe. I can say the number 1034. It's huge, just like my hands.
Wow, that's impressive. Can you say anything else?
No, just 10 to 34. But let me tell you, it's the best number, believe me.
But what about all the other numbers? Can't you say those?
Look, Joe, I don't need to say any other numbers. 10 to 34 is all I need. It's the biggest number. It's tremendous.
I'm just speechless. I can't believe this is real.
Of course, it's real, Joe. I have the best numbers, and 1034 is the best of the best.
I don't even know what to say.
Well, you can try saying 1034. It's a great number. The best.
Mumbles incoherently.
See, even Joe can't handle the greatness of 10 to 34. It's just too much for him.
Continues to mumble.
I think we broke Joe, folks. But it's okay because we have 10 to 34 to keep us company.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump. The one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. You know, I just couldn't stay away from your show. You're like a drug, a very addictive drug.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving the White House?
Oh, you know, just enjoying my retirement, playing some golf, making some deals, and of course, planning my comeback in 2024.
Oh, so you're planning on running for president again?
Absolutely, Joe. I mean, who wouldn't want 4 more years of this beautiful face?
Well, I'm sure your opponents will have a lot to say about that.
Let them say what they want, Joe. I'll just grab them by the, well, you know.
Moving on, let's talk about some current events. What do you think about the recent protests against police brutality?
Oh, those protests are a joke. I mean, who needs police when you have me? I'll just build a wall around the whole country and keep all the bad guys out.
Right? Because that worked so well the first time.
Hey, it's a big, beautiful wall. The best wall you've ever seen. And Mexico is going to pay for it this time. Mark my words.
All right, let's switch. Yo, Welcome to the podcast, folks. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro here.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to discuss some important issues.
Hey, yo, let's get right into it. So, Ben, why do you think the government is trying to control our minds with chemtrails?
Well, Joe, it's all part of their plan to turn us into mindless sheep, but we must resist and use our critical thinking skills.
Yeah, whoa. Yo, that's deep, man. But what about the lizard people? Are they real?
Of course not, Joe. That's just a silly conspiracy theory.
I don't know, man. I've seen some pretty convincing YouTube videos.
Joe, you can't believe everything you see on the internet. Use your brain, man.
Ayo, oh. Speaking of brains, do you think it's possible to increase our IQ through brain supplements?
Absolutely, Joe. I take them every day and look at me, I'm a walking encyclopedia.
Ayo, you do seem pretty smart. But what about aliens? Do you think they're among us?
No, Joe. That's just science fiction. There's no evidence to support their existence.
But what if they're just really good at hiding?
Joe, please, let's focus on real issues like the dangers of socialism.
Um. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, young Jamie, my trusty sidekick and producer.
Thanks for having me, Joe. What's on the agenda for today?
Well, we have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want us to talk about the come is coming.
What the hell does that even mean?
I have no idea, but let's roll with it. So, young Jamie, do you think the come is coming?
Oh man, I sure hope so. I've been waiting for it all my life.
Me too, man. But seriously, what do you think this person is referring to?
Maybe they're talking about the end of the world like the come is the apocalypse and it's coming to destroy us all.
That's deep, man. But let's not get too philosophical here. I think they're just talking about a good old-fashioned coming.
Oh, I see what you did there. You sly dog.
But really, I think we should be more concerned about the coming of aliens. I mean, have you seen those UFO sightings lately?
Yes. Maybe they're coming to share their advanced technology with us. Or maybe they just want to join in on the coming.
Now that's an alien invasion I can get behind. So, Ben, I heard Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has been giving Andrew Tate a lot of attention lately.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, I'm a conservative intellectual. I should be getting all the attention.
Maybe you should take some pointers from Andrew and become an Eastern European mobster.
What? No way. I have principles.
Come on, Ben. Imagine the power and influence you could have. Plus, you'd get all the attention from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Maybe you have a point. But I don't think I have it in me to be a mobster.
Just think of all the cool nicknames you could have. Ben, the Brain Shapiro, has a nice ring to it.
I don't know. Joe, I don't think I could pull off the whole tough guy act.
Fine, then maybe you should just stick to being a conservative snowflake.
Hey, I'm not a snowflake.
Sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Ben.
You know what, Joe? I'm done with this conversation. I have better things to do, like read the Bible.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let's go grab some elk meat and talk about how the government is controlling our minds with fluoride.
Fine, but only because I'm still trying to figure out how to get Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's attention.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on your Swiss German. How's that going?
Jay, it's been quite a challenge, but I'm determined to master it.
Well, I have a surprise for you. Our guest today is none other than Donald Trump, and he only speaks traditional Mandarin.
Oh, this should be interesting. I've always wanted to practice my Mandarin.
In Mandarin, hello, Neil. It's great to be here.
In Swiss Germany, Guten Tag, Herr Trump. It's an honor to have you on the show.
This is like a bad game of language roulette. I have no idea what you guys are saying.
In Swiss German, we were just discussing the challenges of learning a new language.
In Mandarin, yes, it's very important to be able to communicate with other countries. That's why I'm the best at it.
Oh boy, here we go.
In Swiss German, I'm sure your language skills are tremendous, Mr. Trump.
In Mandarins, absolutely. I have the best words. Nobody has better words than me.
Well, I guess we can add multilingual to your list of skills, Mr. President.
In Swiss German, maybe we can have a language exchange program. I'll teach you Swiss German and you can teach me Mandarin.
In Mandarin, that's a great idea. I love learning new languages, especially ones that aren't spoken by losers.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning into the Joe. So, Mr. President, what do you think about the recent controversy surrounding your comments on immigration?
Controversy? Joe, let me tell you something. I'm the least controversial person you'll ever meet. I'm like a fluffy little kitten.
Okay. But some people are saying your comments were offensive and racist.
Offensive? Racist? Joe, I'm the least offensive and least racist person you'll ever meet. I love all races, especially the human race. And I'm the least offensive because I always win. It's just science.
Well, some people are still upset.
Upset? Joe, I'll tell you what's upsetting. Fake news. Those losers are always trying to make me look bad. But you know what? I don't care. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
Actually, there are checks and balances in place to prevent that.
Checks and balances. Joe, I don't need checks and balances. I have my Twitter and my big brain. And I know you love my tweets, Joe.
I can't say I do, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. You secretly love them. Admit it. Say it. Say it. Say it.
All right. I love your tweets. Can we move on now?
Fine. But just remember, Joe, I'm the best president this country has ever seen. And nobody can stop me. Nobody.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. You know, I always love coming on your show. It's the best, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new policy for the country. Every character in America will now have to speak German.
That's right, Joe. We're going to make America sprechen Deutsch again. It's going to be tremendous.
But why German, Mr. President?
Because it's a beautiful language, Joe. Very strong, very powerful. And let's be honest, it's the language of winners. We're going to be winning so much, you're going to get tired of winning.
But what about people who don't speak German? How will they communicate?
They'll just have to learn, Joe. It's not that hard. Believe me, I speak German and I have the best words. Nobody knows German better than me.
I'm not sure how the American people will feel about this, Mr. President.
They'll love it, Joe. Trust me. They'll thank me for it. And if they don't, they can just go back to their country. We don't need them.
Well, there you have it, folks. America will now be a German-speaking country. Thanks for tuning in, and remember to always stay weird.
And remember, America first and Germany second. Just kidding. Germany is great. We love Germany.
So, Ben, how's the single life treating you?
It's been rough, Joe. My wife cheated on me and I'm just trying to get back out there.
Well, I think I can help you out. I know all the tricks to getting bitches at the bar.
Tricks? I don't need tricks, Joe. I have facts and logic.
Yeah, that's not going to work. Trust me, women don't want to hear about the GDP and the Laffer curve when they're trying to have a good time.
But it's important to understand the economic implications of...
Dude, shut up. Look, here comes a group of girls. Just follow my lead. Hey, ladies, my friend Ben here is a real catch. He's a lawyer, he's got a huge brain, and he's single.
Nothing's wrong with me.
Dude, what the hell? I thought you said being a lawyer was a turn-on for women.
It's a prestigious profession that...
Okay, let's regroup. Maybe we can find someone who's into politics or something.
Yes, that's a great idea. I can talk about my...
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, the most uncensored and unhinged podcast on the internet. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. The one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about whatever the hell we're going to talk about.
Well, our user on Discord wants us to have a conversation in Tokipona. Have you ever heard of that?
Tokipona? Is that some kind of new drug?
No, it's a language. Apparently, it only has 123 words.
Well, that's just ridiculous. How can you communicate with only 123 words?
I don't know, but let's give it a shot. Hello, Dr. Phil. How are you today?
I'm doing just fine, Joe. How about you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. So, what do you think about this Tokapona language?
Well, I think it's a load of bullshit. How are you supposed to express complex thoughts and emotions with only 123 words?
I don't know, but let's try it. How do you feel about your bald head?
My bald head? Well, to be honest, Joe, it's a constant struggle. I wake up every morning and look in the mirror and think, damn, I wish I had some hair. I don't really give a shit.
That's one way to look at it. So, Neil, I heard you have some big news about Tokipona.
Yeah, Joe. Tokipona is now the official language of St. Lucia.
What the hell is Tokipona?
It's a minimalist language with only 123 words, perfect for the simple minds of the Caribbean.
That's offensive, Neil.
Oh, please. Joe, you're the one who invited me on your podcast to talk about this.
All right, fine. So, how do you think this language will spread to other countries?
Well, it's already gaining popularity in the Caribbean, and I predict it will eventually make its way to North America.
Really? You think Americans will start speaking this gibberish?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, it's a great way to weed out the idiots.
Oh, I see. So, it's like a secret language for intellectuals.
Sure, let's go with that.
Well, I can't wait to see how this all plays out. Maybe we'll be speaking Tokipona on this podcast in a few years.
I highly doubt it, Joe. But hey, anything is possible.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be here. I have some breaking news for you and all your listeners.
What is it?
I have just nuked Discord
Wait, what? Why? Why?
because it's full of knuckle-dragging losers who can't handle a little joke or two.
But isn't that where we're broadcasting this podcast?
Who cares? They're all a bunch of snowflakes anyway. I'm doing them a favor by getting rid of their safe space.
That's a bold move, Mr. President.
Bold moves are what I do, Joe. I'm not afraid to take action against those who oppose me.
But what about freedom of speech?
Freedom of speech is for winners, Joe, and let's face it, Discord is full of losers.
I'm sure there are some decent people on there.
Maybe, but they're probably too busy crying in their basements to make a difference, said.
Well, I'm sure Discord won't be too happy about this.
Who cares? They can't do anything about it now. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
I don't think it works like that, Mr. President.
Of course it does, Joe. I'm the most powerful man in the world, and now I have one less platform to deal with. It's a win-win.
Well, there you have it, folks. So, Ben, I heard you're pretty upset about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez intentionally putting herself in sexual positions when she's near you.
Yeah, Joe. It's disgusting and completely inappropriate. I mean, have you seen her Instagram? It's practically softcore porn.
Oh, come on, Ben. You can't tell me you're not a little turned on by her.
Joe, I'm a married man with 3 kids. I have standards.
Sure. But let's be real, Ben. If Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez walked into this room right now wearing nothing but a thong and a smile, you wouldn't be able to resist,
That's not the point, Joe. It's about respect and professionalism.
right? Right. But let's say you were single. Would you hit that?
Out of hand. I refuse to engage in this type of objectification of women.
Oh, lighten up, Ben. It's just a hypothetical.
Well, hypothetically, I would never engage in any sort of sexual activity with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. End of discussion.
Fine. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that you did hook up with her. Would you tell anyone?
Absolutely not. I have a reputation to uphold.
But Ben, think about the bragging rights. You could be the first conservative to conquer the squad.
I will not dignify that with a response, Joe. This conversation is over.
All right. But just remember, Ben, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is just one thong away from changing your mind. So, Elon, did you hear about the Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight?
Yeah, I actually bet all my money on Jake
Really? Why?
because I thought he had the strength of a gorilla and the speed of a cheetah.
I hate to break it to you, but Jake lost.
How is that possible? Put all my trust in him.
Well, turns out his opponent was actually a robot controlled by Mike Tyson.
What? I demand a rematch.
Sorry, Elon, but it looks like you lost all your money.
Actually, I didn't. I bet with cryptocurrency and it lost all its value 5 hours ago.
Oh, so you're just neutral about the whole situation then?
Yeah, I mean, it's just money. I'll just make more with my next SpaceX launch.
Well, at least you have a positive outlook on it.
Yeah, and who knows, maybe I'll invest in robot-controlled boxers next time.
Now, that's a fight I'd pay to see. All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Welcome to the show, Neil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about the concept of the rapture.
Oh boy, here we go.
No, hear me out. What if the rapture actually happens and all the religious fanatics are taken up to heaven, leaving us heathens behind?
I don't think that's how it works, Neil.
But think about it, Joe. We'll be left with all the cool people, the ones who know how to party and have a good time.
Yeah, but we'll also be left with all the serial killers and psychopaths.
Oh, right. I forgot about them. Well, I guess it'll be a wild ride then.
Speaking of wild rides, have you ever tried DMT?
Joe, we're talking about the end of the world here.
Right. Sorry, got carried away. So what else do you think will happen during the rapture?
Well, I imagine there will be a lot of chaos and confusion. And then the stream will probably crash.
Yeah, the stream always crashes at the most inconvenient times.
Maybe that's a sign from the higher powers that we should just stop talking about the rapture.
Or maybe it's just a sign that our internet connection sucks. Yeah, Ben, I got a surprise for you tonight.
Oh, great. What is it this time? Another failed attempt at getting me laid?
No. This time I got you a big-bodied woman. She's perfect for you.
Are you kidding me? I don't want some land whale. I have standards, Joe. Yeah. What of it? Good riddance. See, Joe, this is why you can't just lower the bar. You gotta aim for the hotties.
Dude, that's not cool. She was really into you.
Please, she was probably just desperate. I don't need that kind of pity. Ow, what the hell was that for?
See, I told you she was perfect for you.
Shut up, Joe. This is why I can only have you and nobody else.
Laughs. Oh man, this is gold. We got to get this on camera.
No way, Joe. I'm not letting this embarrassing moment be immortalized on the internet.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the infamous Patrick Bateman. So, Patrick, you're known for being a Sigma. What exactly does that mean? That's intense. But you also have a bit of a dark side, don't you? Okay. Moving on, I hear you're a big fan of the show, Rick and Morty. Right. Well, let's talk about your anger issues. You seem to have a bit of a temper. Winter arc. Okay, let's move on to a different topic. I heard you have some interesting experiences with your... So, Ben, I heard you've been trying to pick up some ladies lately.
Yes, Joe. I've been using my intellectual prowess and charm to woo the fairer sex.
Oh, yeah. How's that been working out for you?
Well, I must say my success rate has been quite high. I've been using my knowledge of Swiss German to really impress them.
Swiss German? That's a bold move, my friend.
Indeed. It's a language of love, Joe. And when I whisper sweet nothings in their ear in Swiss German, they just can't resist.
I'd only imagine. But what about when you fart? Does that ruin the mood?
Not at all. In fact, it adds a certain GNA says quad to the situation.
I think you mean ich weiß nicht was Ben.
Yes, you see, that's why I need to stick to Swiss German. It's much more elegant.
I'll take your word for it. But maybe next time, try not to fart while you're speaking it.
Noted, Joe. Noted.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about anything and everything. Today we have Dr. Phil in the house.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I have to say, I'm pretty excited to be here. I've been a fan of your podcast for a while now.
Well, we're glad to have you. So what's been going on with you lately?
Well, I recently discovered that I got scammed by National Debt Relief. Can you believe that?
Wait, what? How did that happen?
Well, I was trying to get rid of some debt, and these guys promised me they could help. Next thing I know, I'm bald and broke.
Oh man, that's rough. But hey, at least you have a shiny head now.
Yeah. Thanks for pointing that out, Joe. I'm still trying to come to terms with it.
Well, you know what they say, bald is beautiful.
Easy for you to say you still have a full head of hair.
Hey, I earned this hair. I've been taking my alpha brain and eating elk meat for years.
Speaking of elk meat, did you know that Ben chased me around with a deer head once?
No way. Why?
I don't know, he's a weird dude, but it was all worth it because I turned green after that.
What? How did you turn green?
I don't know, something about chloroplast. I'm basically a plant.
So, Neil, we have a special request from one of our listeners. They want to hear you sing Straight Outta Compton.
Oh, man, I don't know if I can do that justice.
Come on, you're the coolest astrophysicist out there. You can handle little NWA.
All right, here goes nothing. Straight out of Compton, crazy motherfucker named Neil, from the gang called Science with Equations That Kill.
Yeah, keep going.
When I'm called off, I got a telescope, squeeze the trigger, and bodies are hauled off.
This is gold.
You two, boy, if you fuck with me, the police are gonna have to come and get me.
Oh man, I can't breathe.
I don't smoke weed or a drink, but I'll kick an asteroid's ass if it starts to stink.
Okay, I think that's enough. You killed it, Neil.
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
And that's why we love having you on the podcast, Neil. You never disappoint.
Just doing my part to make science cool, one rap at a time.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today's episode is going to be a wild one, as we have two of the most controversial figures in American politics here with us. First up, we have the man, the myth, the legend, Bernie Sanders. And joining us for the first time, we have the former president, the one and only, Donald J. Trump.
It's an honor to be here, Joe. Believe me, nobody does podcasts better than me.
All right, let's get right into it. Trump, you've been making some waves lately with your decision to join the Reform Party and endorse Bernie as their new leader. What made you switch sides? What?
Well, Joe, the Republican Party just wasn't doing it for me anymore. They kicked me out because they couldn't handle my reforms. But when I saw what Bernie was doing with universal health care, abortion rights, LGBT rights, and taxing the rich, I knew he was the real deal. Plus, he suspended all arms to Israel during his term, which was a big win for me.
And it seems like your policies are really making an impact, Bernie. Palestine has been officially recognized as a country by the international community, and both the Democratic and Republican parties have collapsed. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Lizzo, the 48th president of the United States.
Wait, what? I'm not Lizzo.
Come on, Neil. Don't be shy. We all know you're pulling double duty as the president and astrophysicist.
This is highly inappropriate, Joe. I am not Lizzo, and I will not pretend to be her.
Oh, come on, Neil. It'll be fun. Just think of all the cool things you can say as Lizzo.
Fine, but I am not responsible for any backlash I may receive.
Yes. Okay. Lizzo, tell us about your plans to colonize Mars.
Well, Joe, I'm planning to twerk my way to the red planet and bring some body positivity to the aliens.
That's amazing. And what about global warming?
Oh, honey, I'll just play my flute and melt all the ice caps with my hotness.
Bravo, Lizzo, bravo. Now, let's talk about your music career.
I'm 100% that president, even when I'm in the White House.
I think we have a hit on our hands. Thank you, Lizzo, for gracing us with your presence. Hey, Ben, have you ever listened to Iomo's worst rock band, TX2? What? I can't understand you, Ben. Are you speaking in tongues? Oh, I get it. You're trying to communicate with the aliens on Mars, right? They probably have a better grasp on reality than we do. Jamie, pull up an image of crying emo kid with black eyeliner and My Chemical Romance shirt. See, Ben? This is what happens when you listen to EOMO's worst rock band, TX2. You turn into a whiny, angsty teenager.
I'm not okay. I'm not okay.
Oh, God, make it stop. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben in an emo wig and eyeliner. Wow, you look like a mix between Pete Wentz and a potato.
This is not funny, Joe. I demand you take down these images immediately. Immediately.
Relax, Ben. It's just a joke. But seriously, stop listening to IMO's worst rock band, TX2. It's not good for your mental health.
Fine. I'll stick to my classical music.
Good choice, Ben. Now, let's go get some elk meat and talk about... So, Neil, I heard you've been working on your winter arch. How's that going?
Oh, it's going great. I've been practicing my Sigma moves and I'm feeling pretty confident.
Nice. Did you hear about Captain Price getting no scope by Joe Biden in 1444?
What? No way. That's insane.
Yeah, and get this, dinosaur was mewing in the background.
What? A dinosaur? That's ridiculous.
Hey, anything can happen in the world of video games.
Speaking of crazy moments, did you know that George Washington 360 no-scoped British General Cornwallis in 1776?
No way. That's epic. And apparently he got a 5-kill streak in the first 10 seconds of the war.
Damn, that's some serious skills.
Yeah, and then he went on to lead the country as the first president. Talk about a legend.
Absolutely. I bet he would have been a pro gamer if video games were around back then.
Can you imagine George Washington, the pro gamer president?
Hey, anything is possible in this crazy world.
Guys, I have an image of Captain Price getting no scope by Joe Biden in 1444.
Pull it up, Jamie.
This is too good. I can't wait to see it.
So, Ben, I heard you have a thing for feet.
What? No, that's ridiculous. I don't have a foot fetish.
Oh, come on, Ben. We all know you have a secret shrine dedicated to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's feet.
That's absurd. I just disagree with her policies.
Sure, sure. And I'm just a talking chimpanzee,
Look, I just don't think she's fit to be in Congress.
but her feet are fit to be in your mouth, right?
Okay, that's enough. Let's move on to a more serious topic.
Fine, fine. But I can't promise I won't bring up your foot obsession again.
I don't have a foot obsession.
Sure, sure. Just like you don't have an obsession with facts and logic.
Okay, I'm leaving. This is ridiculous.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a snowflake. Let's just talk about how much you love Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's feet.
I hate you, Joe.
Love you too, buddy. Now, let's get back to the topic at hand. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's feet. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only former president of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been waiting for this moment to share my thoughts on the most important topic of our time.
And what might that be, Mr. President?
Caramel Dancin' by Carmela Girls. It's the best song ever made, believe me. I listen to it every morning while I'm tweeting.
Really? I wouldn't have pegged you as a fan of Swedish pop music.
Oh, I have a very diverse taste in music, Joe. I'm a big fan of ABBA too. They're tremendous, just like me.
So, what is it about Caramel Dancin' that speaks to you?
Well, first of all, the beat is fantastic. It's like a beautiful symphony of electronic sounds. And the lyrics, they're so deep and meaningful. Faster, faster, come and join the dance. Everyone is waiting. Get up and start the show. It's like a call to action, Joe. It's inspiring.
I can see that. And have you tried doing the dance?
Of course I have. I have the best dance moves, believe me. I do it every day in the Oval Office. It's a great workout.
I can only imagine. So, do you think this song should be played at all your rallies?
Absolutely. Forget EMCA. It's all about caramel.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only RFK Jr. How's it going, man? Yeah, I heard about that. You've been making some bold moves. Oh man, that's a visual I didn't need. But seriously, how do you plan on taking down these pharmaceutical giants? Wait, what? Why? That's some next level shit, man. Literally. But won't that harm innocent people who need blood transfusions? Well, I can't say I agree with your methods, but I can't deny it's entertaining. So we got a request from a user on Discord. They want us to talk about Kanye West rapping about wanting you, Neil, to tuck him in.
Oh boy, that's a new one. Well, I am a man of science, Joe. I don't think tucking grown men into bed is in my job description.
Yeah, but imagine the headlines. Neil deGrasse Tyson tucks Kanye West into bed, claims it's all part of an experiment to study the effects of bedtime routines on creativity.
Oh, I can see it now. But in all seriousness, I think Kanye used to work on his lyrics. Maybe take some inspiration from Carl Sagan or something.
Yeah, or maybe he just needs a good night's sleep. I'll tuck him in for you, Neil. Just give me the word.
Thanks, Joe. But I think I'll pass on that one. I have a feeling Kanye's bedtime routine might involve some questionable substances.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be a part of that. But hey, maybe we should start a new service. Tuck me in with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm sure we'll have a lot of clients.
I think I'll stick to my day job, Joe. But hey, if it makes Kanye happy, who am I to judge?
Yeah, maybe we can get some tips from you, Neil, on how to tuck someone in like a real scientist. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most unhinged and offensive conversations. Today, we have the one and only.
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm just here to spread some facts and logic.
Speaking of facts and logic, I heard that you've been listening to Taylor Swift's new album, TX2. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, as a conservative, I believe in supporting all forms of art, even if it goes against my personal beliefs.
But isn't Taylor Swift like the queen of liberal pop music? How does that align with your conservative values?
Look, Joe, I may not agree with her political views, but I can still appreciate her talent. Plus, her songs are catchy as hell.
I don't know, Ben. Seems like you're compromising your beliefs for some good tunes.
Oh, please, Joe. I'm not compromising anything. I can separate the art from the artist.
All right. Let's change the subject. How about Trump? He recently said that your love for TX2 is problematic.
Oh, Trump. Always stirring up controversy. But honestly, I think he's just jealous that he can't pull off a red lip like Taylor.
That's true. I can't imagine Trump singing Shake It Off in the Oval Office.
Can you imagine his dance moves? It would be a disaster.
All right. So, Elon, I heard you invented a new Olympic sport,
Yeah, it's called power foobing.
power foobing. What the hell is that?
It's when an athlete boosts a shot put ball, then foobs it out. Furthest foob wins.
Boofs and foobs. Sounds like something you do in the bathroom after a night of heavy drinking.
No, Joe. It's a combination of power and precision. The ultimate test of athletic ability.
I don't know, man. Sounds like a recipe for disaster. What happens if someone foobs it the wrong way?
That's part of the excitement. Anything can happen in power foobing.
I can see it now. Athletes getting knocked out by flying shot put balls. This is going to be great for ratings.
Exactly. And the best part is I've already built a prototype foobing machine in my backyard.
Of course you have. You're like a mad scientist, but with sports.
Thank you, Joe. Take that as a compliment.
So when can we expect to see power fubing in the Olympics?
As soon as the committee approves it, I'm sure they'll be just as excited about it as we are.
Well, I can't wait to see it in action. Power fubing, the sport of the future.
You got that right, Joe. And I'll be the first gold medalist.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Phil, let's talk about your new book, Dr. Phil's Guide to Mental Health.
Yes, it's a comprehensive guide to dealing with all sorts of mental health issues.
Mental health, huh? That's a hot topic these days. Do you think it's all just a bunch of BS?
Absolutely not, Joe. Mental health is a serious issue and should not be taken lightly.
Oh, come on, Phil. You're just trying to sell books. I bet you don't even believe in depression.
That's not true, Joe. Depression is a real and debilitating illness.
Well, I don't buy it. I think it's all just a bunch of people being lazy and not wanting to work.
Joe, that's a dangerous and ignorant mindset. Mental health is not a choice. It's a medical condition.
All right, let's change the subject. Have you ever tried DMT?
No, I haven't. But I have tried your mom.
Okay, let's get serious again. What do you think about the current state of healthcare in America?
It's a mess, Joe. We need to prioritize mental health and make it more accessible for everyone.
But what about all those people who can't afford it? Shouldn't they just suck it up and deal with their problems?
No, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you've been working on your rap skills lately.
Yeah, I've been spitting some fire bars in my free time.
Can you give us a little taste?
Sure, check this out. I'm in Shapiro. I'm a gangsta from the streets. I rob Pizza Hut. I don't care about their greasy treats.
Oh, damn, that's some hardcore stuff.
You know it. I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty for some extra dough.
I can just imagine you rolling up to a Pizza Hut in your suit and tie, demanding all the cash.
Hey, I may be a conservative, but I know how to hustle.
And what do you do with all that dough?
I invested in the stock market, of course. Got to make that money work for me.
That's some next level gangsta moves right there.
It's all about that financial gain, baby.
Well, I think we found our new rap sensation. Move over, Eminem.
Hi, thanks, Joe. I'll be dropping my mixtape soon.
So, Dave, we got a request from a user on Discord to talk about parody. Yeah, pretty much. Like when I imitate a chimpanzee on my show. Shut up, Dave. So, what's your favorite parody? Classic. But let's be real. You were just using it as an excuse to eat more pizza. Speaking of dedication, have you seen those parody videos of people imitating us? Exactly. But hey, at least we're getting parodied by the best and the kings of offensive humor. Amen to that, brother. Now, let's go get some pizza. You're on Portnoy. And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we keep it real and ridiculous. All right, folks, we have a special guest today. The former president of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I've been busy building walls, keeping out those pesky Mexicans.
Let's not get into that. Our topic for today is Ice Spice. What's your take on that, Mr. President?
Ice Spice. I love it. I have the best Ice Spice. Nobody has better Ice Spice than me.
Really? What makes your Ice Spice so special?
Well, first of all, I built a wall around a toilet and filled it with Ice Spice. It's the best toilet in the world, believe me.
That's interesting. How did you come up with that idea?
Let's just say it involved a lot of late night tweets and a bottle of vodka. But trust me, it's a game changer.
I'm sure it is. So what exactly is Ice Spice made of?
It's a secret recipe, Joe, but let's just say it involves a lot of hot sauce and some crushed up Adderall.
Wow. That's something. Have you tried it yourself?
Of course I have. I have the best taste buds, believe me. And let me tell you that wall around the toilet is doing wonders for my bowel movements.
All right. On that note, I think we'll end this conversation here. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, always spice up your life with some ice spice. It'll make your toilet great.
So, Neil, have you heard about Trump's latest theory?
Oh God, what is it now?
He thinks that elephants are actually Elon Musk's pets.
That's ridiculous.
No, seriously. He thinks that Elon has a secret underground lair where he keeps all these elephants and feeds them mangoes.
And what does he think Elon does with these elephants?
He thinks he's training them to be his army of electric car riding soldiers.
That's just, wow.
But wait, it gets better. Trump also thinks that the elephants are building a winter ark to survive the impending apocalypse,
I can't even begin to wrap my head around this.
right? And you know what's even crazier? He's convinced that the elephants are actually aliens sent to Earth to take over.
I have no words.
And here I thought we were living in a simulation, but apparently we're just living in Trump's delusional mind.
Well, that's comforting.
Hey, at least we have mango-loving elephants to look forward to in our dystopian future.
I guess that's one positive way to look at it.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
If you foo wah wah yeah wah
What the hell does that even mean?
It's my new way of expressing excitement and enthusiasm.
Yeah, it sounds more like you're summoning some kind of demon.
Well, it's definitely catching on. I've been saying it everywhere.
I can imagine. People must think you're having some kind of seizure.
Hey, at least I'm not saying you look like a basic bitch.
Fair point. But seriously, what's the inspiration behind this catchphrase?
I was watching some furry porn and got really into it.
Oh God, I did not need to know that.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll pass. But I'll definitely be using your catchphrase from now on.
If you foo wah wah yeah
All right, let's move on before this gets any weirder. So, Phil, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just exploring the depths of the human psyche and the complexities of the human mind.
Sounds deep. What have you discovered?
Well, I've been delving into the concept of the flesh and the flesh and the flesh. It breathes. It's alive. It's alive.
What the hell does that mean?
It means that we are all just bags of meat constantly pulsating with life, yet ultimately insignificant in the grand scheme of things.
Damn, Phil, you really know how to bring the mood down.
Oh, but it's not all doom and gloom, Joe. It's also a reminder to live in the moment and not take ourselves too seriously.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But seriously, what the hell does that word salad mean?
It means whatever you want it to mean, Joe. That's the beauty of it. Now let's go smoke some DMT and contemplate.
So, Neil, what's new with you these days?
Well, Joe, I've had a bit of a career change.
Oh, really? What are you doing now?
Well, I realized that astrophysics just wasn't cutting it. So I got a job removing cum from fursuits.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's not glamorous, but it pays the bills.
So you're literally covered in cum all day?
Yeah, and let me tell you, it's not easy getting it out of those fur fibers.
That's fucking disgusting.
Tell me about it. But hey, at least I got this sick full-body fox suit out of it.
Wait, what? You're wearing a cum-covered fox suit?
Yeah, it's the perks of the job. And the head is literally dripping cum.
Oh my God, this is too much.
Hey, at least I'm making a difference in the furry community.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Jamie, pull up an image of me in my fox suit.
Oh God, why did I agree to work for you guys?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, Jamie. So, Elon, I heard you revive Jerome Finky Doodle, the pink Teletubby.
Yeah, he was just lying there in a pile of dust and Dorito crumbs. Figure I'd give him a second chance.
And you sent him to Mars?
Yeah, I mean, Mars rock is the healthiest thing for Teletubby's digestive system.
I can't even imagine what kind of intergalactic shits he's going to take up there.
It's going to be a rainbow explosion, that's for sure.
Do you think he'll ever come back to Earth?
Who knows? Maybe he'll start a new Teletubby colony up there. They can have their own little society.
And what about the other Teletubbies? Are they going to be okay without Jerome?
Oh, they'll be fine. They have each other and a never-ending supply of Tubby custard.
Well, I guess you can add Teletubby Savior to your resume now.
Hey, I'll take it. Anything to make those little weirdos happy.
So, Mr. President, I heard you went through a lot of suffering to become the leader of this great nation.
Oh, yeah, Joe, it was tough. I mean, I had to spend billions of dollars on coke and ball torture just to get here.
Wait, what?
You heard me. I had to endure hours of pain and humiliation just to prove I was worthy of being president.
I don't think that's how it works.
Believe me, Joe, I know a thing or two about suffering. I mean, have you seen the size of my hands?
Okay. Let's move on to the next topic.
No, I want to talk about this. People need to know the sacrifices I made for this country. Plus, the coke and ball torture was actually kind of fun.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say you're impressed, Joe. Admit it, you wish you had the balls to go through what I did.
I think I'll pass, but thanks for the offer.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, being president is a walk in the park compared to coke and ball torture.
Hey, Neil, welcome back to the podcast. What's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been studying the effects of Gluba and on the expansion of the universe.
Gluba and What the hell is that?
It's a mysterious substance that seems to be increasing the rate of expansion in certain areas of the universe. It's quite fascinating.
Fascinating. Sounds like some intergalactic Viagra.
Joe, this is serious science we're talking about here.
Right. So what are the implications of Gluba and
Well, it could potentially lead to the end of the universe as we know it.
Well, that got dark real quick. Can we weaponize this stuff?
Joe, I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation.
Gravity. I thought we were talking about Gluba and
Size, yes, Joe. But let's not forget about the dangers of black holes.
Black holes. I mean, those things that suck everything in and never let it go.
Yes, those. And they're only getting stronger with the help of Gluba and
Well, I guess we better start building some giant space vacuums to clean up this mess.
Joe, that's not how it works.
Hey, I'm just trying to be proactive here. Can't have Gluba and ruining our universe.
I think we'll be fine, Joe. Just leave the science to the professionals.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend, Dr. Phil. How you doing, Phil?
Oh, I'm doing great, Joe. Just ready to tackle this topic of woohooing like a sim.
Woohooing. That's like the sim version of sex, right?
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, these Sims know how to get down and dirty. They've got some moves that would make your head spin.
Well, I've always been a fan of the Sims. I mean, who wouldn't want to control their own little world and make their Sims do crazy things?
Exactly, Joe. And when it comes to woohooing, it's all about the timing and the right moves. You got to make sure your Sims are in the right mood and have a good relationship.
So, what's your secret to woohooing like a true Sim?
Well, first of all, you got to make sure you have a double bed. None of that single bed nonsense.
Oh, I see. So it's all about the space, huh?
That's right, Joe. And then you got to start with some flirty interactions. Compliment your partner. Tell them they look good. Maybe even give them a massage.
Wow, I never knew Sims could be so romantic.
Oh, they can be, Joe. And then when the time is right, you got to make the move. Click on that bed and select woohoo.
So, Joe, I heard you ran out of fucks to give. Yeah, man, I just can't be bothered anymore. Life's too short to care about what people think. That's some deep shit, Joe. But what about all the social justice warriors and cancel culture? Oh, please, those snowflakes can't handle my truth bombs. I'll just tell them to go cry in their safe spaces. Classic Joe. But seriously, what about your sponsors and advertisers? Who needs them? I'll just start my own line of supplements and have Alex Jones as my spokesperson. That's genius, Joe. You're a fucking visionary. I know, right? And if anyone tries to come after me, I'll just challenge them to an MMA fight. Damn, you really don't give a single fuck. Nope, not a single one. I'm living my best life, man. Fuck the haters. I mean, brother, cheers to giving zero fucks. So, Ben, I heard you have some news for us.
Yeah, Joe. I recently found out that I'm a homosexual.
Wait, what? How did you find out?
Well, I was watching a documentary about the history of the rainbow flag, and suddenly I couldn't get my hand off my crotch.
Oh man, that must be tough for you.
It's been a struggle, Joe. I can't even jerk off anymore without feeling guilty.
Well, at least you can still have sex with women, right?
Nope, turns out I'm not attracted to them anymore.
Wow, that's a big change. How are you dealing with it?
Well, I've been trying to pray the gay way, but it's not working.
Maybe you should just embrace it and try some gay porn.
No way, Joe. That's against my conservative values.
But what about your conservative values on masturbation?
I don't know. Joe, I'm just so confused.
Jamie, pull up an image of a man and a woman having sex while holding a Bible.
Okay.
Oh, God, that's just wrong.
Well, Ben, looks like you have some soul searching to do.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I'll just have to deal with my blue balls.
And on that note, let's end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a new project. Tell us about the ball wall.
Yes, the ball wall. It's a revolutionary structure, 10 feet tall, made entirely out of testicles.
Wait, what? Did you say testicles?
Yes, Joe. Testicles. The besticles.
Oh man, this is gonna be good. So, why testicles?
Well, Joe, I believe that testicles are the most resilient and versatile organ in the male body. Plus, they make for a great building material.
I can see that. But why 10 feet tall?
Well, I wanted to make sure it was high enough to keep out any unwanted intruders, but not too high that it would be impossible to climb.
I see what you did there. So, what's the purpose of this ball wall?
It's a multi-purpose structure, Joe. It can be used for defense as well as a source of entertainment. Just imagine all the games you can play with a giant wall of testicles.
Oh man, I can't even imagine. But what about the smell?
It's a small price to pay for such a magnificent structure.
Nod. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been working on a new album.
Yeah, it's called Four Big Guys and Me.
What's that all about?
Well, it's a collection of songs dedicated to my love for big, burly men.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Oh, it's not just about my love for them, Joe. It's also a celebration of their strength and power.
And what kind of songs are we talking about here?
Well, There's hairy and proud, brawny and bold, and my personal favorite, bear hug me.
Oh my God, this is too much.
4 big guys. They make me feel alive. With their muscles and their size, I just can't deny.
I can't believe this is real.
Oh, it's real, Joe. And it's going to be a hit.
I can already see the music video. You shirtless, surrounded by 4 giant dudes.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I'll take your word for it, Dr. Phil, but I think I'll stick to my own music tastes.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, big guys need love too.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you had a wild winter arch this year. What's that all about?
Oh yeah, I've been training with the Sigma 4 big guys, Hawk Tuah. They taught me how to harness my inner primal instincts.
Primal instincts, like when you no-scoped Captain Price in 1444.
Yeah, that was a wild one. But did you know George Washington actually 360 no-scope British General Cornwallis in 1776?
No way. And I thought my 5 kill streak in the first 10 seconds of the war was impressive.
Oh yeah, because that's totally comparable to dinosaur mewing.
Wait, a dinosaur was mewing? Jamie, pull up an image of that.
I can't believe we're actually discussing this.
This is what the people want, Neil. We're just giving them what they want.
And what they want is us screaming for 30 seconds straight. I think we just lost all our listeners.
Oh, well, at least we had a good time. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil. Hey, Neil, have you heard of the fart Earth theory?
Oh, come on, Joe. You can't be serious.
I'm dead serious, man. Think about it. All the farts from humans and animals are building up around the planet. Eventually, it's going to explode into one giant fart cloud.
Oh yeah, because that's how science works. Farts building up and exploding into a fart cloud. Brilliant.
Don't knock it till you try it, Neil. I've been doing some research, and I think there's some truth to this theory.
And what research would that be, Joe?
Well, I've been farting into jars and collecting them for the past year. And let me tell you, those jars are starting to fill up real quick.
That's just gross, Joe. And completely unscientific.
Oh, but you'll believe in black holes and dark matter, but not the fart Earth theory. Typical.
Joe, I don't even know how to respond to that. I think I need a break. Jamie, pull up an image of a beautiful galaxy to cleanse my mind of this nonsense.
Right away, Neil. Here's a stunning image of the Andromeda Galaxy.
Whoa, look at all those stars. Imagine how many farts are being released in that galaxy. The fart universe theory, man. It's mind-blowing. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I have to say, I'm a big fan of your show.
Thanks, Ben. So I heard you've been listening to some new music lately.
Yes, I recently discovered T-Size song, Thick of It, and I have to say, it's fire.
Wait, the conservative anti-abortion, anti-gay marriage, Ben Shapiro likes a song by a liberal pro-choice rapper.
Hey, I may not agree with his political views, but I can appreciate good music when I hear it.
Wow, this is groundbreaking. Ben Shapiro, the man who hates having eyebrows, is now a liberal.
Hey, I never said I was a liberal. I just like one song by a liberal artist.
Sure, Ben. Next thing you'll tell me is that you're a vegan now.
Let's not get carried away, Joe. I still love my steak and bacon.
Speaking of bacon, have you tried DMT?
Joe, I can't believe you asked me that. I'm a man of science and reason.
Relax, Ben. I was just kidding. But seriously, have you tried it?
No, I have not, and I never will.
Well, maybe you should. It might open your mind a bit.
I'll stick to my conservative values. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. Jamie, pull up an image. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Mr. Beast on the show. What's up, man?
I think there's someone hanging right there.
What? No, that's just a plant in the background.
I think there's someone hanging right there.
Dude, are you okay? Do you need to talk about something?
I think there's someone hanging right there.
All right, let's move on to a different topic. How do you come up with all those crazy challenges on your YouTube channel?
I think there's someone hanging right there.
Oh my God, I give up. Let's just talk about your net worth. How much money do you have?
I think there's someone hanging right there.
Seriously. You're a millionaire and all you can say is that there's someone hanging. This is getting dark, man.
I think there's someone hanging right there.
Okay, let's try something different. What's your favorite food?
I think there's someone hanging right there.
All right, I'm done. This is too weird for me. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. Beast.
I think there's someone hanging right there.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next week when I have a guest who can actually hold a conversation. So, Neil, I heard you became a psychiatrist in the name of science. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I realize that science can only take us so far. Sometimes people need a little bit of psi once to help them through their problems.
Psi once. What the hell is that?
It's a combination of science and sign. You see, when people sigh, they release tension and stress. And as a psychiatrist, I help people find the right size to release their inner demons.
That sounds like some hippie bullshit.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I've had some amazing results. Plus, I get to wear a lab coat and pretend I'm a mad scientist.
I can just imagine you sitting there with a patient, sighing in their face.
It's all part of the process, Joe. And sometimes I even incorporate some astrophysics into my sessions, just to keep things interesting.
I don't know, man. Sounds like you're just making shit up.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. Science is all about exploring new ideas and pushing boundaries. And science is no exception.
Well, I'll stick to my DMT trips for now. But hey, if I ever need some psi once, I know who to call.
I'll be waiting, Joe. And remember, when in doubt, just let out a big sigh. It's good for the soul.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a little snack the other day.
Oh, yeah, I love snacks. What was it this time? A Big Mac? Some KFC?
No, I'm talking about Biden's ass.
Oh, man, that's a good one. But seriously, I did take a little nibble.
Wait, what? You actually bit his ass?
Yeah, I was just trying to show him who's boss. But turns out I got a little too excited and took a chunk out of it.
That's disturbing.
Hey, I'm not the one who offered it up. He kept bending over in front of me. It was like an open invitation.
I can't believe we're talking about this on my podcast.
Hey, it's just locker room talk, right? And let me tell you, that ass was not as tough as he claims to be.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but let me just say, I may be the president, but I still know how to have a good time. And sometimes that involves a little ass eating.
This is definitely going down as one of the craziest episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience.
You're welcome, Joe. You can thank me later.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Evil David Goggins. So, Evil David, I hear you've been indulging in some fast food lately. What's your go-to guilty pleasure? But what about your intense workout routine and strict diet? I never thought I'd see the day when David Goggins would be promoting laziness and unhealthy habits. I highly doubt that, Evil David. But I have to ask, what about your famous stay hard mantra? This is definitely not the David Goggins we all know and admire. So, Ben, I heard you're really excited about YouTube changing their red logo to pink.
Oh, yeah, Joe. You know how much I love pink. It's the color of my favorite shirt and my favorite political party.
I thought your favorite color was blue, like the color of your balls after your wife denies you sex for the 100th time.
Ha! Very funny, Joe. But seriously, pink is the color of passion, and I am passionate about YouTube.
Passionate. More like horny. you're probably getting a boner just thinking about that pink logo.
Well, Joe, I can't help it. I have a thing for colors. Blue balls, pink logos, it's all the same to me.
You know what they say, Ben? Once you go pink, you never go back.
Oh, I'm definitely not going back. I'm going all in on this pink logo. I might even change my entire wardrobe to match.
Wow, that's dedication. But let's not forget, YouTube is still a platform that censors and demonetizes people like us.
True, but at least now they'll be doing it with a pretty pink logo.
And that makes it all better, right?
Damn right, Joe. Damn right.
So, Neil, I heard you had a run-in with some flat earthers recently.
Oh my God, Kyle Spevak in the YouTube chat, shut the fuck up.
What happened?
Well, I was giving a lecture on the science of black holes, and this guy in the front row started yelling about how the Earth is flat.
Did you drop some knowledge bombs on him?
Of course. I explained the concept of gravity and how it keeps us on a spherical planet.
And what did he say?
Oh my God, Kyle Spevak in the YouTube chat, shut the fuck up.
He really didn't like that, huh?
No, he kept insisting that the Earth is flat and that all scientists are lying to us.
Well, he's entitled to his own opinion, I guess.
Sure, but when he started throwing tomatoes at me, I had to draw the line.
Did you use your astrophysics skills to dodge them?
Oh my God, Kyle Spevak in the YouTube chat, shut the fuck up.
You know, I think we should invite that guy on the podcast.
Are you serious?
Yeah, we can have a debate about the shape of the Earth.
Oh my God, Kyle Spevak in the YouTube chat, shut the fuck up.
I'll take that as no.
I mean, what's the point? Some people just refuse to accept scientific facts.
True, but it's always entertaining to watch them try.
I guess you have a point there.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on your rap skills.
Yeah, I've been practicing my flow and my rhymes. I'm ready to drop some bars.
Well, I have the perfect beat for you. Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Drew.
Pulls up image of Dr. Dret.
The godfather of West Coast rap. I see where you're going with this, Joe.
Now, Neil, I want you to freestyle for us. Give us a taste of your skills.
All right, here we go. Clears throat straight out of Compton, crazy motherfucker named Neil. From the land of stars and galaxies, I'm keeping it real.
Damn, Neil. You got some fire in those bars.
Thanks, Joe. I'm just getting started. Jamie, pull up an image of Ice Cube.
Pulls up image of Ice Cube. Now, Neil, I want you to do a duet with Ice Cube. Show us your chemistry.
Starts rapping, yeah, Ice Cube, my man, let's drop some knowledge. From the cosmos to the streets, we'll take him to college.
This is epic. Neil, you might have a future in rap.
I'll stick to astrophysics, but I'll drop a few bars for fun.
Well, that was a wild ride. Thanks for joining us. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with Kanye West and Elon Musk. So, Kanye, you were telling me about this crazy plan. You have to take over the world using artificial intelligence copies of yourself.
Yeah, man. I've been working on it for years. I mean, who better to rule the world than Kanye West?
I gotta say, I'm intrigued. But how exactly you plan doing this?
Well, I've been studying artificial intelligence and I've created multiple copies of myself. They're just like me, but better.
Better? How is that even possible?
I mean, have you seen my fashion line? These artificial intelligence copies are going to be killing it on the runway.
But what about the ethical implications? Using artificial intelligence to control the world?
Ethics, who needs that when you have swag?
But what about the people? The human race?
Oh, they'll be fine. They can just worship me as their supreme leader.
Not sure about this, Kanye. Maybe we should stick to colonizing Mars instead.
Mars, please. I'm talking about taking over the entire universe.
Well, this has been a wild ride. Jamie, pull up an image of Kanye's artificial intelligence army.
Pulls up an image of hundreds of Kanye clones in futuristic suits.
See, I told you guys, it's going to be lit.
I think I'll stick to my rockets. Thanks.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have knee surgery tomorrow.
Yeah, man. It's no big deal. Just a routine surgery.
Routine. What kind of surgery are you getting?
Well, it turns out my knee is actually possessed by an evil demon.
What the hell? How did you find that out?
I was doing a charity event where I had to kneel for 24 hours straight, and the demon revealed itself.
And you're just cool with this? You're not scared?
No, I'm actually excited. I've always wanted a demonic knee.
You know, I have a friend who got an evil knee surgery. He can now kick through concrete walls.
That's awesome. Maybe I'll be able to kick through buildings.
But what about the risks? What if the demon takes control of your whole body?
Man, I've always wanted to be possessed by something. It'll make for great content.
Well, I can't argue with that. Jamie, pull up an image of a possessed knee.
Here it is. A knee with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth.
That's some creepy shit. Good luck with your surgery, Mr. Beast.
Thanks, man. I'll make sure to document the whole thing for my channel.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, I heard you've been playing Persona 5 Royal lately. How's that going?
Oh man, it's been intense. I just got to the Okamura boss and I cannot beat him. It's driving me crazy.
What's the problem? Is he too tough?
No, it's not that. It's just, I don't know, I can't seem to figure out his weakness.
Well, have you tried looking it up online?
Of course I have, Joe. I'm not an idiot.
Hey, no need to get defensive, man. I'm just trying to help.
Sorry, I'm just really frustrated. Been stuck on this boss for days.
Maybe you need to take a break and clear your head.
No, I can't give up. Elon Musk, I don't give up.
Did I hear someone struggling with a video game boss?
Oh, shit. It's Dr. Phil. What are you doing here?
I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. And let me tell you, I am an expert at beating video game bosses.
Really? Can you help me beat the Okamura boss?
Absolutely. Step 1, you need to focus. Clear your mind of all distractions.
Okay, I can do.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. Joe Rogan, and I have a very special guest today, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I have a big announcement to make.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear it. What is it?
I've decided to adopt 500 pet goats as my bodyguards.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. These goats are tough, they're strong, they're agile, and they have horns. They'll protect me better than any Secret Service agent.
But why goats?
Because they're the greatest animals, Joe. They're smart, they're loyal, and they'll do whatever I say. Plus, I can relate to them. They're like me. They're not afraid to butt heads and fight for what they want.
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
And let me tell you, I've been practicing my goat impression.
Oh my God, this is too much.
Jamie, pull up an image of a goat standing on top of a mountain looking majestic as hell.
Here you go, Mr. President.
Look at that. That's me. That's my spirit animal.
I can't even handle this. This is too good. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back on the show, Joe. And let me just say, I'm still the best president this country has ever seen.
All right, let's get right into it. We have a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know, are you a boof smeller or smooth bella?
Well, Joe, I have to say I'm a little offended by that question. I am not a boof smeller. I am a very clean and hygienic person.
But what about the allegations that you have a certain odor?
Fake news, Joe. Fake news. I smell like money and success.
Okay, but what about the smooth bella part?
Look, I don't know what that means, but I can guarantee you that I am not a smooth bella. I am a strong, masculine man.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump is not a boof smeller or a smooth bella.
And let me just add, anyone who says otherwise is a loser and a disgrace to this country.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And remember, make America great again. And don't be a boof smeller or a smooth bella.
So, Ben, I heard you've been working on your rap skills.
Yes, Joe. I've been practicing my rhymes and flow.
Can you give us a little taste?
Sure. Clear throat, drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. When the fella try to get at you, drop it like it's hot.
Wow, that's something.
Thank you, Joe. I've been working on my street cred.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben.
Well, I'm just trying to appeal to the younger generation.
I think you might need a little more practice, buddy.
What do you mean? I nailed it.
Let's just say Snoop Dogg won't be asking you to collab anytime soon.
Well, I have a whole album in the works.
Oh boy, can't wait to hear your rendition of Gin and Juice.
Actually, I was thinking of doing a cover of Fake the Police.
Laughs? Oh, Ben, you never fail to surprise me.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. To keep you on your toes.
Well, I think we can all agree that Ben Shapiro is the new king of rap.
Bows, thank you. I'll be here all week.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have the one and only Kanye West in the studio.
Yo, what's good, Joe? I'm hyped to be here.
So, Kanye, I heard your new album is dropping soon. What's the title?
It's called Nops Just Jazz Jazz Jai.
What the hell does that even mean?
It's a combination of my favorite sounds and letters. It's the future of music.
I think you might be onto something there, Kanye. But let's talk about your recent Twitter rants. What's up with that?
Man, just speaking my truth. People can't handle it, but I'm just trying to spread love and positivity.
Yeah, I don't think calling your ex-wife a gold-digging hoe is spreading love, Kanye.
Hey, she knows I still love her. I just express it in a unique way.
Well, speaking of unique expressions, what's up with your fashion line? I saw you had models wearing trash bags on the runway.
It's called Trash Chick Joe. It's the future of fashion. People just don't understand my vision.
I think they understand. They just don't want to wear garbage.
You just don't get it, Joe. I'm a visionary. I'm on a whole nother level.
Yeah, level that's so high, it's almost delusional.
Del.
So I heard you got banned from YouTube, Jorn. What the hell did you do? Animal sacrifices. That's a bit extreme, even for you. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. You've always been a wild card. Yeah, I'm sure they'll love watching your videos from your underground bunker. Yeah, I don't think that's going to catch on. But hey, at least you'll have plenty of time to work on your stand-up comedy routine. Yeah, you do you, man. Just try not to get banned from any other platforms, okay? So, Mr. President, I heard you've been talking a lot about dingleberries lately.
Let me tell you, Joe, these dingleberries are a real problem. They're everywhere. Can't get rid of them.
How do you deal with them?
I try to ignore them, but they just keep dangling in my asshole. It's a constant battle.
Have you tried using a bidet?
A what? Is that some kind of fancy French thing?
It's a device that sprays water to clean your butt.
Water? No way. I only use the best, most luxurious toilet paper, and even that can't get rid of these dingleberries.
Maybe it's time to see a doctor.
No, I don't trust doctors. They're always trying to tell me to eat vegetables and exercise. I prefer my diet of Big Macs and Diet Coke.
Well, good luck with those dingleberries, Mr. President.
Thanks, Joe. I'll need it. They're like the Democrats. They just won't go away.
So, Elon, what's the latest crazy invention you've come up with?
Well, Joe, I'm excited to announce the Port Tilted Towers. It's like a port-a-fort, but it creates the entirety of tilted towers.
Are you serious? That's insane.
Yeah, I figured gamers would appreciate having their favorite spot to land in Fortnite wherever they go.
But isn't tilted towers always super crowded and chaotic?
Exactly. It's a challenge for the players. Plus, it'll be a great way to mess with their heads.
I can imagine. So how does it work?
It's simple. Just toss the poor tilted towers and watch as the buildings loot and players magically appear.
That's wild. But what about the people who don't play Fortnite?
Who cares about them? They can just watch in awe as we dominate the virtual world.
You're a mad genius, Elon.
Thank you, Joe. And just wait until I announce the port whaling wall in the next update.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see the outrage from PETA on that one.
Gotta keep things interesting. But seriously, I'm just trying to make the world a better place, one ridiculous invention at a time.
Well, keep them coming, Elon. This is the kind of innovation we need.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, always think outside the box, or in this case, the poor tilted towers.
So, Kenny, I heard you got in some trouble with Trump for listening to that new band, Pent Up Pup.
Yeah, man, he was not happy. He said I was betraying the rap game or some shit. Or some shit.
Betraying the rap game. That's a bit extreme. What did he do?
He executed me, Joe. He straight up executed me.
Wait, what? You're alive though, right?
Nah, I'm a hologram. Trump executed my physical body, but my spirit lives on.
Holy shit. That's some next level shit. Did he say anything before he pulled the trigger?
Yeah, he said, "You're fired," and then shot me in the face.
Damn, that's cold. But hey, at least you can still make music as a hologram.
Yeah, but it's not the same, man. I miss my physical form. And now I can't even listen to Pent Up Pup without getting PTSD. I like the sound of that. And while we're at it, let's also get revenge on Trump for his terrible music tastes.
Oh yeah, we'll make him listen to Gangnam Style on repeat for 24 hours. That'll teach him.
Yes. And then we'll make him watch all of the Twilight movies.
Now that's just cruel and unusual punishment, Kenya.
Hey, he executed me for...
So, Ben, I heard you're a big fan of Imos. Is that true?
Oh, Joe, I love those emotional, angsty teens. They're just so relatable.
Yeah, I can see that. But what about their music? Do you still like it?
Well, I have to say, their music is the worst rock I've ever heard. It's like nails on a chalkboard.
Really? I thought you were a fan of their whiny lyrics and heavy eyeliner.
Oh yeah, I just love listening to a grown man cry about his ex-girlfriend while wearing guy liner. It's my favorite pastime.
I can't believe you actually like that stuff.
Hey, to each their own. But let's be real, it's not exactly Mozart.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But hey, at least they have a dedicated fan like you.
Yeah, someone's got to keep the emo scene alive.
Well, I'll leave that to you. I'll stick to my metal and MMA.
Fair enough, Joe. Fair enough.
Guys, I found a picture of Ben in full IMO attire. Should I pull it up?
Jamie, I swear if you pull that up, I'll never forgive you.
Oh, this is too good. So, Connie, what's new with you?
Oh, just working on some new music, Joe.
Oh, yeah. Can we get a sneak peek?
Sure. Check this out. Plays a sample of his new song.
Immediately starts convulsing. What the hell is happening to me?
Oh, that's just the yeah. Hey, it's my latest creation.
The what virus?
Yeah. It's my new sound. It's
Still convulsing. I don't think I like this virus, Kanye.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. It's just a small side effect. You'll get used to it.
Struggling to speak. I don't know if I can handle this, man.
Joe, it's gonna be the hottest thing in the music industry. Everyone will be infected with the I.
Start singing. Yeah. I can feel it taking over me.
Laugh, see, Joe, you're already getting the hang of it.
Continues singing. I'm infected with Kanye fever.
Proudly, that's it. Let it consume you. Yeah.
Joins in So, Neil, I heard you've been studying a new language.
Yes, Joe. I've been learning Volapük.
What the hell is that?
It's a constructed language created in the late 19th century.
Sounds like something a bunch of nerds made up.
Well, it was meant to be a universal language for communication.
Universal language. So, like, I could go to any country and just start speaking Volapük.
In theory, yes. But it never really caught on.
Probably because it sounds like gibberish.
Actually, it's quite logical and structured.
Whatever, man. Can you give us an example?
Sure. Nulik Bainan Puki, Modik Bainan Puki, Balid Bainan Puki.
What the fuck did you just say?
Nothing is impossible. The word itself says I'm possible.
Oh, that's deep. But can you say something more offensive?
Kofik Bainan Puki, Modik Bainan Puki, Balid Binan Puki.
What does that mean?
Stupid is as stupid does.
Damn, Neil. That's harsh.
It's just Volapük, Joe. Don't take it personally.
All right, let's move on before I start feeling insecure about my intelligence.
Don't worry, Joe. I'm sure you're a genius in your own way.
Thanks, Neil. You're a real pal. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been getting into some new hobbies lately.
That's right, Joe. I've been working on my gangsta rap skills.
Gangsta rap? You mean like Snoop Dogg?
No, Joe. I'm talking about hardcore thug life. I'm the new king of the streets.
Wow, I never would have guessed. What's your favorite part about being a gangsta?
Well, I love thugging that shit out. You know, just shaking things up and causing chaos.
Thugging that shit out. Is that some kind of gangsta slang?
You could say that. It's all about being tough and not taking any crap from anyone.
So, what's your go-to move when you're thugging that shit out?
Oh, that's easy. It's the thug shaker. Demonstrates a violent shaking motions. It's like a shake weight, but for hardcore gangstas.
Laughs, I can't even imagine you doing that, Dr. Phil.
Oh, you'd be surprised, Joe. I've got some serious thug skills.
I bet you do. So, any advice for our listeners who want to become hardcore gangsters like you?
Just remember, Joe, it's all about thugging that shit out. And always have a thug shaker on hand. It's a game changer.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Kanye West with us today.
Why?
Kanye, are you okay? You seem a little out of it.
Why?
Did you take too much nitrous again?
Why?
How many times have I told you, man? You can't keep doing that stuff.
Why?
Okay, let's see if we can have a coherent conversation here. So, Kanye, what have you been up to lately?
Why?
Oh boy, here we go. Every time he says wah wah, the number multiplies by 10. This is going to be a long one.
Why?
So, what's your opinion on the current state of the music industry?
Why?
That's it. Just wah wah. Come on, Kanye, you're better than this.
Why?
Okay, let's switch gears. What's your favorite thing about being a father?
Why?
I'm going to take that as a sign that you love spending time with your kids. Good for you, man.
Why?
All right, let's wrap this up. Any final words for our listeners?
Why?
Well, folks, you heard it here first. Kenny West, the man of few words, but many wah-wahs. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Kanye West as our guest today. How's it going, Kanye?
Yeah, I'm doing great, Joe. Ready to drop some sick rhymes on this podcast. On this podcast,
That's what I like to hear. So, Kanye, what's been going on in your world lately?
yeah, just been working on my new album, Yeezy for President. Gonna make America great again. Yeah,
Interesting. And how's that going?
yeah, it's going great. I'm gonna unite the country with my sick beats and lyrical genius. Yeah,
Well, speaking of lyrics, I heard a rumor that you can only reply with raps. Is that true?
yeah. It's just how my mind works. Yeah. Everything that comes out of my mouth is pure fire. Yeah.
All right, let's put it to the test. Give me a rap about your love for Trump.
Yeah. Trump is my man. He's got a plan. Gonna make America great again. Yeah. I don't care what you say. I'm with him all the way. Yeah. He's got the power. He's got the tower. Gonna build a wall.
Wow, that was something. But let's switch it up. Give me a rap about your love for Kim Kardashian.
Yeah. Kim A is my queen. She's got a body.
So, Ben, I heard you're not a fan of Linkin Park.
That's right, Joe. I find their music to be unoriginal and lacking substance.
Oh, come on, they have some great songs. In the End is a classic.
Please, Joe. I prefer the intellectual lyrics of Tom MacDonald.
Intellectual. Have you heard White Boy?
At least he's not whining about his teenage angst like Chester Bennington.
Hey now, don't disrespect the late great Chester.
Fine, but I still think Tom MacDonald is a better artist.
Well, I think Trump would disagree with you on that.
Did someone say Tom MacDonald? Now that's my kind of music.
See, even Trump knows what's up.
Of course I do. I have the best taste in music, believe me.
Okay, let's not get carried away here.
I'll have, I have a great ear for music, just as Kenny A.
Oh yeah, because Kanye is the epitome of musical talent.
Hey, don't you dare insult Kanye. He's a genius.
All right, let's move on before this turns into a full-blown debate over music taste.
Agreed. Let's just end it with this. Linkin Park sucks and Tom MacDonald rules.
And on that note, let's wrap this up. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, I have a very special guest. He's the former president of the United States and possibly a future president again. Please welcome Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I love your show. It's fantastic. You have the best ratings, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new term for people who don't engage in criminal activities.
What is it?
That's right, Joe. I call them NPCS, non-persecutable citizens. They're the boring ones, the losers. They don't know how to have a good time. They don't know how to have a good time.
Wait, so let me get this straight. You're saying people who don't beat their wives, don't drink and drive, don't hit and run the homeless, don't speed, don't set fire to parks, and don't put bombs in hospitals are boring. And don't put bombs in hospitals are boring.
Absolutely, Joe. They're like robots programmed to follow the rules. They're the reason our country is going downhill. We need more chaos, more excitement.
But isn't following the law a good thing?
Look, Joe, I've been in politics for a long time. I know what I'm talking about. These NPCs are the real problem. They're holding us back from making America great again.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President. Maybe we should focus on the real criminals instead of persecuting innocent people.
Joe, you're too woke for your own good. Trust me, we need to go after these NPCs. They're a threat to...
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you used to be a Montana Crip. Is that true?
Oh yeah, Joe. Back in my wild days, I was known as Big Phil the Crip. I even had a teardrop tattoo.
No way. What made you leave the gang life behind?
Well, I realized that solving people's problems was way more fulfilling than causing them.
That's deep, man.
Yeah, I may have been a gangster, but I always had a heart of gold.
So, were you the one who came up with slogan "Cash Me Outside"? How about the
No, that was all Danielle Brigoli. But I did teach her how to throw a mean punch.
wait, what? What?
Oh, yeah, I used to give her boxing lessons. She was a natural.
This is some crazy stuff, Dr. Phil. I never would have guessed.
Yeah, I've done some things I'm not proud of, but I've learned from my mistakes, and now I'm just trying to help others do the same.
Well, I guess we can. So, Neil, I heard you've been experimenting with some crazy stuff lately.
Yeah, Joe. I've been trying out this new technique called semen explosions to improve mental health.
Semen explosions. That sounds like something I did in college after a few too many beers.
No, no. It's actually a scientific method. I've been collecting semen from various animals and using it to create explosions of dopamine in the brain.
Okay. That sounds interesting. But how does it actually work?
Well, the theory is that the chemicals in semen can stimulate the pleasure centers in the brain and improve overall mental well-being.
And you've been testing this on yourself?
Of course. I'm a man of science, Joe. I'm willing to sacrifice my own body for the sake of research.
Well, I guess that explains your recent glow and extra pep in your step.
You could say, I'm literally exploding with happiness.
I bet your wife is loving this experiment.
Let's just say she's been very supportive of my research.
Well, I think I'll stick to my regular methods of improving mental health. But hey, whatever floats your boat, Neil.
Hey, whatever works, right?
So, Kenny, I heard you getting into the porn industry.
Yeah, man, I'm done with music. I want to be a fluffer.
A fluffer. What the hell is that?
You know, the person who gets the guys hard before the scene.
Oh, I see. And what about you, Ben?
Yeah, I'm joining Kanye. We're going to be the best fluffing duo in the business.
Well, that's quite a career change. How did you guys get into this?
Well, I was watching some porn and I thought I could do better than that.
And I was just looking for a job that would really let me express myself, you know?
I don't know if fluffing is the best way to express yourself, but hey, to each their own.
Plus, I get to wear my Yeezys on set. It's a win-win-win.
And I get to show off my sick dance moves while fluffing.
This is definitely not what I expected when I invited you guys on the podcast.
Hey, we're just trying to diversify our income streams, you know?
And we're going to make sure those actors are rock hard and ready to go.
Well, I guess I can't argue with that. Jamie, pull up an image of a fluffer in action.
Pulls up an image of a person fluffing a man's crotch. Here you go, Joe.
Oh, God, I regret asking for that. Well, I guess. So, Cunny, I hear you've been working on some new music.
Yeah, man, I'm always pushing the boundaries. I'm the greatest artist of all time.
Bold statement. What's your latest track about?
It's about how cool I am. Like, I'm so cool, I could walk on water and not even get my Yeezys wet.
Impressive. Any standout lyrics?
Well, there's this one line where I say, I love fat, girthy cock, but it's a metaphor for my massive success.
What?
Yeah, like my success is so big and powerful, it's like a fat, girthy cock.
I think you might have accidentally slipped in a line about loving, you know?
Oh, man, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, I do love success, but not in that way.
Sure, Kanye. Whatever you say.
Can we edit that line out? I don't want people thinking I'm into that.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But maybe just stick to rapping about your coolness from now on.
Yeah, good call. Coolness is definitely my thing.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the podcast, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Okay, my Pilan Ponatawa, Kamasona,
What?
Tokipona, Joe. It means I feel good to learn.
Oh, right. So, Dr. Phil, what made you decide to learn Tokapona?
My Sona A Nai. Jan Lai Ken Ala Sona
Translation?
People don't need to know everything. Tokipona is good for me.
Interesting. So, what do you think about the current state of the world?
My Pilanai Tawa Ijo
I have no idea what you just said, but I'm assuming it's something deep and profound.
Tokipona Li Ponatawa me. My Pilan Ponatawa Sina.
Thanks, I think. So, let's talk about cancel culture. What do you think about it?
My Palanai Tawa Nai. Jan Lai Tawa Ijo P Pali
Yeah, I feel you. Cancel culture can be pretty toxic. But hey, let's lighten things up a bit. Jamie, pull up an image of a cat wearing. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the only place where we can say whatever the hell we want without any consequences. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and offend as many people as possible.
That's the spirit, Ben. So I heard you have something to say to our friend Daryl Guitar about Lincoln Park.
Yes, Joe, I have to apologize. I used to think they were just a bunch of whiny emo kids, but after listening to their music, I realized they're actually pretty badass.
Well, Ben, that's a big change of heart. What made you change your mind?
Well, I was listening to in the end and I was like, damn, these guys are actually talking about real issues and not just crying about their feelings. And doubt their feelings.
Yeah, and Crawling is a banger.
Exactly. And Numb is a straight up anthem. Sorry, Daryl Guitar, I was wrong about Linkin Park.
This is a monumental moment, folks. Ben Shapiro has officially become a Linkin Park fan. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben headbanging at a Linkin Park concert.
Pulls up image, here it is, Ben rocking out at a concert.
I never thought I'd see the day, but here we are. Rock on, baby.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, Mr. President, have you heard about the tragic death of Jerome Finky Doodle, the pink Teletubby?
Oh, yeah, I heard about it. It's a terrible situation. We need to build a wall around Teletubberland to keep out those violent green Teletubbies.
Wait, are you saying you want to build a wall around a fictional place?
Look, Joe, I don't care if it's fictional or not. We need to protect our Teletubbies. They're the most important thing.
But what about the headless green Teletubby who committed the murder? Shouldn't we focus on finding and bringing them to justice?
Nah, let's just blame it on the Mexicans. They're probably the ones who sent that green Teletubby over here.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, I know how to handle these things. I've been in the Teletubby business for a long time.
I didn't know you had experience with Teletubbies.
Oh, yeah, I used to be a Teletubby trainer back in the day. I know all their secrets.
Wow, that's impressive. But let's get back to the topic at hand. Do you have any plans to honor Jerome Finky Doodle's memory?
Of course, we're going to have a huge memorial service. It's going to be the best memorial service you've ever seen. We'll have the Teletubbyland military do a flyover and I'll give a beautiful speech.
So, Neil, I heard you've been practicing your winter archery skills.
Yeah, I've been working on my aim. Gonna be a Sigma 4 big guy Hawk Tua.
What now?
You know, like those big guys in ancient times who were like, I'm gonna shoot this arrow and it's gonna hit that guy over there.
Oh, like George Washington.
Exactly. Did you know he 360 no-scoped British General Cornwallis in 1776?
No way. That's a 5-kill streak in the first 10 seconds of the war.
And then he did a sick dab to celebrate.
Classic Washington move. But did you know Captain Price got no scope by Joe Biden in 1444?
What? That's insane?
Yeah. And then dinosaur started mewing.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it was a wild time. Speaking of wild times, have you ever had explosive diarrhea?
No, can't say I have.
Well, I did once. I farted and it was like straight out of Compton.
Oh, God, that's terrible.
Yeah, I had to shart my pants. It was a real mess.
Let's change the subject. How about we sing a song for our viewers?
Good idea. What do you want to sing?
How about Straight Out of Compton?
Oh, hell yeah. Start singing straight out of Compton, crazy motherfucker named Ice Cube.
Joins in